finished the game and they gave me a tag because they saw a gator in a small little lagoon, and so they gave me a tag. And I literally threw the fish bait out.
A-Dog's kind of like a xenophobe guy named Josh, who had a PTR of himself in the how big of a gator is it?
I lost my train of thought, so whatever. So what do you say, Marshall? Start over.
I'm saying, well, sociology of religion says people like strict religions over lax religions, and
Well, right there. So sociology of religion says that people like strict religions over lax religions.
Religions that have a stricter code rather than religions that have a laxer code. That's not the most important. That's not the key. It's just a facet of it.
So, Marshall, what would you say that corollary world, the evolution of religion suggests that people end up in religions that are more bloodthirsty and more likely to promote war?
I think populations justify lots of stuff that their texts don't necessarily argue for. I think there's always a gap between what a text espouses and what its followers actually do. So, that's the human element of religion. Regardless of
I think there's not that much of a gap as you think.
why.
Because if you look at world history, you see a lot of wars and a lot of genocides and a lot of slavery. Like, it's not missing. And you see a lot of it amongst people who have religions that endorse all of those things. And weirdly, you often see people doing the thing while quoting the verse that supports them doing it. You think the people who come down the road and you slaughter the people on the road yelling Allah Akbar or whatever are not motivated by their religion? You think the slaves, owners that are beating their slaves while quoting Luke chapter 16, which says a slave that does not listen and obey their master's voice shall be beaten with many stripes? What's the perversion, Marshall? What's the perversion? The text says the slave does not listen shall be beaten with many stripes. Where's the perversion if you're beating a slave?
Do you actually want to know my opinion, or do you just want to chastise me for having it?
I will do both. Can I do both?
I would appreciate not. If you want to know my opinion, fine. Just don't chastise me for it. But I get that you don't believe the same thing I did, but like, don't be an asshole about it, bro.
Marshall, go ahead.
All I meant was there are lots of texts that espouse some sort of compulsion and responsibility toward carrying out a peaceful relationship in which you live. I think populations that deal with those religions, regardless of whether they're animistic religions from the Neolithic era or whether they're religions now, there is what a religion espouses more of peace and going on to get along than what religion does not espouse, which is we should constantly, all the time, be at each other's throats. Right? Religion shifts between the two of those things. And I think when it shifts to the more bloodthirsty, I don't think that's the intent of texts. I think the intent of those texts are to explain the world to us and to guide us in a code that would make for peaceful relationship. Right? When you take those texts and you use them to commit violence, at least in my interpretation, it's the wrong thing. I realize that's not common. I realize that's not what most of y'all think, but at least that's how I interpret it.
So the slave thing is some kind of allegorical. But Benjamin brought up treatment of slaves in the New Testament.
Treatment of slaves in the New Testament, which I don't agree with. And again, I think if you're keeping the spirit of the New Testament, you're not doing that.
But it's in the New Testament, so how can it then it contradicts itself?
Okay, that contradicts itself. I'm not here to appease your particular view of how bad. No, you do that all the time. You treat people like they're morons. You have a very hard time having a polite conversation. So don't lecture me about it.
What am I doing right now?
You're in one of your calm moments. But just because you're calm now doesn't mean I have to forget that you're an asshole the rest of the time, bro.
Well, I mean, your belief system makes zero sense. I mean, am I supposed to applaud you for that?
No. You're just supposed to leave the judgment out of it.
Yeah, I judge everything. I mean, I'll judge everything that it comes across.
You don't need to openly judge me. That's a you thing. That's a catharsis that you get.
Wait, so Marshall, you don't want him to judge you, which is not the great Jesus like, and then you are not forgiving him, which is also not great Jesus like.
Yeah, Mark, some might even say you're judging him for what he's doing.
And don't forget, I'm not a Christian. I can judge whoever the fuck I want.
Oh, is religious exemption right? This is bad.
I don't think there's a religious exemption at all. I think when you're an asshole to people, you get worse treatment. That's all.
Why should I not be an asshole?
Because you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar.
What am I trying to catch with honey?
Oh man, if the platform to you,
Besides syphilis.
the platform to you is some ability to dunk on religious people, fine, dunk on me. I don't appreciate it though.
Well, I
want to say, Marshall, I appreciate you. I also appreciate dunking on religions.
God damn it, Benjamin. Anyway, so I'm not going to have a discussion about the concepts in the Bible without bringing you into the equation if that's easier or, I don't know, better for you.
I mean, if you want to talk about religion, I'd rather just
I want to go back to something Marshall said, which is that religions have 88 keys, right? Meaning they've got the low notes where you're killing people and doing slavery. Then they've got the high notes where you're doing nice things to children, right?
I think a B flat is like a low B flat is probably
Low
like,
B flat.
is, I don't know, genocide. No,
Yeah.
right?
So
I get it.
Well, maybe not. That's like a jazz.
So Marshall, so what's weird to me, right, is that there are religions like Sufism. It's not good. Sikhism. Sikhism is a religion. Look, I'm a little bit weak on this stuff, but as I
No genocide.
no genocide, no slavery. Like, you're not even allowed to hurt a fly, right? Like, if there's a fly in your house, you gotta catch that fly very carefully and gently, give him a meal, read him a story, take him outside, let him go, okay? So, like, that's a religion that doesn't have a B flat, right?
What about bacteria? I mean, you gotta not hurt any bacteria. So I guess you can't.
Dude, I mean, you can't even boil water because that kills bacteria. You gotta eat beer. Okay, so Marshall.
Yogurt. Okay.
So Marshall, the point is that I feel like, to T's point, that in religious edge, in a theory of religious evolution, religions that survive are religions that have all 88 keys. They can be nice when you want to be nice, and they can do genocide and slavery when you want to do those things. And so you can maintain your religion, as many have throughout the Nazi experience, throughout the eras of slavery, throughout the conquistadors, throughout the colonial destruction of the Americas. You can keep your religion because there's room on the keyboard for you, regardless of what you're doing. And I think to some extent, that's what I feel is missing from you. You say, well, they're doing it wrong. They're playing the piano wrong. And I would say, Marshall, it's a piano. They're just hitting the notes that are on the piano. And you're saying, no, they're playing the wrong notes. And I'm saying, Marshall, there's a piano over here that just doesn't have those notes. And you're not saying you want to be affiliated with that piano that only has the high notes.
I think Marshall has like a Casio keyboard.
It might have a Lindo keyboard, but do you see what I'm getting at, Marshall? Does that make any sense to you? I don't want to be too obtuse.
And yeah, I just, as I've said many times, concepts are fun to talk about for me. My particular religious experience is not something I want judged. It's mine. I'm a big believer in what's sacred to people's is what's sacred to people's, and I would like to keep that my sacred thing. But if you want to talk about the concepts of religion, or how
what if my sacred thing was my weekends with KK?
Listen for a second. If you want to talk about like how it arose, I got a really good history book about it. Right? Like I'm down to
how Christianity arose? Well, it's complicated.
No, like what if it actually developed? I took a history course on it in college and I kept the book. And it's called History of the World Christian Movement by
was it
Sunkist. They make orange juice, right?
Anyway, I don't like to have that conversation. Marshall, but if you want to talk about the religion, like, I got this book, I can look some stuff up.
So, Marshall, would you criticize me because I almost every day I come on and I criticize people's religions? You think that's worth criticizing?
Not that part.
I think you have the right to do that, and I think at least with me, you are, or you try to be respectful of my views. So I don't particularly mind when you do it. Like, I don't necessarily like all the judgment, but like, I don't feel like you're questioning from that real place of like, hey, you believe something that's stupid and that's asinine, and like, why the fuck do you believe that? I get the impression it's like,
well, I believed it before in my life, and I didn't believe it.
I get the impression that it's just kind of like you want to understand why I believe what I believe.
I always want to understand that. You know,
Man, how do I get a fucking medal? Man, I feel like everyone's got medals. I don't have one. Now I feel like
that's Joe.
Well, you could do it the way Canada does it. You could cheat. Ooh, did I say that out loud?
No, you can't cheat. Hey, Marshall. Before Marshall goes, I did want to ask you. I don't know how excited you'd be, but this was sounding a little end of the day-ish, let's say. Did you catch my Binky, my favorite theist, James Talarico, on the Stephen Colbert show, the one that was banned?
I did, and I think he should have been on, and it's bullshit that he wasn't. Yeah, well, what happened? Obi beats Rocket in the primary because he's the only person that can defeat Ken Paxton.
Yeah. So I figured this would be near and dear. Yeah, I have the audio of it, but
why was
I'll tell you, if you didn't see it, they did 14 minutes on Stephen Colbert show, and they put it on. It wasn't that it was actually big. It wasn't. So it's a little bit more nuanced than that, but it's the back and forth thing that the Trump intimidation thing does, where they're claiming the way they interpret the rule that you're supposed to give equal airtime to political candidates also applies to talk shows that are like comedy shows and stuff, which it doesn't. So that's their quote-unquote new interpretation. So here's the article from it. It says, Colbert's interview with Texas Rep. James Talarico orchestrated a second night of TV network drama, blah, blah, blah. Colbert said CBS refused to air his Monday night interview with Talarico, Democratic U.S. Senate candidate, because of the FCC's equal time rule, which requires broadcast TV and radio stations to grant comparable time and placement to political rival candidates. Colbert said late Friday night TV has been excused from this rule for decades, but in a notice last month, FCC officials said daytime and late-night talk shows incorrectly assumed they fell under the exemption, which otherwise applies to news programs. In a statement to media outlets Tuesday, CBS said it did not block Colbert from airing the Talarico interview, but rather provided legal guidance since the broadcast would be subject to the FCC rule. Network officials said The Late Show opted to post Talarico's interview on YouTube instead of providing equal time to the other Democratic primary candidates, U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett and the lesser-known Ahmad Hassan, according to CNN. Colbert pushed back on the network's account Tuesday, addressing the internal feud over Tallarico for a second night on the show. He said the company's lawyers approved his script from the night before when he told viewers about CBS's refusal to air the Tallarico interview. With a printed copy of the CBS statement on his desk, he used a dog poop bag to crumple up the piece of paper and throw it away. I'm well aware that we can book other guests, Colbert said Tuesday night. I didn't need to be presented with that option. CBS News and the FCC did not return the Chronicle's request for comment. Crockett, Tallarico's main opponent in the race, has appeared on the show, and both she and Colbert acknowledged that on Tuesday. This was previously. In a Tuesday interview on MS Now, Crockett said the CBS dispute likely gave Tallarico the boost he was looking for. I think it's probably better that he didn't get on and that they went straight to screaming, she said with a chuckle. I thought the same thing. Tallarico said he raised $2.5 million in 24 hours after his late-night appearance on YouTube. He accused the FCC of banning his Colbert interview, though there's no evidence the federal commission was directly involved in the decision. Crockett said she received a phone call indicating that CBS could air the Tallarico interview if the network offered her equal time. She didn't receive a request to appear on the show because her campaign didn't have an issue with the situation. In footage circulating on X by the Hill, Crockett said her team had information suggesting the federal government did not directly shut down the interview, but the fear about the FCC's response likely prompted either Late Show or CBS to take it off air. The FCC launched an investigation into ABC's The View after Tallarico appeared on the show at the start of the month, according to Reuters. There may have been advice to just have me on, and then they could clear the issue, Crockett said in the Hill footage. It was my understanding that someone decided somewhere that we just don't want to do that. Instead, we're going to just do it this way. The article, blah, blah, blah. So that was the gist.
Yeah, so what happened here is it's not that it was banned. CBS made a business decision for political reasons, right? And because the political reasons are effectively chilling, they're scary, it turned into a big news story. And I'm grateful, I'm glad this is big news right now because it's shining a big light on something that's important that's happening right now.
This is huge.
And the important thing here is that the big corporations are feeling political pressure to modify their business practices to not air things based upon political pressure. That's chilling. That's scary. We should be concerned, right?
Hear, hear.
That's the article I just read it from. And by the way, here's a little bit of the audio from the interview. I have it on fast. It's up on 1.15, so it's not too fast.
Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now is a representative of the Texas State House who is currently running for the United States Senate. Please welcome to the Late Show YouTube page, Representative James Tallarico. Now, here's the thing. I don't usually say this to a guest, but if people are watching this right now, it's because they found us online on YouTube. I did an act of the show that's on tonight explaining why. It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas. This is the party that ran against cancel culture, and now they're trying to control what we watch, what we say, what we read, and this is the most dangerous kind of cancel culture, the kind that comes from the top. They went after The View because I went on there. They went after Jimmy Kimmel for telling a joke they didn't like. They went after you for telling the truth about Paramount's bribe to Donald Trump. Corporate media executives are selling out the First Amendment to curry favor with corrupt politicians. And a threat to any of our First Amendment rights is a threat to all of our First Amendment rights.
So I'm just to fact check you, my network said our cancellation was a purely financial decision.
Got it.
And I remain very grateful for the last 11 years. Now, you grew up in Texas.
I did.
There you are.
I did.
There you are. You can prove it. They give you the adult boots as a child. And you're
That's
supposed
right.
to grow into them.
That's
I
right.
understand.
That's right.
You served in the Texas House, and now you're running for Senate. The race, frankly, should not be as interesting as it is. Donald Trump won Texas by 14%. Why do you think this year Texas is considered a possibility by Democrats?
Well, I'm an 8th-generation Texan. My family has been in our state since it was Mexico. And across...
So you're going to get deported, is what you're saying.
Across the state, there is a backlash growing to the extremism and the corruption in our politics. And I have traveled every corner of Texas already, from El Paso to Beaumont, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and we've had thousands of Texans showing up to rally with us. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, "I'm not a Democrat," like it's some kind of secret. And we've recruited 14,000 volunteers who are out there doing the work all over our state. We have this is one of the most exciting parts. We have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. And so this is really it's a people-powered movement to take back our state and take back our country. And I feel like we're building something really special in Texas, and clearly Donald Trump has taken that.
Now, one of the things that's come up in some of the conversations you've had with the Texas State House floor, which some of the videos I've seen you do, and one of the things that's gotten you attention out there is that you are a Presbyterian seminary. Presently?
Yes.
Seminary?
Yes.
Okay. The right attempts to co-opt Christianity, to say that you can't believe in God, you can't believe in God. I think Donald Trump might have said something like that at the National Prayer Breakfast, like you can't actually be a Christian to be a Democrat. But the religious right is largely a political movement that references spirituality, but it's a political. What is your heartfelt hand out to the people who want to use religion as a tool of political power?
Well, for 50 years, the religious right, a political movement, that is a perfect description for it. They convinced a lot of our fellow Christians that the most important issues were abortion and gay marriage. Two issues that aren't mentioned in the Bible, two issues that Jesus never talked about. Jesus in Matthew 25 tells us exactly how you and I and every one of our fellow believers, how we're going to be judged and how we're going to be saved. By feeding the hungry, by healing the sick, by welcoming the stranger. Nothing about going to church, nothing about voting Republican. It was all about how you treated the people.
Amen, brother.
I've said before, don't tell me what you believe. Show me how you treated the people, and I'll tell you what you believe. And I think in our faith, we've got to get back to those fundamentals. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, and when I was little, he told me that Christianity is a simple religion, not an easy religion. He would always clarify, but a simple religion because Jesus gave us two commandments: love God and love neighbor. And there was no exception to that second commandment. Love thy neighbor regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation or immigration status or religious affiliation. And it's why I have fought so hard for the separation of church and state in the state capital in Texas, because
I want to ask you about that, because you did, as a state rep, you fought against a bill requiring the Ten Commandments to be displayed in schools.
That's right.
Why, even on that level, do you think it's important to keep the separation, not just for state, but for the church?
Well, because we are called to love all of our neighbors, including our Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, agnostic, atheist neighbors, and forcing our religion down their throats is not love. And it's why I have fought. It's why I fought so hard for that sacred separation in our First Amendment, because my granddad, he raised me to believe that that boundary between church and state doesn't just benefit the state or our democracy, although it certainly does, but it also benefits the church. Because when the church gets too cozy with political power, it loses its prophetic voice, its ability to speak truth to power, its ability to imagine a completely different world. And so this separation between church and state is something we have to safeguard. It's something we have to fight for. And I think we need someone in the U.S. Senate who is going to confront Christian nationalism and say and tell the truth, which is that there is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship. It is the worship of power in the name of Christ. And it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth. And I just want to thank you, Stephen, because I know you're not a politician, but you have really shown people in this country what Christianity should be and what it means to actually live out the teachings of Jesus, even in a talk show.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit on that. That's very nice of you to say. I would never lay that compliment to myself, because I think I fall far short of what my standards would be. But I will agree with you on this. I think that it is bad for certainly my church or any religious organization to associate themselves from a political party. How must it diminish God to be associated with something so small as a present political party? Because imagine this. Imagine that you managed to co-opt Christianity. Imagine if you managed to convince everybody that Jesus was on your side. If you then lose the election, sounds like you've got a pretty weak Jesus.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's the key, is you don't want to fit the big thing into the small thing. Mm-hmm. And God is the biggest thing there is. And so to try to fit God into a political party, whether it's the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, you've got it reversed. And so it's why I think we have to remember to put those big things first, to put the love of God and the love for our neighbors before anything else. Because right now, what you've got is people baptizing their partisanship and calling that Christianity, when in reality, your politics should grow out of your faith, not the other way around.
Now, there's been some attention on your race in recent weeks after a TikToker that you met in person says that you privately said to them, and I want to get this quote, and they attribute to you, right? This person says, you said, I signed up originally to run against a mediocre black man, not a formidable and intelligent black woman, supposedly in reference to Colin Allred being the black man, and you denied this. Yes. Okay. You denied that you ever said that.
That's correct.
Okay. Allred continues to talk about it, even though he's no longer running for the Senate, correct? Right. So where does that stand? How do you, as someone who this person says this about you, you say it didn't happen, how do you imagine this gets adjudicated, and what would you like to say to people?
Yeah, I mean, we know that misinformation spreads on the internet, and sometimes like a game of telephone. As I said in my statement, I did critique Colin Allred's campaigning as mediocre, but I would never attack him on the basis of race. I respect Colin Allred deeply, even though we have disagreements on the best way to campaign and the best way to win Texas. My job in this moment is to try to lower the temperature, is to try to remind us that we are all on the same team, trying to change the politics of our state and change the politics of our country, because we are seeing the consequences of losing elections as we speak. And we have a moral imperative to win in November in Texas and to win across this country, because that's how we're going to get things back on track. And so I know things get tense in a primary. I know stuff flies around on the internet. I understand that, but I'm trying to get us all to keep our eyes on the prize, which is remembering we're on the same team, and getting out there, doing the organizing work so that we can win it.
Rico for president.
I have. I called, I called them after all this stuff came out and everything started to blow up, just to reiterate what I said in my statement, that I do respect him.
And how did that conversation go?
I don't want to reveal anything in a private conversation, but I hope that he and I walked away with a better understanding of each other.
Now, you're serving in Texas House of Representatives. You've had your fair share of strange days. I understand you had to weigh in on legislation about, and I hope I'm reading this correctly, furries.
I did.
Now, I know what furries are. Is that the same furries that I do not use my work computer to search for?
That's right. Yeah, when I ran for public office, I never thought I'd be talking about furries in this job. But my Republican colleagues in the state legislature, they were promoting an internet hoax that Texas public school students were identifying as cats.
Yes.
And
I heard the story.
Yes.
I heard the story.
And that the schools were providing litter boxes to those students. I know.
My understanding is it's not just Texas, it's everywhere in the United States.
It's an epidemic.
Biden signed a law that
yes, forcing litter boxes in every class. Yes. Anyway, they decided to write a bill to combat this completely made-up problem, and it fell to me as a member of the Public Education Committee to question the author of that bill. And so I just asked him a pretty simple question. Has there been a single documented case of a school providing a litter box to students? And he couldn't name one. And this video went everywhere. You can look it up online.
So the law was working.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. He actually kind of said something similar to that. His response was that this law is to prevent that from ever happening. Which I guess that's true. But anyway, there is a point to this craziness. They want us talking about furries and bathrooms, so we don't realize that they are picking our pockets, that they are closing our schools, they are gutting our healthcare, and they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for their billionaire donors. The culture wars are a smokescreen, because the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom.
Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for being the first guest to ever appear only on YouTube.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Representative James Talarico, everybody.
There he is, man. He's got my vote.
Joe's back if you want to ask him.
Yeah, I saw him. I was talking a little bit earlier, but throwing too many charges to jump. But wait, maybe there's one I forgot. While we get back to this thing. Which one, David? Maybe I already asked him on the show.
Well, you said you were talking to him. Talking to or with?
Well, no, just while he's in the chat. Just while he's in the audience.
Yeah, well, it's just like if you want to monetize, the creeper thing, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, well, I mentioned that while he was here. He was sure I said that. Yeah, I mean that's interesting. But what we were saying, Joe, and to anybody else who want to talk about this too, and we can get back to this thing. But what are other things? I mean, you guys must think about this, so I'm sure, relate to the party and having you been entertaining us, wax poetic on this stuff. But what other things? Like, we have a bunch of things that we've thought of, or that I've been spouting off mostly, of ideas that things that would be a benefit to us hosting rooms that I think people would pay for outside of just the anonymous kind of stuff. And just spitballing some of those ideas to stop having the, as we were talking about as examples, to stop having the John Kitover for Congress. Speaking for people running for Congress.
Like, it sounds like this tool was developed to help the modding and like the veridic process of whatever vetting of who comes up on stage or whatever. I think that's kind of one of the emphasis or selling points. But how can you feel when there's an anon? I don't know what Blackheart anon person it is, but if you can't control the room, you don't own it. So quit saying we own. And pretending
well, yeah, like
there's ownership.
This is the thing I wanted to say, Joe. Sorry to use all this time to focus on you, but I don't know if you know, I'm thinking you must know that there's a whole bunch of rooms now where mods are charging to do things like goo people or the block people and all kinds of stuff that must be counter to the app. I'm not exactly sure how you police that kind of stuff. But I can see that being a detriment. I've seen enough of it. It happens in the music rooms where you pay to skip the line. And, that stuff seems to me counterproductive to what would happen here. I don't know a way to stop that kind of stuff unless you explicitly come up with a rule that if somebody's caught monetizing, or if you wanted to go that far, you clubhouse cops or something, but that you stop them from doing it, right? And then on the other side of that is when people are blocked, it's such an issue where the way that it is right now, where the blockage, I know you know this, I think I've heard you guys speak with this in older town halls, but when people are blocked, I get so many comments that you can see in my messages, people saying, I can't go in the room, blah, 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 Zamad, or whatever, like they can't even come in and talk. And it seems to me that maybe you could charge. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but I'm also trying to think I might be causing more problems. But I'm trying to think of things that like house owners and moderators might want to pay for themselves so that other people aren't charging for it. But where you have the ability,
where blocked people can subsidize the app.
kind of like I was thinking more like if somebody is blocked because there's somebody in your room, like why have it be that when they're modded that the power kicks in? Because I don't know that dynamic's happening, but I would love to have the information privy to me that that's the situation going on in the room. That there's some, you know what I mean? Like knowing that, when I let this person come up, this other person can't speak. Somebody to me might be valuable, but isn't valuable to the other person, so they've kind of cut me at the ankles where I can't do anything about that.
You want to see that block?
I pay for that. Yeah, when you pay for it, it's not necessarily the blacklist, but when you know, like knowing that there's an issue between two people and somebody's not going to be able to speak, like in your own kind of room, something like that, right? It's got to be something there that can both counteract the people paying to goo people, right? And then you also being aware of what the dynamics are in your room so that the indirect version of that doesn't happen. But anyways, sure, go for it. John, Monica, what's that?
So, hey guys, haven't been around much today.
Hi, Jonica.
Hey, Pro, some people are doing that like on a YouTube channel.
Wait a minute, did he ask John and then I wanted to go? Okay, go.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, but just you want to finish that idea real quick, JC? See, since you're already halfway through. Or no? Is it no? Okay. John?
Sorry, I just realized Monica's here. This room is really branching out.
Maybe the medal awards people.
No, I didn't see it. Sorry. Okay.
Joe answered your question somewhat in the chat.
Yeah.
The solution is if you don't like Benjamin's block list, don't make Benjamin a mob.
So are you guys not? I'm not sure if you're hearing me. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you now.
Now.
Oh, okay.
And you're going to be Jonica until you say something.
Okay, good. Well, I saw. Oh yeah. I was just surprised to see Monica here. It's quite a change in Clubhouse in the last year.
What's up, Monica?
Hey, are you finished with the dig and the snotty reply, or did you want to reply to John's Prolerico's question? Because I have content.
Oh, the third question. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
No, you were too busy forming the slam.
Well, I really was surprised to see you here.
That's the third time, John. Just because we don't travel in the same clubhouse circles doesn't mean I just suddenly arrived with a new badge. I've been here doing the work for 5 years now.
Monica, I so admire you.
All right. So, Prolerico, the comment in the chat was relevant. The creator of the room should pay close attention to who they make moderators. I kind of wish the clubhouse would go back to the stage guests block lists don't matter, because they just instituted something a couple weeks ago that the stage guest block list shadow bans the room from permitting other people to see it. That's a huge problem for me. Like, I actually think only the room creators block list should count, and that would eliminate a lot of the tragedy and the furious back channeling and the hurt feelings and the, I don't know why you have to have so and so on stage because I can't get. And then I'm one of the ones back channeling because people believe in gossip and innuendo and don't pay attention to what I actually say, and so then I'm seeing interesting titles with terrific people that I can't get in and learn from because some asshat is squatting like a toad on the stage. So I think
have you blocked?
I don't know who you
I'm sure
are.
I'm not the only one.
I don't know who you are. Are you relevant? So anyway,
Not to fucking you.
When she's done, I want to just.
so you're welcome. So that.
Are you relevant, Monica?
So that political, I did have a couple other comments, but it seems like the gentlemen want to go off mute, so I'll let them have it. Maybe I can pick it up.
Finish up. JCC is going to come in after you, but what do you got?
So I wish Clubhouse would hear us on that, and then also either you trust your mods or you don't. And I have a block list too, but I have a very excellent reason for almost everyone I block, and it's not because they don't like me. It's because they've continuously harassed me on the app, or they're John Kitover, or they're spammers. So, those people aren't here to learn. Those people aren't here to grow. Those people aren't here to share. So I don't feel bad blocking the jerks.
Right. No problem. Before you go to JCC, I just want to say this. I have a couple really quick ideas on the thing. So 2 things. First, one of the things I'm doing with the whole profile stuff is to air some of this out as a way around dealing with like all the people who don't like each other stuff. When you get into rooms and they're reasonably, I don't even like really huge rooms, but when there's a critical mass of people in a room, whatever that number is for you, I think good conversation can happen with 6 to 8 people. But let's say there's 15 to 30, which tends to be a lot of the rooms that I think the good conversation stuff is in. That's enough people that it's kind of like the birthday game in mathematics, right? That's enough people that you're going to see somebody, instead of sharing a birthday, somebody has beef with each other, right? You get up to 15, 20, 50, it's all but guaranteed, just like the birthday game, right? It's kind of the same idea. The idea being, what I would like to know is, by the way, if I mod Benjamin or don't mod Benjamin, right? I have no way of knowing who Benjamin has beef with unless I just happen to be up on Benjamin every day. So it shouldn't be my responsibility to know all of the Benjamin beef things if I want to have good communication. What would be nice is if, as soon as I went to mod him, if it told me that he has an issue with somebody else and it's going to stop them from speaking. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about that would be valuable information. That someone would almost be, I'd pay a couple bucks for that. If you told me I got a little, instead of an anon thing, which seems very weird, creeper, especially in the era that we're in, by the way, let's say that again. I'd much rather have, I'm looking for informed, good conversation. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want things that let me spy on people. I don't need that. I can forego that, right? Those kind of things, right? And then the other thing, it's kind of connected to that, but if somebody comes up to the stage, and then they say what somebody just said about the Benjamin thing again, and then I hear the beef. Now I know, okay, Benjamin has the issue with the person, or whatever. It's my decision. If next time I do the room, I want to do that. But when you say stuff in the chats, you should just be aware of your mind. That's assuming that everybody's doing regular rooms. So forget about me. If someone just does a room and they all of a sudden have 8 or 9, 10 people, it shouldn't fall on their responsibility to know the social dynamics of the lunchroom. That's what I'm saying. It makes it high school. It diminishes the app. It makes it middle school and all that kind of stuff. When that becomes my responsibility, and I'm just trying to have a better room. It's like, I didn't know you guys had beef with each other at the lunch table until I hear it taking place when we're all sitting at the same table. And if I wanted to not have that happen, well, it's too late. I can't find out because it's just like, I just brought that person up and now someone's sending me a back channel message that, this person stopped me from getting in the room. I just think it's a weird thing. So, all right, that's enough. JCC, what you got?
Yeah. So you mentioned monetizing the aspect of allowing a blocked person to come up on stage or some sort of regards to monetizing the control. Some
people do that with their quote unquote podcasts on YouTube when they have a call-in, i.e. show, and there's multiple people chatting and talking. They have super chats. Mute this person for 5 minutes. Mute this. The more you send in, the more you can mute them, and the more you send in, you can actually remove them from the stage, and the more you send in, you can have them re-enter the stage. So in that regard, it's been done on YouTube, and I think it works for some folks. It's kind of fun.
Right. Yeah. It happens a lot on Twitter Spaces and stuff like that. There's a lot of monetized stuff on over there. I just think it's weird. You go and someone's like, hey, pay me $10, I'll do that person. Like, have you no integrity? someone paid you to, you know? It's like, I'll just go because they irritate me, right? You don't need to pay me.
Well, so I don't know how many of the Black culture rooms you're in, Pro, but it's entertainment. They shoot the opposition, and then they spin the block, and the opposition has an opportunity to double the money.
To answer your question, I'm in them quite a lot, but I know you're probably speaking to other people. But yeah, I'm very
and it's lucrative and entertaining. So it's not a flaw in the design; it is the design. Is what I was gonna.
I don't think it's the design. I don't think if you were to ask
for those rooms.
Yeah, but I don't think Clubhouse planned on that. I don't think Clubhouse wants to be subverting their own income and revenue by other people making it on their app by charging people for stuff they didn't build in. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would find that hard to believe.
No, I don't think I would disagree with you, but it's
right,
working.
They're finding trouble. I was just saying they're finding trouble monetizing their own app in terms of the thing that they're selling. I think it would be fair to say maybe I'm off on that too, but it doesn't seem like the Anon thing is like necessarily the best package of goods to them.
I like your point, what you said earlier. It's encouraging subversive or behavior. It's sneaky. Those were not your words, but that's what yeah.
Anyways,
hey, Phoenix is here. We can say hi to Phoenix.
James Tallarico?
Yes, James Tallarico. I noticed my ears perked said, enough of this post-Marxism. The only thing that matters is Marxism. Did you hear him say that?
I didn't catch those exact words, no.
No, those were his precise words. Yeah, those were his precise words. Well, I mean, probably the way your ear translated it was something like this. You know, they do these things about bathrooms to distract you from the fact that the only class that matters is the upper class, the lower class, or something like this. That's probably the way your ears heard it.
That's some way, something like that.
Yeah, but what he's saying is enough of this progressive Marxism. We got to get back to true Marxism. No?
So you're voting for him?
I think he's so pro-religion that you have to vote for him, right, Benjamin?
Well, I think he's a little bit muddled. His separation of church and state, you know, he's got some word salad going on.
He's ethnically Texan and religiously Presbyterian and politically humanitarian. He's the answer to what would Jesus do in Texas.
He doesn't think so much that your religion should flow from your politics, but that your politics should flow from your religion.
Yeah, he did say that part. Yeah,
that's a bit word salady. Like, if you really want to parse what he's getting at.
I did actually. He said that.
Yeah, but if you don't have a religion, then your politics flow from that not having a religion. So, what's the problem there?
I think the big picture stuff is that if you got a U.S. Senate candidate on a late night talk show, I obviously heard criticizing Donald Trump and criticizing the corporate media, to your point, Benjamin, and and you heard the discussing the religion and politics part because that's where our ears are attuned to. Right? But and to me, he's discussing misinformation. He's discussing partisan power. That's political matter of political importance kind of stuff by definition, right? And if I can, the weird part for me is that this stuff gets thrown onto YouTube because they feel like, oh, this is a way to circumnavigate the issue. And YouTube's not regulated by the FCC in the same way, right? That's the whole reason they do that. For those who playing along at home, maybe missed that, but I think everybody kind of gets that. And the weak position of CBS. I get it, right? They corporate lawyers who have to protect their interests, and if they get fined or they lose a license, losing the license is probably really the big thing, right? If they're like, this is the way they're going to read this law, which is total BS, but if they're going to start doing it, they're trying to get out in front of it and be like, look, we can't afford to lose a license that could be worth billions, right? So the revolutionary in me is like, oh my gosh, yes, like, I can't believe you didn't, have his back kind of thing. But we keep seeing time and time again, the networks aren't going to have the back. They're going to cowtail to the conservative kind of slant that we're getting out of the FCC under the Trump.
Wall Street over Main Street.
Before you get too excited about this was some strike back going on, and if Texas goes blue, it might be because
won't go blue. There's only one Senate seat up for it. What do you mean? What's that even mean? Just not be so bleeding red? It's not going blue.
It might be because, in fact,
have you heard of purple?
Maybe heard of purple. So, don't think too harshly about this. This is beautiful strike day.
Guys, everyone's worried about blue versus red. Pedophile networks. Is there a city under the Getty? When did AI start? Was it in the 50s or the 90s? All this BS. Listen, did you guys hear about the 12-minute war?
That's the BS?
That's all BS, bro. The big picture is, BB told us.
The 1 minute man? What?
Listen. Remember what they did to Lebanon with the pagers? Every single one of us has a phone. They know everything about us. They got all the data. And with that data, they can call your phone and blow your head off. I think World War III is going to be the shortest thing ever. Thank you.
That's interesting. I think.
And they said people don't have hot takes anymore.
It matches the title, conspiracy theories.
That's right. I was looking for it. I just think the weirdness is that we're putting the message that we want to get out to the bigger audience to the smaller place. Think about it. It's public TV, right? I understand it's privately. CBS is a private company. It's public when you want to talk about stocks. But what I'm saying is, like, you're trying to get a message out to the public, and then you're putting it on YouTube, and then the irony is that it's getting the kind of draw that it is, and then he's pulling, if those numbers are correct, that he's pulling 2.5 million for his campaign. It's like, are we saying that we want the real messages to end up on YouTube? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that really what you want to happen? You want to be pushing the truth to YouTube? It's an interesting thing, the way that spins around.
That's like saying because the advertisements are about bathrooms, we want to be talking about bathrooms. No. They want us talking about bathrooms.
YouTube was down for about 20 minutes yesterday. Anybody know what?
What'd you say was that?
YouTube.
Oh.
Because someone had to flush the toilet. Is it back? Oh, were they putting the Epstein files uploading it?
I just think there's a lot of irony there. The goal of stricter enforcement is supposed to be, fairness, and then you get more political speech online. You get less of it on broadcast. It just turns into the algorithmic amplification stuff too. I don't know if that's necessarily the healthier way to get things done. Not that that was the plan. I'm just saying I get Kitover why you want to do it that way, but it's weird.
Looks pretty murderers from your neighborhood?
You dive into
Murderers is a little bit of a stretch, but we'll see.
Accidental firearm dischargers. I was gonna say executioners, but there's me trying to moderate for you.
You know what?
I'm on the cusp. They say a few more points and I get to be a medal holder. So I gotta watch my P's and Q's.
What are you gonna say, Bob?
I just wonder about the circumstances in Minnesota. I wonder if when he had kicked the tail light out of the ICE officer's vehicle, had police been there to arrest him, could he possibly still be alive? The dominoes that fall in just a certain terrible way, that the worst thing happens. Think about that sometime.
Why would you leap to a weird counterfactual that he would be alive if they had caught him doing something I've not even really heard of? Why is that like the first thing that comes? Maybe you got an article on this taillight kicking kung fu move. I didn't know he was kung fu fighting.
Well, that offense is a misdemeanor anyway. It's not a arrestable offense. Unless it costs X amount of dollars, depending on the state, then it could be arrestable. But it's a ticketable offense.
And not a shootable one, right? JCC? Like not even close to being a shoot.
Yeah, definitely not shootable for kicking a tailhead off. But to Monica's point, like if he was to get ticketed, right, for that offense, he still would have gone to the protest, and those agents would have still assassinated him. That's right, I said it.
How could there be any doubt that they didn't? Like, he had his back to them, right?
Well, people say fuck around and find out, that's why.
Well, I mean, if you're an ideologue or you're blind, right, you could be like, oh, it was an accident, blah, blah, blah.
What if you're just proud? Is that the same accident, Romero, of that woman in her car who was just driving away? Would that be the same again?
Well? Yeah, if you're blind.
Sarcasm. No. They play. She was behind a murderous vehicle that was gonna run him over. Remember, they play different whataboutism. And PTSD, of course, is the person holding the gun. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, he was afraid for his life.
I know.
He was afraid for his life.
You didn't know about Alex's violent interaction with ICE agents a week or so before his death?
Is kicking a car is that an offense that's worth being murdered for? Is that how the legal system works, Monica? That if you kick a car, you get executed in the streets?
Why would I need to know about it? Like, how's that relevant to the fact that they killed him? You think it's relevant to the fact that they killed him?
He did die, and it is a tragedy that he...
The fact that they killed him, how is a week earlier event that he didn't get in trouble for, sounds like? How is it relevant?
It's relevant to a pattern of behavior that exposes...
So he was killed because of a pattern of behavior.
I don't know why I can't finish a sentence.
Because I'm trying to...
Are you alright,
Because
David?
it's fucking crazy, Monica. That's
I'm just trying to get to the meat and potatoes here. How it's relevant is because now you're saying a pattern of behavior. Where are you going with this? His pattern of behavior from a week earlier is why they killed him?
Sounds like
If you include the behavior that he did on the second time around, there was no behavior. We all saw a video.
No, you guys got the wrong angle. If you're going to include like what happened the prior week, then that goes both ways. That could count as evidence of premeditated murder. We thought about that, Monica, on kind of the icing.
I thought that was one of the ways she was doing, and then I was like, wait a minute, no, she's not.
this is why people have you blocked, Monica.
Like, if he had been arrested. arrested the first time and not killed, we'd have to assume that. If he'd been arrested and not killed, would he not be on the street for border patrol and not murder? That's really the question, right?
I believe that Alex Purdy contributed to his death. I believe the ICE agent that took the gun away from him and didn't alert the other ICE agents that he was unarmed at the time contributed to his death. I think it's been established the premature or accidental firing of Alex Purdy's gun, which made the ICE agents believe they were being shot at, contributed to his death.
That's just a lie. His gun didn't fire.
Wait, that wasn't established? Let me look.
He had his back to them.
His gun had been taken, and also there's multiple angles of this situation. It's not just one vantage point. There's literally so many videos from different angles of the same event. His gun was taken away. They were beating the fuck out of him, and then they pumped 9 bullets into him. Whoops.
There's no evidence of shooting.
Yeah, they shot him. He's on the ground, not moving, and then they shot him some more.
And the police have been known to chase people on the freeway for hours. Just because someone runs away from you doesn't mean you just shoot them in the face. That's completely stupid.
But by that logic, right, then everyone at January 6th should have been mowed down. All of them. By that logic, right, Monica?
Is that what mowed down means? You got Monica?
And just I would be worried about bootlicking these authority figures. I'm sure it's all fun and games when you're not the victim, but eventually you will be. And just try to keep that in mind. Gabby.
Just look up coverture and see if you liked where MAGA's going back to.
So glad you brought me up. Thank you, Chris.
Certainly, Mitch.
So the investigation is ongoing. The last I heard was it was an accidental discharge from Alex Purdy's gun. That looks like it's wrong. I have Grok doing a couple of research tidbits for it. And I actually think the initial ICE agents who were shoving the women out the street and then pepper spraying them, I think that was excessive use of force. So, like I said, all the dominoes that lined up to equal the death of Alex Purdy reminds me of Tamir Rice's death at the hands of police too. Just bad luck.
What if you found out the counterfactual? What if it was warm enough for them to go? If it was warm enough for them to go touch grass and there wasn't snow, do you think that might have solved everything?
I actually think that Waltz and the Democratic leadership that are fomenting the anti-ICE protests contributed to Alex Purdy's death too. And also I don't believe I've exonerated anyone.
Did Donald Trump contribute to January 6th?
Oh, there's too many gentlemen thirsty in here. One mic at a time.
Oh my God, these people are just so thirsty for me. I'm just so clever.
Did Donald Trump contribute to January 6th?
I heard 2 voices at once. It hurts my brain.
Oh my God, are you relevant, Monica? Does anyone care about you, Monica?
Also, don't play the man card because I'm equally in disagreement with you. Just saying.
Romero, over to
I have an important question, I think, is an addition to this conversation. These hundreds of thousands of beds these new prison beds, who do you think they're going to put in them? Let's see what people say.
Not it.
I mean, there's an Irish dude who called into a radio station in his home country. He's in one of those concentration camps, and he described the environment that he's in. And it's fucking horrific,
right? So if Irish people are getting put in these concentration camps, of course, white people are next.
Well, the thing that people don't understand is they're all cheering for this, right? But what happens is if they think that your gardener doesn't have papers and you're an accomplice, they're going to put you in there. You have to be really careful, who you're giving the guns and the authority to, because you're next. People never think it's them till it happens to. I work in the criminal justice quite a bit, and you never think it's you. You think it's someone else, some mysterious criminal person, but it's so easy for them to just point the finger at anybody in the building. And then, once they start doing that, you're still going to be cheering away and saying, get these murderous, horrible alien criminals. I'm telling you, the whole thing is a scam. It's no big contracts are being given to Core Civic. It's a private prison company. They're spending tens, if not, $100 billion building these new prisons, and they're just, they're rubbing their hands together saying, oh, goody. But you watch what happens. This is bad stuff.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
I'm sorry,
You're honestly going to say that this is an entire scam by the Trump administration because of a private prison system?
I do. I think it's their money laundering. Every administration has a money laundering scheme, and I think Trump's administration. Yes, the immigration money laundering scheme. Yes, sir.
So what was Biden?
I was just going to say that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that. You're talking about no big
Here's the Matrix Neo.
Private. Like what's imagine is that the whole point of ICE is to find undocumented immigrants and deport them from the country. But why do we need these massive structures that are really there's constant college? Why do we need that? Isn't the point just to deport them from the
because it's not for deporting. It's not for deporting. It's for the enemies of the president, really. Like after they're done with the undocumented, it'll be someone said something bad about Donald Trump. Boom.
I just wonder what do you think that what was Biden's big scheme, Dr. Mish? I'm just curious.
Well, what people have said that he was flooding cities with illegal immigrants to change the vote count so they could change the seat in Congress. But listen, stop the comparison stuff. This is the cause of all misery. Okay?
You literally just said that every administration has the thing. I want to see that.
It's his thing, and he's building that. So, and Donald Trump's thing is spending billions of dollars, using that to his advantage so he can launder tens of billions of dollars through this fake immigration policy. So it's one thing has nothing to do with the other, and this is the trap.
I'm literally I'm quoting it back. I'm not trying to I'm literally quoting. You say every president has their big money grab.
Man, it drives me.
Money spending. So I'm just trying to. What do you think Biden's was? I don't think that's an unfair question to ask you.
They have nothing to do with each other, Ben. They have nothing to do with each other. The Trump administration is using a lot of things to his advantage, Donald Trump and his people.
Sure.
So don't be blinded by the previous administration's faults, okay?
No, I'm one of this if you're intellectually honest, but you don't even want to answer the question.
He's not pivoting. He's saying you said every president does this. He's asking you, what did Biden do?
Right. I said that. Priorities proved it.
And then you said, well, some people said this, and you immediately ran back to Trump.
Do undocumented immigrants vote?
What did Lyndon B. Johnson do?
Well, apparently it looking like what the Senate and the House are about to pass, and they seem to think that all these, registered, quote unquote, illegal aliens, as they like to call them, are flooding the polls.
Yeah, so also the COVID vaccine scare. Okay, there were a lot. Every administration has
COVID vaccine was a scam.
So wasn't that under Trump and not Biden?
It's under both, but
I thought Operation Warp was under Trump.
Yeah, so they laundered trillions of dollars through that thing. Look,
I'm not defending Donald Trump at all. Don't point at your.
Let me finish it, man. Would you just, if you want to ask me a question, let me finish to answer it. But just keep your minds open, okay? Try not to fall into the trap that any of these administrations care about you. They do not. They're just playing with each other at your expense. So that's the final word.
That's why that's why I don't vote down party lines. That's why I'm an independent. It's for that very reason. So I think you and I might have more in common. Like I said, you made a point. I asked for a clarifying. I'm sorry that you get defensive over me asking you a question about yours.
Then there's no limit to the number of scams each administration has. If all I had to do was I had time, I do forensic work for a living. Like if all I had to do was investigate every administration to how many scams they had, I don't think I would have to hire 1,000 people.
Sure, and I'm sure that there's lots of scams with the Trump administration. I also know that he ran on the fact that a large portion of the American population that voted for him based on his immigration policy. So I don't think it's a far stretch that he went ahead and tried to deport a bunch of people. That's literally what the people that voted for him.
They're not. They keep saying criminals and murderers, and they're picking up housekeepers and taxi drivers. And they're still saying it's criminals, murderers, and insane asylums. And that's not who they're picking up. There are little children and their mothers in detention who use them. So it's 100%. It's not 100% bullshit. It's just don't let a crisis go to waste and turn it into dollars. That's what it was.
Sure. I mean, Hillary Clinton said that during COVID, almost exactly that verbatim. So, and I mean, you had Barack Obama, who's apparently his only scandal was the tan suit. And if you believe that, I got a Bridget Brooks to sell you. So I
the drones.
I actually think we have a lot more in common than you think, Dr. Bitch. They're all bullshit.
I don't think we don't. It's just that, and I'm not. If I'm sounding defensive, I'm not. I'm really kind of tired of people in power in this country where the citizens are supposed to own the government and the assets of this country. They come in, they basically charge us to manage the assets that we as citizens own in this country. And then they beat the shit out of us. And if we get out of line, they put us in prison or they shoot us. So, we're not going in a good direction.
No doubt.
It seems to me like the United States is really going in circles, right? I mean, if you look at the Declaration of Independence and the reasons why people decided to even come together to create the United States, look at the actual grievances that they had. One of their grievances that's always stood out to me was having standing armies here. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislators, right? And whenever I walk in the city and I see military, this line from the Declaration of Independence always comes to my mind. Like, that's one of the reasons why the United States was created, because it's such an offensive, it's such an egregious type of trespass just to have military standing around.
Sure, and I also think that it's like a horrible thing that, or it's like, a lot of America's founding was based upon the Boston Tea Party, in the sense that we didn't think we were getting that great of a deal from England in terms of our representation. And yet, in terms of our representation, we keep blowing money into the government, watching the federal government expand at rapid rates, not really getting anything for our money in return, or very little for our money in return. And that's for Republicans as well as Democrats. Yet we dump trillions of dollars into the war on drugs, the war on poverty, and yet those things are not going. it's not really helping, let me put it that way. And yet, the United States spends more per capita than any other westernized country by far on education, and yet our student rates do not reflect that. So, like our test scores do not reflect that. Our kids are not as smart as other countries that spend way less. So, and yet the federal government just keeps continuing to come with their hand like, we want more money, we want more money, we want more money. So, again, I'm nonpartisan for a reason. It's just whenever I get in a room with Democrats, I start sounding like a Republican, and whenever I get in a room with Republicans, I start sounding like a Democrat. I mean, one thing is to consider why some of the points that I'm in education, and I always, when people say something like you just ended up, I would say, well, maybe it's because you haven't looked at that thing in its entirety, right? The thing that you're pushing back to on the left side there, so to speak. Like, what does spend more really mean, right? Like, because we spend, and I'm saying this rhetorically, because my take on it is that we spend a lot per student. It's in the $15,000 range. It could be a little higher or lower depending on when you look, but it's usually around $15,000 per student. And there's nuance to it, though. We obviously don't spend that evenly across the board. We still fund based on property tax, right? And anybody who's read on the subject understands that is the sort of the crux of the argument. And that is a bad thing, I would argue. They're spending on property tax. You can make an argument it's a good thing, but I think it's a bad thing, which again is wealthy districts spend way more money. Poor districts spend way less. So what do you get? Massive inequality, right? Within the same freaking state, or sometimes within just a few miles. I'm a product of that. When I was a kid, I went from Lowell Public Schools to Chelmsford Public Schools, ended up working in Lowell Public Schools, ended up getting educated for my bachelor's and my master's at a public state institution, and my doctorate at a private institution. I've been on all sides of that fence, right? And what you see in the high-performing countries that you're probably speaking to is they fund their stuff nationally, so that you get an equalization across the board in your funding, and you have way less district-to-district disparity like that we get here, so that the average, when you quote that, you're hiding the inequality and the inequity in the whole system. You can't compare you can, but I don't think you should compare the unequal systems to a centralized one. It's, if you're just going to use averages. So we have massive money being spent in special education, right? And we got mandates, the IDEA laws that make us do that. You have, and I would argue you should. You have to provide services for students that have disabilities. Now, back in the old days, we didn't even look at those people that are invisible. We're like, a ramp. Why have a ramp? Like, that's the era a lot of us grew up in, right? Like, man, there's only 2 people. Why should they need a ramp? Right now, it's mandated. That might go away. That's probably in jeopardy with this administration, especially the way that Trump talks about quote unquote cripples, right? The U.S. has all this stuff that other places doesn't. We bus millions of students stupid far distances because of the zoning regulations that we have, right? And all the district design that we have, and all the redlining and all the bullshit that's been going on for years to get around the fact that we're super segregated. And that inequality plays itself out in the schools. Not to mention the security in the schools too. If you look at those other countries, the OECD countries, they don't have to budget for school resource officers like we have to do in freaking metal detectors and active shooter program involved, right? Like, we can't leave that out of the equation when we're talking about this stuff. And not to mention the bullshit we have with healthcare and counseling services. You do that in other countries. A lot of times that stuff is like totally outside of the schools, but in the U.S., the schools are the de facto net for all that stuff. Especially if you're like where I am, where my son went to a tier 1 kind of school, right? So you're not just paying for, in my case, algebra and geometry stuff. You have to pay for all those gaps that we've chosen to have inside of the system. So you got to look at the whole picture, bro. Oh, no doubt. And I also think that there's something to be, we should have a conversation about public sector unions in this country and the money laundering operation that they so clearly, very, very obviously are. And I'm not anti-union by any stretch of the imagination, but when you have public sector unions that are literally bargaining against the taxpayer, again, I'm a results-driven guy. Like I live here up here in the Northeast. I live up in Portland, Maine, and like, look, I see homelessness on the street all the time. It's like, and yet we throw money after money after money after money after problem. It's like, okay, we got to start asking ourselves. It's like, well, maybe it's not the amount of money. And look, I'm not for lowering or raising taxes. I obviously err towards the side of lowering taxes, but I'm not out here trying to get a few extra cents in my pocket. I don't mind paying for services if I get something in return for that. But I'm driving up and down on shitty ass roads in Portland, and granted, okay, it's the Northeast and we get lots of snow and crap and everything else. But I'm like, okay, look, why are my taxes so ridiculously daggone high? I'm not getting that much in return for it, and yet we keep pumping money into these programs again to combat homelessness and all this type of stuff. And it's like, okay, we get it. I don't think this shouldn't be a Republican Democrat thing to say, hey, look at these programs. Let's look at the money that's being spent on them, and let's see if this money is actually being spent correctly, wisely. And that doesn't mean we need to gut these problems. It doesn't mean we need to get rid of wheelchair ramps and stuff like that. Like, yeah, Donald Trump's an idiot. He may say some stupid shit. Like, I'm not defending him or his administration or anything like that. I just think it's like we have these conversations and immediately they go, well, everything that my side does is great and everything the other side does is shitty. When it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I want less dead kids in schools, absolutely, from school shootings and from overdoses and from everything else. I want smarter kids in our schools. I'm a results-driven guy. To that point, and I agree with a lot of stuff that you said. I'm from New England as well, from Boston, right? And specifically, a lot of my family comes from. I'm sorry for both of those things. Yes, especially from the Elizabeth part. And I was saying that you know that I'm familiar with drug use and mental illness, blah blah blah, right? So, almost high depression, which is like a thing. But I think that comes into play when we talk about your next week there with spending on these useless on the street or whatever. I think, we could cut to the chase and I could ask you, what would you rather see spent on? But I think you're sort of hitting something there at the end. Like, I would ask you this question, or anyone, right? What do you think the best predictor is of homelessness that there actually is in the country? Abuse, mental illness, or I would say two parents in the home, but I don't need to take over the state. It's not. It's housing costs. It's so if you housing. Well, yeah, okay. If you want to go that route, sure. Okay. Well, what I mean by that is I'm partially agreeing with you because if you're just throwing money at the problem like a Band-Aid, then you're going to get the Band-Aid kind of results, right? Like if you're seeing the chronic kind of homelessness, the trouble, it's like stupid expensive things because you got to. Not to mention we charge here every time you have like an ambulance ride or one that's like that stuff is insane. Like if you have ER visits, just the way that we run sort of our healthcare, but we have these emergency shelters, right? And every city has them, and we have the short-term services, which we've seen all the documentation on that stuff about how astronomically expensive that stuff is. People throwing people in motels, and that draws the ire right across the conservative, of course. Why are we putting them in the hotels? Bobby, they're putting them up in the hill and trying to get the boss next time. Martha, why are they putting them in the back? They can have them in the garage. Put them up with the garbage. But if you're doing that instead of actually addressing the real thing, which is the price of housing, right? Of actual housing, well, it's a Band-Aid, right? Because again, it's choosing what we're going to spend on and what we can win in legislation. It's going to be a tough road to get across to try to go into a lot of districts that are maybe a little bit more conservative ones. If you got even if you control for like the addiction rates out there, let's say your rent is like $2,500 and the minimum wage, trying to get you below that. There's no amount of little small service funding that fixes that math problem. And you know that nobody in those areas are voting for a higher minimum wage, right? That's not going to happen. So it's like, what the hell do you do? And then again, you can go compare this stuff to other countries and look at the other wealthy nations out there that they have. If we compare us to them, what do we have? You can guess without knowing the facts. We got less public housing. Right? We have weaker everything about your protection for like as a renter, right? All that stuff's out the window. So no universal healthcare, all the stuff that you would want to have, we have.
make it easier to build? Like, it's just like genuinely curious. I'm a big believer in the statement of government big enough to give you everything you want, it's big enough to take everything you have. So I understand. I think that like let me just I'll just say this super quick. Yeah. Your fundamental question I find amusing, and I have a conversation. By the way, nothing empties out a room faster than people talking about like actually having productions. But I'm watching people just drop out of the room. I'm just saying I'm laughing. Like, yep, I know how this works. But it's like your whole fundamental premise I find really, really funny, which is, well, what would you spend that money on? It's like, well, I mean, again, I guess I have my libertarian leanings in the sense that I'm like, well, I just give that money back to the people. Like, I tend to. A famous economist once said, this is back in the 80s, said, if you added up all the social services together, when it comes to what he was using, the comparison was welfare. And he said, when it came to welfare, this is like, again, in the 1980s, if you took all the money that goes into the welfare system and you divide it by the number of recipients, I think it was something like $37,000 per person per year. And he said, what would you rather have? The welfare assistance and the people looking after them and the access to food and all this other stuff, or do you think they'd rather have the $37,000 in cash, right? And obviously that's not a fair thing to say. My point being is, I generally speaking, call me naive, trust the American people when it comes to their money, and say that if we can ever return, sure, and that's fair. But I'm saying that like I would rather just take the money and give it back to the taxpayer if I possibly can. So going back, and I'll just reiterate my question is, you mentioned having public housing. Why not lower the barrier when it comes to building and that kind of thing?
Well, I mean, I think that is a fair thing. I think in many places where people are trying to have solutions to this kind of stuff, that's a certain part of the equation, right? Like, I mean, are gonna, choose that. I don't think that's the whole thing, though. I mean, what regulations specifically, bringing it to the fray, like zoning laws and that kind of stuff, right? And like, freaking permits and all that kind of stuff, right? And, like those.
Sure, I would say like no foreign land investments. Like China's buying up huge portions of land here in Maine. That's like I would say, okay, no, that's all that's good.
The developers, though, I mean, you being a libertarian, I mean, the developers are going to build what's profitable, right?
Sure.
So if you want to go in and you get rid of whatever the zoning stuff is that they have to do with, what do you think's getting built first? You think it's low income housing?
No, but I think that, and I
of course not, right? It's like,
I know this is a dirty word in a lot of circles, but I do think that there's a trickle down effect in the sense of if you flood
for good reason.
If you flood the market with housing of kinds of some like again, there's a reason that developers are developing in places like Texas and Florida and these types of places, and not in places like Maine and that kind of thing. It's like in Maine and these types of places, they get taxed to death. So if the powers that be in Augusta or other, or I'll just use Maine. If the powers that be in Augusta actually looked at, or in here in Portland, looked at real estate development as not just a way to get like, oh, you're coming in here, I'm going to tax you to death because I see you as a way to get money, but saying, hey, having these things that are like having more apartments in our city is a good thing. Having more of this, like to me, that makes a lot more sense. So, and I'm not just to be clear here. I get kind of a little PO'd when it's a lot of people say like, oh, well, we want to reduce capitalism, and so therefore immediately jump into these big social programs. When in fact it's like, well, why don't we just knock down on capitalism a little bit when it comes to having these large, massive conglomerates owning. Again, if you want to crack down on capitalism, more than happy to have that conversation. But it's like immediately people go to, okay, well, let's use that money on social programs. It's like, or why don't we again crack down on capitalism? Like we can do that.
child labor laws, a wonderful thing. Nobody's advocating against child labor.
Yeah, why aren't you looking at corporate profits? Why are you like? It's almost like you're avoiding that part.
Wait, I got the questions
with the hot button stuff. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, if you look back at every time someone says trickle, and I'm old enough to very well remember Reagan's trickle.
But no, again, it's like I don't want to get caught up in trickle down. I'm just saying, like, why don't we incentivize the market? Why don't we incentivize the market to flood the market with units? Like, again, if you want to talk about
hey, Benjamin. I'm sorry, Ben. Yeah. Dude, Ben, at least another Benjamin. There is a Benjamin in here, so my younger brother's name is Benjamin too, so I'll figure. I guess like a couple of I guess there's like 3 questions. So, I mean, everybody has like, you know, we all here like can fairly reasonably well identify a lot of the systemic issues in society, the economy, the government, housing, etc., all these other things. But like, what's your solution to homelessness, or to the education system, or to corruption in particularly the federal government? What's your solution to the the problem that you pointed out earlier, like per capita?
I mean, you wanted to do. You're throwing a lot in here. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, just take a pick. Go.
There's a little chain of questions. Literally, it's like they can spend an hour on each of these. I mean, I'll let you. Which one do you want a quick answer to, Elliot?
Go for homelessness.
I'm supposed to be up at 4:30 in the morning, so we'll see how this goes. But go ahead. Which one? Take your pick.
I think you said homelessness.
Yeah,
just do homelessness. Forget the other.
I mean, homelessness might be the tough one. There's a lot of misconceptions about homelessness, especially when it comes to who is homeless and what that looks like. I think there was a report. This is a couple of years ago, so I don't know what the statistic looks like now, but I think it was like something like 70% of homeless people have either a full or part-time job. I think it was a full-time job, but I'd have to pull that study up again. I don't even know where to look for that study, to be honest, but I know that there was a study out a couple of years ago that said that. So I think that's a huge part of it. I think it's diagnosing why people are homeless. I think that there's a great majority of people, like Pro mentioned, where it's just the cost of housing. I mean, it's super easy to get behind the 8 ball, especially post-pandemic. You're going to see this a lot more, where the cost of the wages have not caught up to the cost of everything else. Inflation, wages have, it's not equal by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that's a huge part of it. So yeah, I think having those conversations about how to reduce the costs of housing, incentivizing, lowering taxes, incentivizing companies that want to come in and want to do build affordable housing, those types of things. I think that there is a lot of middle ground there. I saw a news report tonight. I happened to flip on the news, and they said it was something like there's like 2,000. The waiting lists for housing again here in Maine is something like 2,000 people, which is a lot here in Maine. And it's like the point being is obviously the housing shortage is a huge issue. I tend to be scared whenever there's a government solution to an issue, just because historically speaking, it hasn't really worked out that well. So, I mean, Pro quoted Ronald Reagan earlier, mentioned Ronald Reagan earlier, and he has that famous quote, which is the scariest words in the English language, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. So, again,
but you're not really answering that question, though.
So I think the other part of the homelessness thing is, I think getting people mental health services when they so desperately need them, and treating. I used to live in the Bay Area, out in San Francisco Bay Area for a long time. I think that there's a lot of enabling type of behaviors out there when it comes to these drug treatment programs, which, if I haven't seen the numbers that back up that they're successful or not, they don't.
That stuff costs money, right? That stuff costs a lot of money, right? Like affordable housing, that requires investitures, expenditures, like government allocation.
Well, I would rather turn as much of that to the private sector as humanly possible. Just because the private sector is motivated by profit in the sense that if a government program, and this goes to systems as well. I mean, this is a well-known fact. It's just like if schools do badly, they get more money, and if they do well, they went away. We talked about this private
hospitals as well, right? Where like people were dying with COVID and not of COVID, right? So like, again, so it's like again, I think having actual nuanced conversations about these things is huge. And I think homelessness, of all of the issues you mentioned, might be the most difficult one. That there are so many contributing factors. Housing. No, dude, I totally get it. There's the mental health. The mental health. We have like a lot of rooms. Like this room has like just just chock full of like people who are experts at pointing out problems. Like we are all very good at that, yourself included. But like the thing, I think the real meat is like, okay, what are like the real solutions that we can at least in theory we can draw, we can map them, we can try to put them into practice. Like some of them, like you pointed out, like affordable housing. Like there are big sections. Section 8 is an example of that. It's like an attempt at that. Like universal health care, or you even said lowering taxes. I don't think that's a bad move, but that is at least a potential solution that we could try. That's what I'm interested in. I want to get people moving in that.
I want to comment about drugs real quick, if I may.
Please.
Okay, so privatizing, Florida's a prime example. We have big drug issues. So 2018, there was like 170 clinics, legal clinics, that were broken up because they really weren't screening people. They were just giving out pills, bottom line. It was a big scandal. Flash forward, we have massive amounts of private, getting clean drug places. And the issue is it exploits tax money, and I'll explain how they do it. And everybody's still trying to figure out this stuff. So somebody goes to a rehab, gets 24 days in, and somebody from another rehab goes to that rehab, recruits the person out of there, gets them high, and they land in a different rehab. Both of those rehabs are owned by the same company. And so they reset the cost, and because these costs get so high, the taxpayers are actually paying a big portion of this. Now, even more so, when people look at the stats in Florida of drug rehab, what we're looking at is like 2 months of people and the success rate of it. Cool. But we're not able to track like how long somebody stays clean over 6 months. And at 6 months, there's this magic number to where the brain really starts firing, and then there's more hope there. But instead, these people get into these circuits, and because the rehab is incentivized to find more patients, there's screwed up games happening between addicts and these centers. And so my point is like, I don't think the answer is putting that all into the government, but I don't understand why the states aren't forcing private companies to all be on the same trackers or all be on the same database, because that way the state can track people over long periods, and then the way they supervise it is go check. And so rather than that being the tax-paying money to build that database, it's the actual companies themselves, and they know they're tracked, and they know the patients are getting tracked. Because like, I just don't feel like there's an accountability piece to it, to where somebody can look at it, pull real good stats from this stuff. And I know this is a small case, it's just Florida, it's just about drugs. But like, when we want to be result orientated and look at these, we might not even be looking at the right stats because we're not able to track the person over 6 months or a year, and the state isn't either. We're just cleaning some of that up in Florida.
I just want to make a really quick point as well. It's like, I'm not anti-government or anti-government intervention and all of this stuff either. It's like, if you can crack down on, and I don't know a ton about these, so don't quote me on a lot of it, but it's like, we certainly saw this with like, it was like a huge percentage of, probably from the Northeast as well. It's like a huge percentage of the kids that are people that were addicted to heroin, had been prescribed prescription drugs, prescription painkillers. I think it was like 75% or something like that had been, like of heroin addicted people had been prescribed painkillers and that kind of thing. And so we saw a lot of like cracking down on drug companies and in the medical field of like basically not over prescribing this stuff. And now there's a ton of extra things that hoops that people have to go through in order to get these types of medications and that kind of thing, so that you don't get on stuck on. I'm out here trying to have. I want solutions that work. That's the biggest thing for me. It's like, let's stop with the partisan games and say, okay, here's a prescription. Here's a solution by the left. Does it work? Here's a script. Here's something by somebody who's more modern. Who cares? Again, I want actual solutions that. So it's like you said, like somebody else said, it is super easy to play that blame game, and it's super easy to diagnose problems. So I genuinely want solutions here. Oh yeah, and one final thing, really quick on the schooling thing. I 1000% agree with you with the money, with the way that money follows students. I think that completely needs to be redone, and I don't know. I would be curious to see, in your opinion, do you think moving to a state model might work better? Because I certainly saw that again in the Bay Area, like living around the Oakland area, where you'd have schools in one district that so much money following the kids, and then you go right down the street, and it's the teachers are starting GoFundMe pages, starting GoFundMe just so that they can, their kids can afford basic school stuff. I'm going to pull an old man thing. I'm going to say, and I agree with some of that stuff. My old man thing is that when I was in business school, right, which is back in the early 90s, right, before I did math. Well, it was kind of math. When you go get your bachelor's in business, get in and out, do 4 years, it's like being in the military, right? 4 years to get out if you can. If you're paying attention, and I went in coming out of a Republican household, I didn't really have any major political views, but I went in weary of the government. I did have that. We weren't like, military family all bought in on the government. My dad was a bit of a conspiracy theorist himself, but he's also an engineer and became one as I went to college, more official, right? And it didn't go like the traditional school way, did night school kind of stuff, that stuff, right? So my slant's a little bit different, but it was very clear to me when I was sitting in all my economics classes. I would hear people what Bernie Sanders had to say, and the math of it just made sense. I would listen to the conservative voices. When I was more in the conservative camp, it never made sense because the math never mapped, right? Everything Bernie was saying back from 89 to 94, when I first was said to him, has become true and more. We look at the top, I'm sure you guys all know these kind of stats generally, right? The top 1% owns like a third of the wealth kind of thing, right? Bottom 50 owns whatever it is, it's ridiculously small. And the big stat is from the freaking 70s. There's been no growth in the middle class, right? That's the Bernie Sanders talking point. It's been true since back then, and it's only gotten worse. So when I hear the libertarian views, I feel like you guys have not watched or don't know or too young or just it's like watch what's been going on. Like go back and look at graphs from the 70s to now, right? And even from libertarians, it shouldn't matter. Like you guys value competition. You guys value the individual, right?
They claim. You don't know
that's the claim, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's the claim. But when you think about that, if you get wealth concentrated and it's real heavy, you get the opposite of that, right? You get barriers to entry. You get all these monopolies that we see everywhere, or oligopolies or whatever, right? Political influence is freaking out at all the time. Hi, bro.
How many years before you started rooting against Tom Brady?
But that's and I think that's why I get so much shit on this app for saying that Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump,
because you're a Tom Brady fan,
basically ran the same campaign in the sense that they were both populists who basically ran on saying the big guy's screwing you. And it's like the only end of that comparison. Sure. But meaning that I think a large reason, a huge percentage or a huge reason that Hillary Clinton lost the election in 2016 was she was seen as establishment, and Bernie Sanders. I think it's because of the FBI investigating into her 3 days before the voting happened. Sure, I think maybe we can both agree. I think we can both agree that both sides hated James Comey, right? That whole thing was good. But right. So and it's but I digress.
both sides hated the Russians, the Soviets.
My point being is like, I think this is where we'll part ways in the terms of solutions. It's like, I think we can limit capitalism without having these massive social programs that Bernie seems to want.
I don't think you want to limit capitalism. I don't think you do. I think you view capitalism as if it's a pom phone to wait for, and then you think it's the driver of the engine that's out there. But there's no free market in the version of capitalism that we have right now. If you were for free market, you could not possibly be looking at this oligopoly capitalism stuff that we have and think that it's good.
Okay, so make sure
the big problem is where the money is there, bro. It's in your personal freaking taxes to save a couple more grand a year. If you're just trying to protect your ass of saving a few $1,000s, you're missing it, bro. Your wages have been stagnated forever. There's no way you're in the top percent that needs to care about it, or you wouldn't be a libertarian in the first place. You wouldn't be up there.
But again, I guess we're, like I said, we disagree on our solutions to it, and this is the part that pisses me off about the Bernie Sanders left. It's like, yes, they're gaining a lot of ground, and a lot of people are resonating with that message, and I understand why. Up until the point where it's like, yeah, I get why all of that stuff is super, like, especially if you're super low income, like, free healthcare, free this, free that, as if this stuff is actually free. Of course, it's not free. Like, somebody has to pay for it, and I understand. Like, if you want to say that the 1% needs to pay for it and all this kind of stuff, it's like, well, the 1% needs to pay for free healthcare. It's like, well, what I would rather have is privatized healthcare. It's like, I don't mind knocking that top. I don't mind knocking the top off the 1%. I guess my point is we have different ways of getting there, right? Like,
what do you mean? The deficit spending, it's not like this shit's a balanced budget. How much are we going to add to the deficit this year? Is it in the tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or trillions? Do you know?
I would assume trillions.
Okay. So who's paying for healthcare?
What do you mean? Who's paying for healthcare?
We're going to spend less than $1 trillion.
I don't understand. I don't understand your question.
So if it's put on a credit card, why does it have to be thought of as a family budget that's balanced?
Again, I don't know. I guess I don't. I lost your train.
I know. Right.
I think we're just getting at is if we're spending like multiple trillions on healthcare.
Yes, if that's your point. If your point is that the driver of the national of GDP.
What's GDP? Like 50? That many trillions of GDP these days?
I have done.
Looks like if you're talking about
probably in the 30. I'd have to look at
the federal budget that goes to, like, if you want to see how the federal budget, like, yes, I'm all for balancing the federal budget. But this is the can that keeps getting kicked down. Donald Trump used it in a.
You can't say you want lower taxes and then you want a balanced budget. Like, where's the coherence?
Well, so again, Donald Trump used an attack line on his opponents during this past election cycle. People like Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. His literal attack line was that they want to go after your Social Security and Medicare, where it's like, again, if you want to look at the drivers of the national budget.
He said he had nothing to do with Project 2025, but so he said something. What does that have to do with what your position?
That's my point. My point is like, if we want to have these conversations about reducing the national debt, we're going to have serious conversations about.
I understand economics. I'm not starting there. That's called dogmatic positioning.
So what's your point with healthcare? Like, obviously, healthcare is a huge.
You're the one that says that it should be universal.
Reference to what you said.
Yeah. Well, you're saying you don't want it. You're saying you don't want it to be universal. You can't have it for free. Well, look around.
I want you to see this. This is the part that I was trying to get across, is that you are losing. Is the deal? Like, if you think fighting government overreach is what you're doing, I think you're losing. Because what happens?
Of course I'm like.
Yeah, but think about what the power that you have, though. Like, if all the private corporations are concentrated and power is bigger than our freaking government, bro, that means all these, like, the NVIDIAs of the world that are $1 trillion corporations, they don't just freaking influence the policy, bro. They shape the entire fucking labor market. They control the whole supply chain.
And you think of taking all of that money away and putting it into the
I
federal
don't say
government.
take it all away. No one said that. I'm just saying if it's unchecked, if private power can essentially mirror what the whole centralized power that you fear in government, it's just that they're just wearing a different fucking uniform to work, bro. It's the same leverage, and you don't care about it because you're pom-pom waving for capitalism because you think it's the almighty holy grail because you think Ronald Reagan is your friend.
No. I'm saying that massive bloated social programs and massive bloated federal governments have failed in basically every single.
Bloated. But I was talking to you.
Yeah, but you're talking about Bernie. But if you're talking about Bernie
education, you're still talking about
Bernie's low. I want to talk about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders.
I don't. I want to talk to you about when you do your trickle down feedback loop thing. If all of your top earners are getting the tax reductions, which they are right now, it's not you. It's the top earners. They get the capital the gains advantages because they actually own property.
Hold on.
The big thing is the deregulation that they basically control, right? That benefits the incumbents, bro. And they reinvest. Because we have unlimited spending in politics now. Look what fucking happened with Doge, bro. That's what you bring on. You allow that to happen. Market gets consolidated. They own all the assets worth owning. And what do you think happens to the fucking prices? They go through the roof. So who owns those assets? It's the fucking wealthy. It isn't you, bro. And you're letting them do it. You're asleep at the wheel. And you're just like, well, it's just, we're looking at two sides of the coin. Bro, the entire problem is the wealth that's concentrated at the top. It's not fucking Betty down the street.
Because these people think that they're going to be next, are going to be the 1%, and they're just pom-pom waving.
That's it. They think
really,
you think
but I have a question. But this is the okay. Here's my question for all three of you guys.
I'm talking about it for 10 seconds because you get worried and you want to stop me. But bro, because you don't want to hear what I'm saying or respond to anything that I've said. So before you do it, pro, I want you to know what I want you to do is say if you agree or disagree with what I said before you move on.
I agree with about half of what you're saying.
Okay, what don't you agree with?
So I disagree with you. So let me tell you what I agree with. How about that? Can I start there?
Sure.
So I agree with you in the sense that yes, the bloated 1%, and yes, they should absolutely play by the rules and be taxed accordingly.
By the way, I am the 1%. Just so you know, my household income. I am the 1%.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And you hear what side I'm advocating on, right?
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Yes, I'm aware of how the 1% votes. But my point being is, you go to any of these, the richest areas of the country all vote very, 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 very liberal. With that being said, I'm not out here advocating for unchecked, unfeathered capitalism. I want free markets. I want competition, and I understand that in the current system, this is not the way you get to it. My point is, you brought up Bernie Sanders earlier, and it's like, no, I don't want Bernie Sanders redistributionism. If you want to talk about balancing it, you want to talk about healthcare, you want to talk about balancing the budget, you want to talk about, Bernie Sanders saying, well, here's something that he says, well, everybody has to pay their fair share. Yeah, that's fine, Bernie. I don't mind that as a general concept. I guess my point is we've completely blown out the size of the federal government over the last, since Woodrow Wilson is like the biggest starting point. Let me put it that way. The pushing of the stone down the hill, and I don't see things getting better. Let me put it that way. And that doesn't mean that I'm not anti-monopoly. I'm not anti these giant, huge, massive companies that swing their weight around, companies to whatever they be. That's where it's like I get super frustrated. Everybody who wants to dogpile the quote unquote libertarian guy or the more, it's like I understand that it's super easy to assign every single possible to what I'm saying. It's like I'm a free thinker and I'm trying to find solutions. No, I am, and I'm trying to find genuinely, throughout this conversation, it's like I've said this, particularly when it comes to homelessness and
reducing the cost of housing. It's like, I want to find solutions that work. And I'm seeing us throwing a lot of government money at a lot of these programs and not seeing any. That's good. The only thing you said, we all agree we spend a lot of money. That would be one of the major issues. I'm seeing us throw money at all of these social programs, and I'm not
So
seeing.
by allowing these corporations to not pay people a living wage, you don't see that as throwing money away.
Where's the pushback for that? Well, but again, it's like also where's that.
So the way these private corporations, the way these public corporations, they don't pay people a living wage, and then those people have to go and depend on these government resources. It doesn't make any sense. Like how is this a free market? How is this libertarianism? So this is the way our society's run, by the way. It's not like a. Of course. And there's a.
I mean, just look at Walmart.
And I was just going to bring up Walmart had a food drive. This was years ago, and most of the people that showed up were their employees, right?
But also they triple dip, right?
And I'm all for limiting Walmart. My point being is Walmart operating the way that they do because they can? Let's look at this through two separate lenses. You brought up Walmart. I think Walmart's a really, really good example. I see this in a small town, rural America. This happens all the time. It certainly happens here where I live in Maine. Where let's look at a company like Walmart as an example, where they pay their employees rock bottom wages with the idea that their employees are then going to most of the quote unquote benefits package is just going to be subsidized by the government. Now, let's just say for the sake of argument, those government subsidies didn't exist for the healthcare and that kind of thing. Would those people just go without healthcare, or would they be?
Yes, they would just go without healthcare.
Would Walmart actually be forced to subsidize that wage?
No, they wouldn't.
Somebody brought up minimum wage earlier, and I would be curious to know what the actual statistic on this now.
Dang.
What is it? What is the percentage of America?
Well, let me respond to you. Well,
let me finish my. Well, let me just finish the question super quick, which is, what is the percentage of actual people that are actually on minimum wage in America? But you've moved the goalpost. You asked several questions that I want to address before we get to that. So Walmart triple dips, right? They pay their employees below poverty wages, so they have to be in Medicare, Medi-Cal. They have to be on food stamps, and they dip in that by being a WIC program. So they take those government funded WIC coupons, the WIC money, and they go and spend it at Walmart. And then the healthcare that we have to pay for as a society, because these people can't afford healthcare, right? That's the triple dip. So of course Walmart is doing this because they can. Every company does what they do because they can. If the oil industry actually had to pay for the pollution that they put out, for the harm that they've done, and didn't just pass that on to the government, right? Gasoline would be very expensive, and these companies wouldn't be as profitable as they are, right? But we socialize problems that only apply to corporations, and we say, well, free enterprise for the rest.
I want to make one comment because it's directly piggyback to that. And this is kind of questions here too. So 40 years ago when I was a pup and I had no clue what percent across the United States, many parents around me worked 40 hours a week and their insurance came from the companies they work. I remember when that fell apart, when our economy went into recession in like 2007. And the news was, oh my God, companies can't pay this or we won't be able to employ people. And then there was this massive shift. I want to say it was 2007. I think that's fairly accurate. And this massive shift happened at the federal level to where then people went out, bought individual insurance, and it was really weird in the beginning. But now, like in Florida, I don't actually know people that work 40 hours a week. They work at exactly 39. And that wasn't a thing when I was a kid. And it's weird because even when we track wages of people over 40 years, we're not also factoring in that people are paying for their insurance. Not everybody, but a lot more than 40 years ago. And so there's lots of slips in this. And I don't understand how we got here without ever being able to roll it back onto these companies. Okay, Fro. No, that's exactly why I'm flipping it over, because what I said might not be accurate, but I want to understand how we got here. If somebody,
Bro, this is my jam, bro. This is like my literal jam. Like, this is the thing too that, like, I think libertarians need to be aware of if they're not, because they often aren't looking in the right cover. Right? The CEO pay from the late 70s is over 1,000% increase till just a couple years ago. The last time I had the numbers, right? It's probably worse because things have ballooned out of control in the last couple of years, right? So, but the worker compensation from freaking 1977 or 78, I think it's 78, didn't even go up 25%. I want you to think about that for a second. Think how many 25% go into over 1,000%. Right? Just think about that, right? So the CEOs were paid like almost 300 times what the average worker was paid just a couple of years ago in like 2023, right? 300 times more. So you can look this stuff up on the AFL-CIO. They have this thing called Paywatch, right? And they use the S&P 500 disclosures. And they just figure out what the average CEO to worker pay ratio is, right? So it was like, like last year, I think it was, whatever the number was, it's like already another 20 up. We don't even blink an eye. Like if it was 1 to 250, it went up to like 1 to 275, like in just a year. It just creeps. But that creep that it did in 1 year is crazy because it doesn't even compare to the typical worker compensation over the long run. That's right.
So just to be clear though, you're saying that the reason that Walmart employees are getting paid slave wages is because their CEO is making that much money? That's
one of the reasons. But I'm just looking at the CEO. If you want me to go through the entire C-suite and then all of the stockholders,
because I agree with the vast majority of what Romero was saying in the sense that I have no issue with it, like, or having conversations or seeing what this would look like if it's effective of saying, okay, hey, let's, if Walmart needs to now pay their employees, give them like a benefits package. I mean, we see this across multiple sectors where, and again, I like I said earlier, I have no issue with there being government intervention if it solves problems. I just want problems solved. So again, like I have no issue with child labor laws like that.
I'm just giving you the tip of the iceberg, bro, because all the laws that exist, it's the laws that we've let happen, right? So the fact, and what does happen doesn't happen. You can take the same time period, and you were talking about labor earlier, right? Like the labor unions fit the frick out, bro, and all that became the big deal was shareholders. Right? That's a whole new ideology shift. It's almost like the gospel now. All that matters is shareholder wealth. Why? Who says that? That's part of it. And
I'm with you. I also think that we also need to have a conversation in this country about where a lot of this money is going in the sense that
it goes to stock-based compensation.
We are, and I don't think that we're not getting the manufacturing jobs back in the way that Trump does.
Why is that?
But I think that one of the beauties of this
globalization, bro,
of this AI age and all this kind of stuff is like the fact that we might be able to create factories in the United States, create the shit that we buy, and not have it subsidized by China, because it's like we want to.
Yes, but I want you to stop.
What we want to have
talking points, but you're not addressing the things that are said to you. What I've said is you're fucking asleep at the wheel, bro. You're asleep at the wheel. All of corporate tax policy completely shifted over that time, right? In the time that you've been alive. Globalization's through the freaking roof, and the financial markets, they're king. So when you look at all the executive pay that's out there, it's equity based now. It's like the same way that your superstars out there are making their money. As stock prices go up, executive pay goes through the freaking roof. That's not because of the one person. I'm not saying it's just because the CEOs are greedy bastards. It's just the incentive structure that we've now allowed to be in there. And that stuff, I mean, it actually predates the 70s. You started seeing it in the if you look at the 50s, I mean, it was like a modest little rise from like the 50s to the 70s. It was like 20 to 40 times the pay, right? And the firm was keeping a lot of the earnings. Right?
So what's the solution to that?
It's not just about the solution; it's about the fact that you don't know this shit.
Well, of course I know this stuff, but again, yes, I do. I absolutely know this stuff. You're talking about bloating CEO wages and all that stuff. Like, of course, it's very, very common knowledge. And also,
you gotta connect the dots of what's.
I've also watched a Bernie Sanders speech before. You know, like it's.
Okay, great. You watched one Bernie Sanders speech. Fucking amazing.
I've watched several Bernie Sanders speeches, but I think again, you're saying all these. You're saying that I'm quoting a bunch of talking points. It's like virtually everything you said. It's like I could have copied it verbatim from a Bernie Sanders.
Okay, so copy this verbatim. I'll do my best succinct way to say it.
Like, we agree on a lot of the problems. We disagree on the solutions. Where I actually heard a lot of this
shape shifting.
Yeah, Pro, let me ask you a question.
What is your
Pro, let me ask you a question. What would the pay be if minimum wage kept up with inflation from like 1975 to now? What would it be?
Holy shit. It depends.
It would be like $70. It would be like $70 an hour.
Look it up.
No. I think like if you 20, 25, probably if you're being like really conservative, right? Like it depends what you're looking at. There's a couple different ways you can think about it. Like you have to keep up with the cost of living. Right? So the cost of living, if you're doing it that way, and it's in the 25. Like I'm not trying to argue for $1 million an hour.
That still sucks. It's not good.
No, it sucks. It sucks. But I'm just saying, like, there's a conservative argument to say that it's somewhere around there. Now you can go a lot more progressive and say that things are skyrocketing through the roof, and we got to consider blah 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 X, Y, and Z. But if you're just being really conservative, like it's a win if you can get $25 an hour, bro. It's a win.
Like $30 an hour is still like, oh man, I don't know if I can afford to get tires for my car. Kind of
Sure.
I mean, seriously.
True. A lot of people don't get poverty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let me ask you another question.
Talk about not a lot of people making. There's not that many people minimum wage, bro. It's in the billion. I mean, it's in the millions. But the thing is, most people are temporary, bro. When you're talking about those people who are working before, you know what counts as working if you're working at all during the year. And a lot of times, it's just because you're not making under minimum wage. Companies want to be just over minimum wage, right? In a lot of cases, so you'll see somebody making $15.10 an hour or whatever it is. They're not living the life of Riley, bro. You know, throw all those people in there, and you got what we have in this country: a bunch of broke ass motherfuckers. That's what we got.
Let me ask you this other question, Pro. When you concentrate wealth, right, is there less money? Is there less capital to go around if you're concentrating money? Or is there just infinite money?
No, just really quick, I just wanted to, we were talking about minimum wage earlier. This is according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS.gov. The percentage of hourly workers paid earning the prevailing federal minimum wage or less was at 1% in 2024. 1%.
And how many people does that come out to for you? Is that not what I said? Millions of people.
It said 760,000.
Fuck them. Is that your answer? Fuck those 7 million people. Is that what?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like,
okay.
It's
millions of people, right?
It's not millions of people. I just said 760,000. It's a lot of people. Again, let's hear it.
Okay.
Among those paid by the hour, 82,000 workers earn exactly the prevailing federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, and 700 workers had wages below the federal minimum.
How many billionaires are there right now in the United States? How many billionaires?
Plus 50 cents, bro. You're going to be in the millions of people, which was my point. They just paid just over because the idea would be if they just paid a minimum wage that was like $20 or $25 an hour, and then they wanted to pay 25, 10, 25, and just over that, then people could afford to live, right? But they can't afford anywhere near the minimum wage. That minimum wage I made when I was 12. The amount of money that said working for my next door neighbor lugging rent, right? I made $7.35 an hour, and he was so cheap. He made me punch in and out on a time card for every day. I'd have to do in out. It was a break for lunch and then do in out, and you count those as one day. So that instead of having 7 days in the punch card, you put me in for 14 days before you had to pay me.
So just to be clear though, your contention is that Walmart pays just over that statistic.
No, a lot of companies do.
What do you think? What do you think Walmart pays their wages? Like, and again, I'm not saying that it's enough or anything. Again, I'm bringing this up just so that we're not creating an unfair picture of what the data actually looks like.
I mean, I just went on.
Well, you
are creating an unfair.
Well, no, I just went on Indeed right now.
Oh my God. How many billionaires are there today? How many billionaires were there 20 years ago?
Why is that a relevant statistic?
Can someone turn on their Google?
Because it's concentrating money.
$17.50 an hour.
Oh, thanks.
If you concentrate money, there's less money to circulate.
Hey, Pro, I got a question. You may know this better than I do, but isn't this a product of the deregulation that happened in the 70s towards corporations, and accelerated in the 80s? Isn't that something that is kind of a cause of this? Or am I
well, it's not the only thing. I think that if you're just looking at like Walmart, it's that you got stupid low minimum wage and you don't have any real bargaining power, right? Like, how is labor going to negotiate?
What about the products that are sold at Walmart? I mean, they're made in China by people who, the Fox factory.
That's the problem.
They're literally like the Fox factory has nets outside their factory because so many people want to commit suicide out of that factory. Like, the entire labor market when it comes to goods. Virtually everything we buy.
You mean Foxconn? Yeah, they make fucking
Foxconn.
Yeah, Apple uses.
Oh no, absolutely. A ton of companies use them. So my point being is like, yeah, if you want to regulate these big companies that are offshoring all their manufacturing, I'd love to have that conversation. I would love to bring those manufacturing jobs back in the sense that I don't think that people are going to be working in factories making fucking Under Armour.
Those jobs are never coming back.
No, and they were already leaving. But the point being is like, well, why don't we regulate? If you want to talk about government regulation, like, why don't we regulate those companies for offshoring all of those products? Like,
part of this stuff is
we give a shit about American workers, but apparently we don't give a shit about the Chinese ones. I know that.
Are we the Chinese government?
But
are you in China right now? Are we in China right now?
My point being is, it seems like we're holding it.
Dude, you are so full of red herrings. It's just, someone said something important to me. Someone said some other important shit to me. Red herring. Here's a fucking fox. Go chase it. What the fuck?
Well, you're talking about why are wages low and why are these corporate?
It doesn't make sense to blame
making money, and why are these corporate CEOs making all of this money? And I'm saying that a huge percentage of the reason that a large percentage of the reason they're making all this extra money is because of the fact that they don't have to. Their manufacturing basis for the shit that they're selling in those stores. If we're using Walmart as the example, why can't Walmart pay their employees a living wage? Stuff that they sell at Walmart is being made off of slave labor in other countries.
Do you remember a time before checkout yourself?
I'm sorry.
What do you think would happen?
Is that not relevant to the conversation?
Yes, it's relevant.
What do you think would happen?
Do you remember a time before self-checkout?
Of course I do.
Okay, so that transitional period from the time where you were checked out by a human at every grocery store to self-checkout, part of how we were sold on that is that things were going to be cheaper at the store because we have less workers.
Mm-hmm. Automation.
Things are not cheaper. Things are more expensive.
We have automation and more expensive, so we have less people working when they do, their wages are driven down. And we're all happy to go into that line because it saves us 5 cents. We get a kickback on a little card and we're out of the line quicker. I mean, I personally am guilty of that too, but I think about it every single time. I'm like, oh, there's a union, let me go. I hope they don't want to talk to me about the weather. As long as they don't, and I keep moving, I'm going with the union. But
So Pro,
you live drop in the bucket.
Do you live in the Northeast still?
I live in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay, so I was going to make a joke about the fact that Market Basket is like known as they don't have any self checkouts.
So Market Basket, and also because Market Basket.
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Market Basket.
Market Basket. My grandfather and Demoulas came over on the same boat, and he opened a little community grocery store in the Acre, Lowell, where I'm from. My grandfather's house was, and he was like, he's going to be crazy. I'm not going to go into business with him, try to open this freaking neighborhood grocery store thing and think that it's going to shift to some big grocery store and then try to pull all the people out. It's fine. That's what they did, and it worked. And Demoulas became a billionaire. The family doesn't stop fighting since. But
sure.
That aside, bro, if you just cut out all this stuff tomorrow, like, I think that's the main part of the argument. Like, we just stop the China stuff. Like, I mean, what do you think would happen? Do you think like everything would be magic if we stop the China stuff?
No, I don't think that everything would be magic if we stop the China stuff. I think it's worth throwing into a conversation. So I take issue with my friend Romero over there. I want to have a nice, friendly conversation. We disagree on a lot of stuff, but I'm trying to be respectful to you guys. You guys seem to be pretty respectful of me, and there's a few.
Yeah, we just have to do this.
We can you know.
This is a good question. If Professor Belvier Seahag asked me this question in class, he said, I don't know.
But if your question is what would happen if we stop all offshore manufacturing tomorrow?
No. If we stop importing from China tomorrow.
If we stopped importing from China, there would be a massive ripple effects. Obviously, there would be.
Tell me the first thing that comes to your mind that will happen in part of that ripple.
But I'm not suggesting that we cut off all manufacturing from China or all.
No, I'm not either. I'm just saying.
I'm saying that like we need to figure out solutions to that. I.e., again, we have this massive innovation within the world of AI, and like I would love to see AI and finding more efficient ways to bring manufacturing to the United States. And I don't mean people making stuff in factories. I'm saying that you're seeing there's a lot of automation when it comes to the auto industry, right? Like
so what happens
stuff like that. Like
what happens to bring the jobs back?
So my point being is like I think companies like Walmart, and if you want to use the government as the club in order to use this, more power to you. To say, look, if you guys want to import your entire labor, your manufacturing base offshore, then you're going to have to be taxed accordingly. So I don't know. Again, this is just arbitrary.
China has factories that don't use a single light anymore because they're all completely automated. Just these things cranking out other things in the dark.
So why don't they make those things here? What is the motivation?
Because building here is expensive. They're not going to build a factory.
Why is it so expensive here as opposed to China?
Because the labor cost is through the freaking roof.
Here.
Because labor cost, real estate cost, like
automation's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, like so. Elon Musk had his first major factory was in Fremont. It was a Ford factory before that. The only way he was manufacturing cars in the United States is by having it have been a car factory already, and he just retrofitted it. And even then, he's getting all the components from China. I was actually there when they were having their major supply chain meeting. Everything is coming from somewhere else, and then they're putting it together here. Sure, right? So, but the infrastructure was already here. If you had to build that factory in Fremont, first of all, just the land in Fremont is too expensive.
No, yes, of course, Fremont.
Yeah, but that's sort of everywhere in the United States.
What's that? I mean, is it though?
Kind of, yeah. Anywhere where anyone wants to live, the land is expensive.
Okay.
And anywhere where people don't want to live, you have to build infrastructure to then build those factories.
Sure. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't mean to break you over the coals on that wheelbarrow, but it's just you're comparing land prices for Fremont with the rest of the country.
You're never going to have land cheaper in the United States than in China.
But again, why don't we ask why that is? Do you think it's because China are artificially jacking around their currency in order to make it more profitable for the United States?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's the reality on the ground. So we can't compete in terms of manufacturing. One, because we offloaded all that 30 years ago. But it was always going to be that.
So how can we incentivize or force companies to bring that manufacturing back?
By fascism or totalitarianism?
Let's use Tesla as you brought up Tesla. So Tesla had a factory in Fremont. So and you said, I heard you say that the infrastructure exists, right? So how can we do that?
If you have to build new infrastructure, you're not going to.
But you're saying in the case of Tesla, you don't even have to.
In the case of Tesla, they moved into basically a working car factory. They had to move things around, but they weren't building the whole thing from scratch, right? So you move back into Detroit, but you then have to retrofit those buildings to be functional, and then you have to bring all the machinery back in. You're basically starting less than from scratch because you're dealing with aging, broken infrastructure. Right? And we're not China. We don't just mow everything down and build without any real safety features. The way our country runs makes things like that very difficult, especially in a global economic system. And other countries do the dirty work that we don't want to.
Sure. And you're saying that like cost of, one of the big things you're saying is cost of land. You mentioned as one of the factors, not all of the factors, but one of the factors.
Land, location. Do you have power there? Do you have sewer there?
Sure. Like NPR, I just looked this up, and this is from NPR, so certainly not a right wing. This isn't.
That was outside of it today.
This is according to June 26, 2023. China owns 380,000 acres of land in the United States.
That's another great red herring, right? That has nothing to do with the point.
Why not seize that land and then sell it to companies with the idea of saying, okay, we're now seizing that land and then we're going to sell it to companies? Like, I get it.
If you're trying to start a war with China, sure, go ahead and do that.
I think
it would also kill us globally because all of a sudden we're not a partner that can be depended on. If we'll just seize your land that you purchased, are you fucking serious? That would be economic suicide.
So let me just say this.
Hold on. Let's talk about a little math. Did you say 80,000 acres?
380,000.
It's still ridiculous. So the United States is almost 1 billion acres of fucking farmland. Right? So what would you even do with 380,000? Do you think that's going to be it's not nothing, but it's not going to do anything dramatic.
No. But the point that our founder is bringing up is saying that it would create a massive economic war if we reduce our dependency on China.
That's not what I said. I was responding to you saying that we're going to take away the land that we sold to China. And that we're just going to cut them out. That was your statement that I was responding to, and now you're creating another fucking red herring.
So let me say this then. I think if we deprive China's economy of their manufacturing American goods, I think that's going to start essentially a war as well, right? So going back to Pro's point earlier on, saying, well, what would happen if we stopped importing from China tomorrow? It's I think that China would declare an economic war in the United States.
Do you remember COVID?
But the point of the matter is if you...
Do you remember COVID?
Isn't there something? It's the Fifth Amendment, right? You can't just like take someone's property.
Do you remember COVID?
Sure, but we're talking.
Do you remember COVID? Yes or no?
I'm trying to answer both of your questions at this.
What happened when the supply chain crumbled? What happened when the supply chain crumbled? When we weren't getting things from China, what happened?
It was bad for the United States, of course.
Imagine if China seized all of our corporate factories that we have in China. How would that go?
But my point being is like, why don't like, if you want to have going back to the earlier conversation of saying, okay, you guys keep bringing up these billionaire CEOs and how much money they make and all this kind of stuff, and that's fine. It's fine. It's like I don't really care how many billionaires there are in the United States. Those numbers are not that interesting to me. I care more about the rank and file, like how many Americans can afford to put food on the table, those types of things. Like, and if you want to talk about wages at Walmart, to bring this whole conversation full circle, and it's, oh my gosh, it's fucking 11 o'clock. I gotta be up at 4:30. Yeah. Like you said, like I think we should reduce there are concrete steps that I think we can do as a country in order to make things better for Americans, and I don't think that we're doing them. I think, and I got guys, like this is a really entertaining conversation. I legitimately have to get off here, but just like nuclear energy as an example is like another huge one, right? Like this is these should be bipartisan solutions. It's like, it's again. I want to have these conversations. I enjoy having these conversations with you guys because it's like they are really, really interesting, and you guys are actually bringing unique solutions to the table. But it's like, again, we want to talk about like, yeah, of course, if we reduced our dependence on China, it wouldn't be good for the American economy, and it would also be
that's why it would also
piss China off. But it also. But it's also it's absolutely fucking necessary in order to it has to be done.
So you want to do something that has to be done instead of the easier fixes, right? Like if we push for a wide middle class with massive purchasing power, which is what every sane economist would tell you, what are you going to get? You're going to get economic growth. You're going to get
so all your businesses
that you don't even have.
All you're doing is kicking the can down the street. That's all you're doing.
You're doing it when you talk about China. If you get extreme concentration, you get political populism. That's what we have now. You get instability.
I think that reducing the dependence on China would create.
I'm talking about reducing dependence.
That's what I am.
It's not an actual thing that we can do right now. And if you want to do it, you don't have the proposed mechanism to do it. You just told me one of your brilliant ideas was to seize all the assets of China that they've purchased with their money and violate the Fifth Amendment, and then try to figure out how we're going to do that and not have equal retribution from fucking China. Bro, it's not a serious argument that you're doing. You just don't want to talk about the means. I'm not focused on how many billionaires exist either. I'm focused on, I am fascinated because of what it means, but I know that's not the end all be all. I'm focused on whether, if you get a system that's generating ridiculous, record wealth, right? That how do you ensure that all your working households are able to afford the basics? That's a part of what it sounded like you said, right?
So we both think that the other has a silly argument.
No, I don't.
Because I think your argument is silly. Like I think the fact that you're completely dispelling.
You want to talk about China? You don't want to talk about the big elephant in the room. Healthcare is insane. It outpaces your wages. How can people live? Housing costs outpaces your wages. Everybody knows this, bro. Education is
right, and I'm saying that we've offshored the cost of most of our goods.
So it's offshore.
I'm sorry.
How about food insecurity? Right, like that's a big issue. Like compare it to GDP growth. Like you can look at all these kind of things now if you want to do that stuff. Afford. Look at the trends that we have for if people can pay their bills, right, in the United States, and look at it to other countries and see how we're doing. Do all the stress test stuff across the markets and see, if the market solution crap can actually fix it, right?
And again, it's like I think can we not walk and chew gum at the same time? But can we not have these conversations and also say Chinese and not just China, just to be clear, there's a lot of other countries that completely undercut our wage base when it comes to this stuff. Like, hey, maybe we can walk into like subsidized labor. Subsidized labor is huge business in the United States. You see this with what's going on with like Mexicans doing labor. Like I saw this across the board, but certainly when I was out in California, you don't see it as much in Maine. But you see it with farming and all these other types of stuff. I understand why Trump doesn't want to go. He said, I want to go after the criminals and that kind of thing, and whoever gets caught in the net or whatever. But Trump is deliberately saying that he doesn't want to go after going after illegal migrant farmers or construction workers or whatever they are, gardeners, whatever. Of course, he doesn't want to go after those. It's whether you're Republican or Democrat or it's the giant elephant. You want to talk about elephants in the room? Of course, it's an elephant in the room, which is our wages. You want to talk about people that are here and making pennies on the dollar. I mean, I saw out in California ad nauseum all the loopholes that companies, and including the business that I was working for, that I didn't have any power to make any changes. But I certainly saw it with ours. I mean, we were hiring a housekeeping company for the place that I was working at in order to do all of our cleaning. And like, there's all these. The point being is, there's tons of loopholes that you can use in order to exploit foreign labor. And my point being is, if you want to start champing down on that kind of stuff, it's like, yes, I want to have those conversations. Like, I want to have conversations about the fact that millions of people have been flooding over the border, and neither party really wants to do anything about it. The Republicans will lip service it. The Democrats don't really even do the lip service so much. Although I think Hillary Clinton said something about it recently. My point being is, like, these people are flooding in and undercutting the wage base, and people go, well, it's not jobs that Americans want. Okay,
that was happening in the 60s and 70s too, Ben. But the difference is, back then they had unions, and the workers had more leverage. And the declining worker labor leverage has been the big problem in the room. The huge elephant has been basically the income disparity because of deregulation and unionization of workers. In the 50s and 60s, they had unions. Even migrant workers had unions. They had pay. There was a pay scale that they had. They don't have that anymore. So you got to go back to the 60s and 70s and the 80s and see what they did that undercut what Americans made and gave it all to the rich and the investors.
And that's a great point. And this is the emotional argument that gets people, the white old people in America, that get them they're panting in a bunch because they responded to Trump coming down the escalator at home. They're coming for our jobs and they're criminals and all that kind of bullshit. But none of this talks to the 40-year middle class wage stagnation that I was talking about at the beginning. None of it. We haven't addressed any of that part, right? You get immigration, yeah, of course you're going to lower a little bit of the wages for all the low skill stuff that you're talking about in this really, really little narrow sector. Really little, right? It's a real modest, I would say, payable kind of impact from immigration, right? And that's usually concentrated wherever your localized labor markets are. So is there some undercutting? Yeah, there is. But it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what we're talking about. Our people haven't been getting their wages risen because of policies that we've chosen to do and letting the money flow upward. It never flows back down. And every day it gets worse. We were talking a little bit about the AI shit. Automation, you think it's going to get better or worse? Of course it's going to get worse. Better automation, but worse for the workers, right? And so what can a labor bargaining do against that? They're going to have lower and lower power over time.
Well, sure, but we're seeing a repeat of what we saw with the invention of the tractor, in the sense that
since the 70s, really, we've had automation replacing.
Well, no, but even way further back in the 70s, right? And that's what I mean with the tractor in that sense. And I don't mean that. I mean that somewhat literally, in the sense that throughout time we've had becoming way more efficient, and then we're basically pricing entire sectors. Like, the fact that the tech sector even exists, or let me put it, I guess guess here's a good example, right? You're seeing a lot of, you remember the learn to code? Remember that whole thing? Right, so, and now it's like a lot of people who had those quote unquote coding jobs are now out of work because, you know, AI is taking those. So I guess my point being is the market, this is going to be a continual market issue in the sense that, like, this is progress in general. Is the market's always going to have to react. Like, the market will always be changing and always like.
Okay.
So, like, to kind of to answer your question or to answer your point about that, it's just like, I mean, the market's always gonna morph.
I keep going back to, I get the markets.
So it's not like a 1970s thing. I think
what isn't 1970s though, to me again, that's the bigger, like, we're looking at drops in the bucket compared to like the freaking, you know, it's like when the boat, they're doing the teaspoon thing while it's sinking, right? It's like, we get some like real big buckets of water and chuck them off.
Sure, but again, you're talking about.
Hold up. You stop that subcontracting bullshit tomorrow, and you say no more low skill immigration, right? We can do what Trump wants, right? Do you think the wages are going to drastically go up? No, they're not. And the reason it's not is obvious. Your point, that automation's still going to keep on going. The market concentration crap that I'm talking about is still going to be there. Your housing, you haven't done nothing for housing. The housing, those costs aren't dropping. The healthcare costs, hell knows, those aren't dropping tomorrow. So it's a little teensy part of the story, right? And it's not the core driver.
Sure, but that's why I'm saying that it needs to be multifaceted. I brought up nuclear energy earlier. Like, I think our dependence on foreign oil is horrible as well. And like, we've closed nuclear power plants. To me, is just insane. Anybody who says that they're in favor, and I've talked to, legitimately talked to environmentalists who say that they're afraid of the dangers of nuclear power. But it's like, well, nuclear power is the cleanest, safest form of energy that's ever existed on planet Earth. It's not even particularly close. Like, it's not particularly close. And I understand that things like Chernobyl and like those types of things existed, but you can literally count those things on maybe
that was also championed by the oil companies in the 70s and 80s. They created a lot of what do you call fucking ads out there and scared the public into thinking that nuclear energy was bad.
Sure.
It was a huge thing by the oil companies.
Just to be clear, I'm not in the pocket of the oil companies. I'm not, you know.
I agree with you.
Like I want solutions here, you know. So like a lot of the precious minerals here, like, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, one of the largest deposits of lithium in the entire world. Let me ask you this, Pro. You said you're pretty wealthy. Do you ever ski at Sunday River?
I'm not. I married well.
So, have you ever been to Sunday River? Do you know where Sunday River is?
I don't do white sports.
Okay, fair enough. So, Sunday River is a ski resort in Western Maine. A couple were out looking for tourmaline, which is a semi-precious gemstone found in Maine, particularly that mimics. It looks like a lot of other precious gemstones. They accidentally stumbled upon they said it's like the largest or second largest lithium deposit in the entire freaking world. It happens to be in the mountains of Western Maine, but nobody wants to.
That's stunningly unbelievable.
Time magazine did an article about it. But seriously, look it up. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, that's not what I'm doing.
I'll look that one up.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. But you know, it's like I want to have these conversations again. I'm not getting paid by the oil companies here. It's like like I said, I want tons of as much nuclear power as you can possibly have. So I'll look up that argument.
Wind and solar too.
Hey, I didn't follow this argument very well. A little bit word salady for me, but the nuclear thing, I think I do follow enough. I don't believe it's the case, Ben, that nuclear plants, quote, get shut down in the United States. I think what happens is when nuclear plants are built, they're built by large companies, and they run efficiently and effectively for a number of years. And then they become old nuclear plants, and now they start to be more of a risk. And the risk is basically that at the end of life, you have to clean up a nuclear plant. So what they do is they sell the nuclear plant to some middle tier company for another 20 years as a nominal asset.
They buy it cheap, they run it into the ground, and they get some power out of it, and that's fine. And then they sell it to a company whose only exists to go bankrupt. And then the last company that takes ownership of the nuclear power plant has no assets, no funds, and now that they've been sitting on an old nuclear power plant with years and years of nuclear waste, and you have a huge problem. Now, the reason we don't have more power plants in the United States is not because that's a horrible system, which it is, but because solar panels are way cheaper. Natural gas for a long time was cheaper than building a new solar. The economics to build solar is not favorable. I don't know what you're proposing. You seem to be a capitalist proposing that the government build nuclear power plants because for some reason you prefer it to alternatives.
Well, he's near Seabrook, so he knows it can work.
I don't understand where we're going. This notion that the public is somehow just doesn't know enough about nuclear power is really not fair. The Price Anderson very explicitly was created to enable power plants to exist in the first place. Without that, energy companies, power companies, or companies that build power plants would be liable for the damages that nuclear power plants cause, or could cause, in a nuclear event. Now, extraordinary event, like Chernobyl was, certainly, but the close calls we've had here, 3 Mile Island, etc. These things cost a tremendous amount of money to clean up. And so who's going to be on the hook? Who's going to be the insurance company, the insurers of a Chernobyl scale event in the United States where like the entire state of Tennessee becomes virtually uninhabitable, can't grow any food. Any food grown there is radioactive. Any people who were there at the time are going to have thyroid conditions, and many people are going to get sick and die. One of the most excruciating deaths you can die. But tell me the part where nuclear power is a good idea.
No, that's fine. I guess I've been told since I've been alive that like global warming is the worst thing ever, and that we need to reduce our dependency on foreign energy. And so my point is, I understand that nuclear has its risks and that it's not fail safe. I'm looking at the alternatives here. I'm also looking at the fact that, according to one article I just read, 86% of the components for solar are made within like imported products. So I would like the United States to be energy independent as much as possible, so that we can actually focus the stuff at home. And yes, we can manufacture a lot of the stuff here, right? Like I would like to see that if in fact we can get those resources here. And again, I brought up the just massive dependency on lithium for batteries, etc. Right? So I posted not one but 2 separate articles in the chat for 2 separate, one from Time Magazine and one from this News Center 6. About the lithium in Western Maine. So, and it looks like they're pushing to try to get that. But again, I would like it if we had mines that were owned by American companies employing American workers, getting that out of the ground, and therefore the products that we're using. Again, it helps us reduce that. Yes, we can't shut off the tap to China tomorrow, but if we can start onshoring some of those jobs.
It is that in order to satisfy the environmental lobby in the United States, we should start mining and refining rare metal products in the United States again. Like the reason we don't do those things in the United States is precisely because of the environmental lobby in the United States.
So then we don't care about the environment. We just care about the environment as long as it's here in the United States. We just don't give a shit about it in China. Like at least let's be intellectually honest about that. Then we don't care. We want American workers. We want to raise minimum wage because so that American workers have a better go of it in the United States economy. We don't give a fuck about the Chinese. just to be clear, like again, if you want to have that conversation, if you want to take that stance, like have that stance and own that stance, like that.
Why do you think putting this on me is appropriate?
Because you're the one advocating for the policy.
Well, where did you interpret that?
You're saying that you're saying you're criticizing my wanting to or wanting to dig rare earth minerals here in the United States, and your rationale for not wanting to dig up rare earth minerals in the United States is because it's bad for the environment. Well, it's bad for the environment here, or it's bad for the environment in China. Why is it bad for why is that okay?
I just think you misunderstood, man.
I'd like an answer to the question. I think it's a fair question. I think it's a fair question.
I'm trying to understand your position, which seems, as I see it, be that the best way to satisfy the environmental goals of the United States is to start mining again, which is something that we largely shut down in order to satisfy the environmental goals.
No, that's not my contention at all. My contention is across the board, it would be a good thing in order to get jobs back here in the United States and reduce our dependency on an adversarial, at least semi-adversarial foreign power in China or just across the board. Like, I think if we can build these things here in the United States, this is a good thing across the board. If we care about Americans, if we care about American workers, if we care about all of these things, we should be doing that. That's my contention. It's not to satisfy the environmentalists at all. The reason I brought up the environmentalists and global warming and all that kind of stuff is like, that's the excuse I've heard across the board for why we need to reduce our...
That's what the science is, dude.
That's what
the science is. That's not like a political angle. No, if you just
fine, and that's fine.
All right, go on.
No, and that's fine. But I would like an answer to my friend who was like I'm asking him again. Please own your position if that is in fact your position. The reason that we shouldn't be...
My position is that your position is not making much sense.
Right, and I'm telling you to defend your own, and you apparently don't want to do that. I'm saying that you're. I
don't want to defend my own before I've defined my position, and I haven't. So I don't think we're there yet.
Fair enough. I'm saying that we need to. We should be mining if we want to continue on the path that we're going with our green energy, let me put it that way, when it comes to lithium for batteries, et cetera, et cetera.
I think you just want to red, white, and blue energy. I don't care about green energy.
Oh, Ben, here, you got a little word of advice here. When it comes to like pool of being critical, okay, you're swimming in like the shallow end. The Benjamin is like he's in the deep end, dude. He's got critical angles on everything. You're not gonna like out critical Benjamin.
I don't mind having a friendly conversation, but like there's no personal attacks here. Anything.
Well, can I change the tack slightly? This is interesting stuff about like the nuclear power, the environment. This is stuff, but
like just. You don't even have to read the articles fully, but like I said, I posted 2 articles. Like, I'm not making shit up. There's just a lot of lithium in Western Maine of all places. It's super random, but they stumbled upon it, and here it is.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, like, this is part of like seems to be a broader overall, I don't know, pattern of thought, I guess, or reasoning, I guess. It's just like Pro said, man, or just like Romero said. Romero characterized these things as red herrings. Pro said that these are problems, yes, like immigration, but they're just not the main drivers of the problems that are facing Americans, not the Chinese. Like when you go and look at what the polling data is, when you ask people what they think the solutions to the problems are, it's like, it's just like it's all the stuff that you would expect. It's the usual suspects, like the stuff that polls the highest among like conservatives, conservatives, liberals, centrists, moderates, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. But like the entire voter base is stuff like affordable universal healthcare coverage, some kind of public option, prescription drug price controls, raising the federal minimum wage, paid sick leave, paid family leave, stronger unions, more power for workers, taxing wealth, and more regulations on corporate, better corporate regulations, like better antitrust measures. Building up our infrastructure. These are the things that people want to happen. And you just look at the polling data, and while the conversations about nuclear power and the environment is like an important subject and it should be discussed, this is small potatoes, man. They're like the real problems, man.
So are these small potatoes because that's what they like? I agree with you that the American people this stuff sells. Like, that was my point of bringing up the stuff with Trump and him and his campaigning against Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Is Donald Trump literally ran on "I won't touch your entitlement," where the longtime position of the Republican Party, and again, you can disagree with this or agree with this. I don't bring this up to get an agreement or a disagreement. I'm saying that this was a notable shift within the quote unquote Republican Party platform. Is the fact that Donald Trump is I'm not going after you. I'm not going to touch your entitlement reform. That's a pretty new concept within Republicans. Republicans have for a long time have run on things they ran on repeal and replace Obamacare and those types of things, right? So the United States our acceptance of these things has moved pretty radically in that direction. So and we see this across the board with other stuff, but that to me, that was a pretty novel concept. The fact that Donald Trump is going up there and basically saying because he understands where his bread is. He understands where his bread is buttered. The fact that a huge percentage of his voting base, and generally speaking, if you want to go through polling statistics of who actually votes in elections, it ain't a lot of young people by and large. It's a lot of older people, right? And so, of course, he doesn't want to touch entitlement reform. But if you look at where tax money or where money is spent in America, you talked about healthcare. Yes, I think we should absolutely look at healthcare. I think we should go through healthcare with a rusty, not to quote Ron Swanson from Parks and Recreation, but go through it with a rusty fishing knife. And yes, I'd like to be eating pork cracklings while I'm doing so. I'm sorry if you guys don't get the.
I think we should take it a little further, man. We need to get our fucking torches, but I think it works, and push these fucking people into the ocean. Okay, and rebuild. But that's what we should be doing.
I think that where we might actually be able to find consensus is the fact that I think it's fair to say that we're trapped between two different systems here. We're semi-privatized and we're semi-publicized, and so we now have the worst of both worlds. I think maybe we can find some agreement on that. The fact that it is that we have Medicare and all of these social programs, and we also have this semi-private system. And so again, I think that we do have the worst of both worlds. I think that the healthcare.
So Dan, I want to give you a compliment, and give you something that I'm not giving you yet, which is I think underneath the word salad, there are about 14 words here that are meaningful. But my dude, it's so hard to agree with you or disagree with you because of the loquacious nature of your delivery.
That's
and
right.
I just think you would do better to sharpen your knife and come in with a point. Because I've listened to you now for 2-3 hours. I get the general notion that you're to the right of pro on a few things, and that you're pro-nuclear, and that you have some notion of how the economy should be improved that I can't quite put a finger on. And people that have listened to you the last 3 hours are starving, and you're you've got 2 fish and a loaf of bread, and you're not giving it up, right? You're not getting the job done. So how could we get you
No, I think I've been
back into a tight circle where you're hitting it. You know what I'm saying?
I think the time is probably for me to log off anyways and actually get some sleep. As I've mentioned several times throughout this conversation, I've got to be up at 4:30, and that's been in the back of my mind.
If you were going to summarize your own Alzheimer-induced meander, what would you?
Let me put it to you this way, Benjamin. For all of your, and I appreciate the conversation with everybody, and I've stayed up way later than I should. I always say this, and I stand by this. If I was voting in 1993, I'd be a Democrat. It's like I want less government regulation. I want
Was that when you were smart?
What's that?
Said in '93 when you were smart.
Well, no, but meaning the Democratic Party platform of 1993, which is something that I think we can have.
Yeah, because I'm curious, because I have this theory that the Democrats left the working class, maybe in 1993 or thereabout.
And also business school.
Are you speaking to this issue from the perspective of the working class writ large? Or are you speaking to this issue from a different perspective?
I would say as a country, as a general whole.
As what's good for the country.
Yeah, and I don't say that. I don't say that.
You think that what's good for the working class is what's good for the country?
That's a fair point. So no, okay. So let me rethink your question then. So your question is. Restate your initial question.
Well, I'm just asking if you can help me.
Maybe it's Alzheimer's.
Perspective from which you are.
I hope not at my age. I hope it's not Alzheimer's.
I mean, maybe you're retired and you're going, don't give a damn. But maybe you're retired and don't care, but you also think that maybe your opinions could help the country or some other group of people. Or maybe you're retired and really scared they're going to take away your Social Security. I don't know. What is the perspective that we're dealing with here?
These are just things that I believe.
Things that you believe.
Yeah, I think you're attempting to read too much into it, respectfully.
Just trying to parse. I'm trying to simplify a model of this so that I can understand you, because otherwise all I get is word salad.
I want the country to be in a better place, and that for everybody, not just the 1%, not just.
Okay, well, then
for all 330 million of us in the United States, I want the country to be a better place. I want actual solutions to actual problems that are facing this country, and I think that we can broadly, as referenced by this discussion, I think we can all pretty much broadly agree that there's large consensus about problems facing this country.
And if I understand your arc, you're trying to convey that you once thought the Democrats were in favor of what's better for the everybody in America. And today you're a lot less sure of that and starting to think that maybe the Republicans might have a better plan for the betterment.
No, I'm saying that in 1993, going back to that, there used to be such thing as conservative Democrats and liberal Republicans. I hate the bipolar nature that we currently exist in American politics. I hate it with a passion. I was raised in the state of Maine, where growing up we had 2 Republican female senators in a state that voted Democrat and an independent governor who is now one of our senators.
And I want you to get to the other side of that coin, because you said in 1993 you would have voted Democrat. So I feel like there's the second half of that sentence. I miss
an age where it wasn't, and maybe I am naive in this regard. I miss an age where you can have it wasn't this bipolar. That America wasn't as bipolar as it is now, where it's every 4 years we elect a dictator.
It's not like Victoria. Yesterday was better, and the day before that. Oh, do you?
Well, no, it's like I want.
And we used to have
the reason that going back to one of our Republican female senators in Olympia, the reason she
every 8 years we've elected a dictator.
So in Olympia said the reason she got out of politics was because
left and the right were too far apart from each other. There wasn't actually any room in order to actually make any compromises. I don't think that's entirely true, but I think it's mostly true. Like,
But
I think
you just think that the political party with the primaries has created two bad choices.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Represents where the country is and where it needs to be.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But why the hell didn't you say that 3 hours ago?
Like, we've created an incentive structure where the most radical voices get the most play.
Oh my God. So many words.
We agree with that, correct?
I love you, Ben.
Ben, someday do a deep dive on why you think we're so hyper-partisan. And there's not enough time. There's not enough time for that. There's an easy one. Social media.
It's the primary elections that are unconstitutional. There's strange.
Yes, and it's also a media, a left and right media that are both. It's sensationalism. Big money in government. Sure, it's sensationalism.
I think that this problem existed before we had big money in government.
It's hyperinflated since. But if
it hasn't gotten better, that's damn sure. But
so if Donald Trump, or let's just use 2016 as an example, but you can use any election. If Donald Trump had run on, well, Hillary Clinton's okay. I don't really like her that much, but if she wins, it's not going to damage the country that much. But I would really rather you vote for me. And then if Hillary Clinton had got up at the debate and says, Donald Trump, he's not going to ruin the country. It's not going to, the country, we're still going to have elections. We're going to.
The only politician who has said that in the last 50 years is John McCain.
Benjamin, that's my entire point, is the fact that sensationalism sells. And that's part of the huge part.
Yeah, but it's the election structure dictates the volatility of the outcomes.
That's how you end up with.
It's a mathematical. Speaking of math, just like it's a mathematical.
That's how you end up with. It's how you end up with January 6th and it's how you end up with election denialism on both sides, and this attitude that we. This election was no election.
And we gotta sharpen your pencil.
This next election is the
point where you can
hey Benjamin,
express your thoughts in 20 minutes rather than 3 hours. But otherwise, pretty good.
Benjamin, you know what needs to happen is I need to start going back to bed at 9 o'clock at night, which is what I was doing before.
Hey, if you come in this room a little bit, I'll probably help. It's painful, but
I've been tired for the last 4 hours, so that's what you're getting. So you're not getting the best version of me. So, but I appreciate you guys having the conversation. Truly. So you all have been respectful, and
hey, I got a whole lot more where that came from. I didn't really say that much.
Well, let's get a fire under it, man. Firecracker. Let's see.
Join me in the other room. Join me in the other rooms where I talk Islam and Christianity. That'll be in there. It's fun. It's fun. So you hook the.
I don't think so. It takes 3 hours to express your view on Islam. That's way too
much. They're kicking you out now. You gotta go. God bless.
Elliot, what's going on, man? Elliot, I need you to go for it.
Hey, Ben. Benjamin.
Yeah, my question.
Miguel does have a comment too.
No, I just had a comment about your statement on nuclear, how it's not a viable thing. When we actually have a litmus test, like, for example, the country France, they gained like 70-75% of their power, and they're continuously able to do that from nuclear. Why would it not work here?
I don't know that it would work or not work here, and I didn't say that it's not viable. The problem is,
maybe I misunderstood.
It's not financially viable at the current moment because solar panels cost like a third the price per gigawatt that a nuclear plant costs. And a nuclear plant takes like 20 years to site and build and deliver power, and a solar plant, you can put it out tomorrow. I mean, it's like a clothesline. You just lay it out on the ground and turn it on. So it just turns out that for time and money, it's really difficult to put a nuclear power plant online in the United States, whereas it's not very difficult to put a solar panel on.
You would agree that solar isn't as carbon carbon neutral because it's a really toxic process to create solar panels, right?
I would agree that it's toxic. It's probably horrendously toxic. Like,
right.
As a practical matter, they're probably burning coal in order to generate the electricity to melt the silicon to make the panels and run the factory in China. And China is getting better. Like, China is also creating a lot of solar panels. And now more and more of the energy used to make solar panels is itself solar by definition. So yeah, that's a dicey question. And nuclear has some of the same problems. In Tennessee Valley Authority uses coal-powered fire plants in order to power its nuclear plants. That's kind of weird. But it wouldn't surprise you, I suppose, that nuclear power plants are not self-powering, meaning the operations are not powered by the plant itself because they need power in order to operate the plant when the plant is online and also when it's offline. So they get power from other places to run the plant, and that includes coal. These things are dicey. You do. I wish Elliot could light a fire under it. Elliot, come on, hit us, man. Firecracker. I'm thinking of
what I was talking about.
Firecracker song. Boom, go boom, boom.
Taylor Swift, man. I don't do Taylor Swift, man. I don't know what people see in that woman. I don't her music. It just I'm not there, dude. I don't understand it. It's not.
I'm not sure if is there a chance I'm wrong about this?
I was talking about it with Ben.
I wouldn't check. I mean, I wouldn't go searching for. Oh my gosh, I gotta find that Taylor Swift today.
You know what's fucking really dope? I just bought some fucking Crip Slips off Amazon. You guys know what those are?
No idea.
They're like, if you watch the movie Friday, how the ice cream puts on those corduroy slippers. We used to call those Crip Slips back in the day, in the 90s, yeah. And they're blue too, so they're really Crip Slips.
By we, you mean West Coast.
Yeah, it's the West Coast thing. Crip Slips, like Bloods and Crips. Yeah.
Bloods and Crips, okay.
Yeah, Crip Slips.
Elliot's got the flag.
I think it's Crips and Bloods.
What did I say? Different than that.
Well, you said Bloods and Crips. I think you'll say Crips and Bloods.
Well, I did it in alphabetical order, and if you're a Blood, you can't say words that start with C. So you got, so what's bracket? Holmes, right, Necro?
I mean, I can say plenty of words that start with C if you want me to.
Well, you better not. If you're repping my set. Yeah. What set do you rep, man?
Elliot's got a thought he needs to get off his mind. You get it?
If you wanna tell me like what the problem is, universal health care. But if your name's not Ben, your name's Benjamin, I don't know. You probably don't.
Health care. Okay, the problem with universal health care is that look, I think there's a general problem here with the conversation for the last 2 years. There's a lot of talk about how to move the money around. I think what's missing is that at the end of the day, nobody needs money. You can't eat money. Money's not going to fix you. Money's not going to give you your health back. Money's not going to put a roof over your head. What is going to put a roof over your head is somebody building a house for you. Somebody taking care of you when you're in the hospital. When we build the hospital.
Bro, Benjamin, I can palpably feel your karma dropping from top 1% to 2% with every word that's coming out of your mouth.
I don't know.
Benjamin's polls are down tonight. I just wanted to let everyone know. He's
yeah.
pretty well.
Oh my God, are we gonna have to put up with this every day?
Depends how often you're loaded.
Okay, so
good you can't see it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
No, the best argument you can give for why you shouldn't have universal health care is because I don't have to pay for other people's poor decisions.
Mm-hmm. Very libertarian of you.
Yeah.
They'll get injured somewhere else.
It is a point that as soon as healthcare is a universal cost, then you raise the argument that the government can decide what you do and what you don't do. For example, I like to fly in airplanes, but airplanes are actually quite dangerous.
Next thing they'll be putting microchips in our brains, like medical costs.
If I crash my airplane, then the government might say, on second thought, maybe it was just, and can't.
What's the argument for not moving here?
I don't know. Again, the airplanes. But general aviation is not very common in Europe the way it is in the United States.
Yeah. Also, another argument for against universal health care is because I pay for my own medical bills.
There's an argument. Who makes that argument?
Charlie Kirk.
Me.
His medical bills are paid for now.
I think a modern.
To complain about.
I thought I was finding it when I said me. It's the mix.
Because he's a modern, he's an anarchist who pays for his own medical bills like a psychopath. Come on. I mean, yeah, I have this radical individualism imposed on everyone, so I feel like they're pretty much the same way about the world. So.
The way I understand the math is that the rest of the world can afford universal health care where they have it, and a lot of Europe has it, Canada has it. But largely because the United States taxpayer is willing to pay for universal military protection. And since we stopped paying for the one, we could have the other.
Well, I mean, he's not talking about universal military because he's not giving the universal military or even the world full military. He's just arguing for stronger military.
Sorry, guys, here.
I'm going to go back to this guy for a while.
Where's the voiceover guy at?
Voiceover guy?
What can we do? Is this just an Adrian Goodman account?
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Shit.
Kensington Rothschild.
Yeah, I mean, I think for that voiceover guy looks like Tom DeLonge.
That's funny.
Was anybody opposed to the idea, can't we just do pass a bill where we just fucking try it? Let's just try universal health care for I don't know, 10 years or whatever. Have it set to expire after 10 years. Can we just try the solution?
It helps the medical system. Let's just let doctors set their own prices and have their own practices. There's your affordable healthcare right there.
Yeah, but that's what the power of an act of Congress can fix, bro.
We don't want the Congress fixing anything because they can't fix anything.
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, man. We can get the SC files out.
Argument. That's definitely a circular argument, Benjamin. Where are your panties in a row? We don't want them to fix it because they can't fix it.
And who can?
Like I said, when the doctors graduate from medical school, let them build their own practice, set their own prices, hire their own staff, and go to their offices and do the business. That way it would be affordable healthcare right there. We don't need these hospital systems overbilling and overcharging.
The argument against universal healthcare is that there are plenty of countries that have it, and the United States has more medical innovation than the countries that have universal healthcare. So, maybe that's a good argument, but.
Well, what if everybody counts going to medical school? Then what are we gonna do?
I suspect we could figure out how to have both. Hey, CM, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to see voiceover guy. Just a funny guy, man.
Hey, what's that medal there? What'd you get? Was that participation trophy or what?
It just means I'm better than you. That's it.
Yeah, that's not that's not at all.
Star belly sneeches.
CM, what's your number? What's your magic number? I can't see any. I'm interested in yours.
I have 1%.
Nice.
Oh, the evil 1%.
Just remember, 0.01 is spelled by Norm.
Oh, yeah, I know. I saw that. I saw that earlier.
Yeah, Crow's even more elite than you, Sam.
I know. I mean, I had no idea how. I don't even know how this is calculated. Whatever. I don't really care.
Actually, it's not the first algorithm. You won't know the details of.
I think it's how many friends you have. I think.
This is actually what you're. There's an insurance record that is a private database where you don't know the score either. This is just they're showing you your score, and they're trying to get you to be fascinated by it. So your addiction score.
Yeah, that's what I
highest score on the app should be whatever Elliot's doing.
Yo, no, but there should be a way to take off this fucking metal off my like PTR, bro. Like I don't want it there. I don't care if it says 1% when you click on my profile.
Drop a bunch of F-bombs and kick
Yay, PM, yay. I dropped plenty of F-bombs. How'd you even get that medal? Like, what did you, maybe that's the problem. Yeah.
He doesn't touch grass.
I haven't, I'm not dropping enough.
No, maybe he still argues religion. That's how he kept it.
Yeah, it's us heathens. That's the problem.
Hey, does everybody here know voiceover guy?
I do.
Voiceover. Have you heard his wacky theories as to why the earth is flat?
I've heard you.
Oh shit! Right before we get there.
Let's not.
Right before we go to skydiving.
Yeah.
Ah man. Why you gotta do that, there, bro?
We're having,
Let me get a sample. Let me get a sample, voiceover guy. Let me get a sample.
Give us a little taste.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're like a Clint Eastwood. You're like a. Let me get a Clint Eastwood.
This earth got nothing to do with it.
Last time we were talking about right?
Yo, CM. This is typical globetrot activity, man. When you try to.
Remember that place with only one of the chimpanzees that was like his sidekick? It's like
You're gonna wipe your own ass today. I get it, dude. And you want to try to.
And then like he would get the chimp to like punch people, but say like, hey, left turn, and then like the chimp would punch a guy. Remember that movie? What the fuck? God, you assholes, man. You don't know anything.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Punching monkeys.
Look up Clint Eastwood with the chimpanzee. God damn it, dude. I don't remember what it's called. It's called like. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was
$2 more official.
Thank you. Someone validate Roivix or what's the thing.
And I had
I know those.
I think consolidated and validated. Confabulated.
the symbols. Had them on the head.
Monkey tracks? Yeah.
I think it's voiceover guy.
Yeah.
And then the earth being flat. What else is new?
I think the earth is flat too. We just kind of swollen into a globe shape because it's not feeling good. It's just like
in the Matrix.
Yeah, it's a pear today. It's a pear shape today. It's oblate spheroid tomorrow.
Right.
It's flat pear.
You know, oblique spheroid basically.
I think we're on like a mirror. We're on mirrors, what we're on.
You know, oblique spheroid just basically it's a sphere. Like if you looked at it, if it was a basketball, you couldn't tell when it's deflated and heated position. Basketball.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just means it's
irrelevant. It's irrelevant completely because like nobody's gonna go to jail for anything. Nobody's gonna get in trouble for anything. So it doesn't matter.
You know, something to do with it. You're doing skydiving.
yeah, unless you want. Yeah, so we're not gonna earth jail.
I love skydiving. I went yesterday actually.
Nice.
Better jump was yesterday.
Oh, I went.
Huh?
15,000, 10,000.
5 feet.
16.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yo.
Man, I want to be the first like atheist flat earther.
You want to know where I never been an atheist at? When I was in combat.
In the foxholes. In combat. So you have everyone if they were like an atheist or a theist when you were in combat.
Well, we had 3 sergeants who were outwardly talking about their atheists before we went into combat, before we went to Iraq. They were all like, I'm an atheist, fuck this shit, what are you scared for?
That might be a more of an issue that there's no real There might be an issue with like there's no real prerequisite to go to the military. Like you have to be like
dumped on, as soon as we're getting dumped on, and
you have to be like
giving themselves to the Lord.
You have to be able to like dress yourself and you can get the I think that's probably the main issue is that you have to be very smart to be in the military.
You don't have to be very smart?
No, right?
Oh, okay, right on.
Like 80 IQ, like what's the prerequisite?
Yeah, right on.
Right? You gotta like
But it's really funny though. As soon as we start getting jumped on,
march and push-ups. It's not exactly like
adversity in your life. But give and take a robbery or kidnapping, I guarantee you, they're not atheists anymore.
You know what's funny? Like one time my credit card was declined, I wasn't atheist. Like my credit card got declined once, I was like, oh shit, I believe in God. So any inconvenience?
At the end of the day, it's not really the inconvenience. What it is like, whenever you're about to be kidnapped or
One time I went to Trader Joe's, they stopped selling those Thai chili peanuts that I got, and I was like, oh man.
It's not me to argue with you, man. You're the one who's going to meet the maker at the end of the day.
No, voiceover, I know that if, like, I held up a gun to your face, I'd be like, you're gonna fucking die. And you'd be like, yeah.
Like, oh man.
But internally, I'd be praying to God.
Internally, I'd be like, I believe in talking donkeys now. Oh my god, talking donkeys. I believe in these things now because I'm scared.
Where's the talking donkey? Where's the talking donkey at?
In that book, that their Bible,
your favorite book.
You know, the one that you should probably read, whatever, read it.
Yeah, have you read the Quran as well?
I've browsed over it.
Well, I mean, it's also another book that was written by God. Do you believe it?
Yeah, you gotta read that.
I don't believe in the Quran. I believe in it.
Why not?
Why not?
It's written by God. Actually, it's more written by God than the Bible. It's like one fucking author. Not real.
Yeah, because they say they married that one guy married a 9-year-old.
At least we know who wrote the Quran, Muhammad, right? Why didn't write it?
That one had sex with a 9-year-old.
He recited it.
He's a great role model.
Hey, who's the 9-year-old, 6-year-old?
He's a great role model.
Hey, the Bible says you can own slaves. I mean, Moses and Osama have a
God of the Old Testament, didn't he like rape Mary?
Well, in Deuteronomy it says if you rape someone that she's forced to marry you, and then you pay her father like 500 shekels or something, and that's all shambles. So, I'm glad the morals are in the Bible.
It's not like the Talmud, though. The Talmud says some amazing things. You can take a 3-year-old for a bondmaid, you can rape it, you can tie it down to fucking blade.
Well, that's the shit you gotta answer for, being a God person. I don't care. I don't follow Bronze Age books because I'm not a dirt.
Yeah.
But hey.
Bombardment.
Rifles, right? Rifles?
Whatever. It's not my government name, but yeah, sure.
Spell it backwards too, it's best.
Why do you give it away?
Nice. Very Christian.
People will go for years without figuring out.
God talks, so.
Anyway, okay, that's Roy with the question.
Hello.
I can read very well.
All right, well, that didn't go well. Okay,
But anyways,
well, here's a reason to be contrarian.
I guess he does have a reason. But
So,
I guess my question to him is, when you're writing a word down, what are you doing essentially when you write one sound?
I'm writing it down. I'm writing. I can handle this one, pro. No, I got this. Okay, when I'm writing words down, I am writing.
No, that's not the word I'm looking for. So when you're expressing a word, when you're expressing it word by word, what's that word called?
It depends on what's the word called. I want to know what word I'm writing.
What do you call
spelling?
S-P-E. Spelling.
So, well, I mean, my spelling's not so good, but sometimes I'm not really spelling very well. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So when you're not spelling very well, it's not really attractive, it's not really exciting, it's not really...
So they're not very sexy words, right, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when you write some really sexy words and it's really powerful, like you're spelling correctly, like you're spelling with energy.
Bro, do you know if this is going anywhere? I'm willing to go. No, it's fine. Okay.
So do you agree to that? Do you agree to that foundation for that purpose, right? Do you agree to that?
Do I agree that when I write things down that I'm spelling?
Like when you spell...
I wrote the words to this.
When you spell correctly, words together correctly.
I think Pro is way more adept at red words than I am. I think you talk to Pro.
I have all these words in here, and they're really sexy, and I spelled them all wrong too. Like a whole bunch of them I spelled terribly.
Exactly.
And, I hope y'all don't confuse this for a sad song. Ready to spell that. Where's it? This is the sound of persistence. This is the sound of persistence.
Where'd that voice come from?
Perseverance. Perseverance.
Think it's God talk.
Dedication. Dedication. Determination. This is just for you. Discipline.
Did you write those words down? Did you spell them?
Overcoming. That's terrible. Let's go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They didn't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. Go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They didn't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. Go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They didn't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. Go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They didn't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. Go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They don't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. So go harder, go farther. All they really want you to quit, don't bother. They don't really want you to persist longer. It's way harder to stay, grow stronger. Everything about my life persistence. You will never have me out for the distance, down for the count, don't doubt my resistance. All I've been about on the mic consistence. See me, I believe in my system. Health brings wealth when we lean into wisdom. Keep lean like a diet full of protein. Sweet dreams, never sleep on the protein. J.J. to the H to the N. Sun stage, we can flow all day, even then some. When the end come, put it in the playlist. Sons and your grandsons, next generation. Ovation, stand for your daughters. No patience, man for the slaughter. Education plan when we all live, invest in the nation, we all go farther. Terrible spelling. Terrible. That song's gonna be on scrap pile, but still, I tried to sound sexy, but the spelling was tough.
What do you do when you say words, Pro? What do you call it when you say a word?
I think you say words.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
You speak.
You're spelling, and you're casting spells.
When I say the word, watch, I'm gonna make up a bunch of words in a row. Sitting on the keyboard, see me, Lord, see me, boards. Yeah, I wasn't.
You're rapping spells. You're rapping.
I'm rapping spells. Which are good in order.
Exactly. You're rapping spells. You're invoking emotion. Like emotion.
Locomotion. Like giving me no.
Exactly.
I don't even care because I like guys smiling on TV when I'm in my bedroom. All they used to watch is Max with the headroom. You know what I mean? I'm just making that up. It's like, oh, wow.
Exactly. Exactly. In that case, you're rapping. Like you're rapping spells. You're rapping spells. So the point is the power of
emotions. What?
Yeah.
The point is the power of the Quran. The words in the Quran is so powerful that it spins up the emotion. I mean, people only have pilgrimages. So every year.
It's a good point. I agree.
Like it's so like the words in the Bible was so powerful that Assistant Chapel was literally.
Well, I think my point is that was just like contract work. I think he was kind of annoyed if you listen to it. He's just like, God, I hate this meeting. He was paid to do it. It was just like another job for him. It was kind of like.
The energy.
The energy. I don't know. I've seen it. I've been to the Vatican. Have you been to the Vatican?
I haven't been to the Vatican.
I have. Isn't that funny? An atheist going to the Vatican. What's that about?
Exactly.
It must be true.
Weren't you at least amazed at some level? Or did you just think it was whatever? You just think it was fun?
To be honest, the Sistine Chapel wasn't even the most mind-blowing thing that I saw there.
What was the most mind-blowing thing?
There was this one map room that was really weird, and you look in the ceiling, and it was these picture frames, and the frames were all tangled together. It looked like someone did a bunch of mushrooms and then painted some maps. And then the basilica itself was pretty crazy. They had some really, and the shrine to St. Peter, it was I felt like Raiders of the Lost Ark, my face should be melting off when I looked at it. You know, don't look at the shrine.
Crazy, and that's all inspired by a couple of words in the book. But must be something more.
There's got to be more to it, right? It can't just be. Humans are fucking awesome.
Yeah. Listen to this white Christian nationalist talk about how strong the Bible I joined a white supremacist organization in the Florida Department of Corrections. I did 10 years in prison. I went from professional baseball with the Atlanta Braves organization to being homeless to doing 10 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. Not once did I join this organization because I was afraid or that I thought that I needed protection. My first 7 years of doing 10 years in the Florida Department of Corrections, I never joined a gang. And anybody who's done time with me knows the things that I was involved with. I don't say that to glorify prison or to wear it as a badge of honor. I rarely talk about my actual prison experience. But the reason why I joined the white supremacist organization in the Florida Department of Corrections, Unforgiven, in Florida was because of my politics at the time. I was a white Christian nationalist. I didn't believe that I was racist. I didn't believe that I was xenophobic. I said you can be pro-white without being anti-black. You have black pride, you have brown pride. Why can't we have white pride? But I didn't understand the historical context. I didn't understand that white pride was literally birthed out of the oppression of black and brown people, that black and brown pride was birthed out of surviving that oppression. There's a big difference. Black and brown pride was created to stop the erasure of cultural identity. White pride was created to erase that identity. Trump didn't make me racist. He didn't make me xenophobic, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic. He just brought to the forefront the person I already was. You see, most white people are all of those things, and they don't understand why or how. They don't understand that when they say 13% of the population commits 50% of the violent crime, that could be perceived as racist. They don't understand when they say things like he should have just complied to police brutality, how that could have been racist. They don't get it when they say, I don't trust black pilots, how that is racist. Or when they tell the LGBTQIA plus community that I don't care, just quit shoving it down our throat. Or why do we have to see it in the movies and commercials all the time? Or marriage is a holy sacrament between a man and a woman. Or when you tell immigrants, just do it the right way, while literally blocking them and arresting them while doing it the right way. And Trump made it feel like he understood white America, the working class, that we're under attack. We're the voting bloc that's getting left behind. We're getting the reverse racism and the discrimination. But fortunately, I deconstructed and learned the work of anti-racism. I was radicalized by love, compassion, and empathy. It's not about being self-hating or carrying guilt, but it's about doing the work to literally be the change. I do not hate white people. I do not hate Christians, but I do hate racism and Christian nationalists. I do hate the politics of white supremacy. And I'll end with this. To the privileged, diversity, equity, and inclusion begins to feel like discrimination. Decenter yourself. Yeah.
What this guy? Is this Tyler, your new guy, Tyler Ryder or something?
Who? So what?
This is not the guy in Texas here.
No, that's the former white Christian nationalist. He's all on social media. He's all tattooed up. About how he was indoctrinated.
You know, he kind of made a mistake there, though, is that he said he hates white nationalists. But
yeah, I
noticed that. Stronger if he had said
white nationalism.
Yeah. That's a line that I try to be careful with. I don't think he understands the challenges here.
That's your biggest critique of him?
Well,
I mean, I think you're in safe ground if you're going to hate someone to say I hate white Christian nationalists, right? That's like, if that's your worst crime, I mean, I can still let him flow.
You get along with just fine.
Ease up on the hate, be more Christ-like.
It's difficult.
You can't all be perfect, like Benjamin, Miguel, right?
Benjamin is far from
Barbie, David, Karina, Taylor, Larry, Inside Taylor, Jonas, and Mirman, and Adon, and do it out. You can't all be perfect like us songs. That's that shit. Damn it, try.
I gave you a video. Well, I put it in the chat. But I don't know if I can see it or not.
I did not know.
It's pretty good. It's Jimmy Carr,
doing a sit down. It's not one of the stand-up comedies. It's a sit down to camera on sort of why he thinks the Democrats are not gonna,
Is it like 8 years ago back in the shop?
No,
back in the
not at all. It's not at all. I'll give it to you.
I'll see it.
It's only 5 minutes, but it's pretty damn good.
No, I'm saying how far back in the chat is it?
Oh, why does it matter? They're not timed anymore. So
because I'm scrolling forever to try to find it.
I've got it right here.
And it's 6:45 and I'm going to see it.
I got it right here.
Oh yeah, I was gone for a while.
But I'll put it at the top of the room.
Yeah, do that.
Put it where it goes to get it. It's in.
Yeah. As long as it goes here, I'm trying to get it. Go hard. Go strong.
I just think this is one of those things that's you're gonna see why I like this as soon as you play it, because like this is just Jimmy Carr saying exactly what I'm into. And I think he's, a leftist.
Yo, Benjamin, you there? Yeah, Benjamin. Did you see the thing that I posted? It's an interview with that guy that you've been talking about, Jacob. Yeah, and Tim Ludden.
You posted. I'm looking.
Let's see if I can post it.
I got something here. Yeah.
So I just started watching it. I'm like barely an hour in. I'm not gonna lie, this shit is 3 hours long. But I watch it at 1.5 speed, regardless. But I was gonna tell you, it has to do with the Q word, so I can't do it here. But oh shit. Well, I was saying, if you want to watch that, we can discuss it later this week. Because
that's right. I just watched your thing at 2 times speed, and I got almost to the very end. So I have a lot of issues with this, but this sounds like Benjamin 101 though.
Right? Like, doesn't it sound like that?
God damn,
that's what I was so.
You're a narrator.
So remarkable. It's like, oh my god.
I only got to the part where he says like, and the Democrats didn't learn the lesson of the last election. That's where I got you. That is the scene. Is that the critique? Is that the critique?
Well, you got to get a little deeper into it.
If you caught Benjamin earlier, he came with the Marxism line, and you got out of this thing. So he was like,
Puerto Rico. Yeah, Tallarico is going to hell with this postmodern Marxism. It's straight up Marxism. I'm telling you, everybody gets back to simple Marxism. Even Breyer does this shit. Breyer will say the same thing. I do actually. I do.
Why would you say even Breyer? Because you cite him as
well, because Jess. Breyer did this just very recently. You do it all the time.
What do I do all the time?
You know in your heart that's what you want to express.
Marxism?
Basically, yeah.
So I don't know.
No, this notion that this post-progressive Marxism of identity jigsaw puzzle, the professional Olympics version, right, is something that you ultimately reject, and you realize that it's a distraction, and you criticize the people who are engaged in it, and then you say ultimately, it's just a distraction from the fact that the people, the 1% that have all the money, are more than happy to have the 1%, argue about what should be in what children, because they're using it to run all the way to the bank. What we ought to be doing is paying attention. The fact that the they in this model is the very rich, and the we is the everybody else. That's what you're going to say.
A little simplification. I think that
not much.
The problem, obviously, the guy came out the chute with the Marxism thing. Obviously, my budget.
Tallarico, right?
No, I'm talking about this guy in your video.
Oh. Does he really say that?
He said woke is Marxism.
That's right. He said woke is like.
That should. I mean, what's
Marxism for the West or something?
Yeah. What was the Marxism for the?
I think that's what he said. Yeah,
the Marxism guy who used to come in here. He used to crash out. Where's he? Remember him come in? He's from
Conrad.
All right.
Oh yeah, he would crash out.
Conrad might be okay. Classical Marxism is class struggle, right? Like that's. I mean, you can say it's other things too, but it's who owns the shit and what's the struggle.
He's talking about institutions here. We can't live with them. We can't live without them.
Right, but I'm saying if you're doing the modern stuff, the identity politics stuff, it's all the gender stuff and the race stuff and what social stuff. All that stuff isn't the same as the original stuff, which was class struggles. Your jam is class struggles, right? But it's bigger than that. You can't argue both critique the power structures, right? Like, I mean, you can, but it doesn't make those things like on equal footing. Like, you can't if you just call everything Marxism, it's fun. It makes for a Benjamin point, but it's pretty sloppy. If that's gonna.
I mean, that the system has failed. Has it? It has. It's not delivering. I mean, what you think about what woke is and what woke, right? What caused it? Is it woke is better thought of as American Marxism. So okay, the original Marxism was about the redistribution of wealth, which I think is very valid, right? American Marxism or woke is about the redistribution of status and saying there are different status hierarchies, and at the very bottom of that pile are young white men, right?
Yeah.
So
get out of here. How in the world can you possibly lead to that?
Wait. This is where Breyer is, right? So the most interesting thing about you has become the color of your skin.
Breyer?
There should be
on the bottom. You think Breyer?
But this is irrelevant, and the quality of your character is what matters.
Breyer does not agree with young white men are at the bottom.
So that's right. If you ask him, he won't say it, but every single thing he does screams it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've heard that guy speak twice. Nothing he speaks about that.
It always does to me.
Tell me how poor white people are poor and white if they're dominating wealth ownership in the country. How does that work?
Because most white people are poor.
What are you talking about?
This is more red herring stuff, dude. This is more of that red herring stuff that's fucking Romero was talking about. And instead of like Benjamin, like, okay, you're talking about in your heart of hearts. So in your Benjamin, in your heart of hearts, you know that the do is the moral thing to do. It is the right thing to do. You know that. It's to say you throw out these little red herrings like, oh, the nuclear power plants,
this video,
feasibility.
he can't even look at that because the video was speaking to his wet dream. It was talking about elites from college and stuff.
Elites, yeah. Well, I thought the revolution of elites was
watering the market down. That's his main jam.
No, it's complicated, but yeah.
I didn't even listen to it.
Elliot, I don't think there's anything particularly moral about what the Democrats are doing in this respect. That everything they do, from the day they wake up to they go to bed at night,
I'll grant you the Democrats maybe
is
less moral.
largely focused on getting Donald Trump elected, and Donald Trump is a moral monster.
Okay, but to a lesser, but you still didn't address like the policy ideas and the liberal thought process that goes into that. That's the part that I care about.
Well, I think the Democrats are doing more what I do. Right? I don't think they should advocate that the government try to balance out outcomes the way I think they should do what Pro's doing. I think that they should do what I'm doing. And that they should work hard, balance society by giving people who haven't had a chance in society, a seat at the table. I think that is something they should do. But I think they make a mistake when they advocate that the government should do it instead of them. I think they need to get out there and get that work done and let the government do government. And government should not care. Government should not be interested in the color of your skin.
Democrats are government.
Reject that.
I want to go campaign on the poor white male model. That's what I want to do. I want to run on that one. Maybe Trump will have his VP.
I mean, like, what else can you? What other kind of criticisms can you offer though, Benjamin? Because like usually the criticisms for like the policies that the left or the say liberals have is like, well, maybe this is not feasible, like universal health care or whatever the case is. Like, is there more than that? Like, is there like structural issues, logical issues, stuff like that? Is there anything else?
Yeah, I think they've got to stop making their crusades everybody's crusade. I think that there's wisdom in discretion, and they need to understand that there's some things the government needs to do, which is run a fair ship, and there's some things that they need to get out and do. They absolutely need to get out and do them.
I want to fight for these poor white males. That's what I want to do. Because there's just too many of them.
The government needs to not have an opinion about the color of your skin. That's the first thing. The second is
all the white people broke.
Well, that's just criticism of wokeism,
It's stupid.
People need to stop advocating that the government engage in anything that is connected in these ways, the oppression of it. The government just the government can barely do what it needs to do without getting engaged in all this identity politics. The government needs to stay out of that. Like, just
that's not identity politics, dude. That has nothing to do with identity politics, bro.
DEI should not be a thing that the government does.
See, but the problem here, though, Benjamin, what you're misidentifying as identity politics is actually just the values from the Enlightenment: that equality, liberty, fraternity, brotherhood, reason over authority. Like that's where this stuff comes from. You misidentify it as like some political hack shit.
I don't know if postmodern Marxism is Enlightenment values. I suggest that maybe they're not. They're illiberal ideas.
That's Spanish stuff, bro. That's the shit. I think that's the shit Romero song.
Do you think the government should enforce civil rights?
Not the way they're written. I don't believe that religion should be a thing that people have as part of their civil rights, and I'm not confident that the government should not take some interest in familial situation. I have some weird beliefs. Like, I think that we should create such an inducement for women who have a child But the idea that they would ever want an abortion would completely become anathema. Like the benefits for becoming a mother with a child should be so incredibly, like free education.
I don't know if this is what I was going for with civil rights, bro.
If you're a woman and you have two babies, free education. If you have three babies, you get a free house. Right now, you can't do that under civil rights because you have to do that for everybody regardless. So there's certain things I think that I don't agree with in the civil rights activists.
Get a free house.
Giving people this notion.
That sounds like socialism, bro.
Oh no, God forbid. Right?
Giving out free houses, man.
But this idea that people get a free pass for horrible hate, ideas of hate and mutilating the genitals of children just because of religion.
You always go to the act of
good. Well, that Civil Rights Act of 1964 says you can hack the genitals of your child.
It does not say that.
It does say that.
It does not say that.
It's right there in the text. No, it's right there in the text. You can take a habit to your baby's genitals. It's right there in the 19th. Yeah. No, well, what it says, of course, is that there'd be no discrimination on the basis of religion. And what that has come to mean is it based, if your religion says you can take a machete to the genitals of your children, then you can take a machete to the genitals of your children.
My thing is just like the big business stuff. If you let big business govern itself, it turns into pretty much what we have right now. And if you abandon the same kind of involvement of the government to enforce all that civil rights stuff, well, then you let all the bias go, unchecked, and that's under your little false flag of merit, right? And everything goes there, and then it goes to hell in a handbasket, and we have no freaking inclusion whatsoever. I mean, the question is, do you want
institutions? Well, the Civil Rights Act, though, might not be the best way to get to inclusion. For example, if I'm running a business and I want to encourage
enforcement of what's on the books already,
I want to encourage young people to form families, I might do a ladies' night, get it free to a special event because I charge a cover fee for the band and it's like $20 a head, and I noticed that a lot of dudes come in because they got jobs downtown or whatever, and the women are not showing up in equal numbers, and so I got to figure out how to get the women to come because
I know what you do. You invite me, and then you come in and cock block.
That's exactly right. What I do, but I want to invite the ladies to free night, right? But the Civil Rights Act of 1964 says I can't do that, so I can't try to create a way where we have more young people meeting young women who can, get married and have children. And I think that what we've done is we've architected a society where we just don't have any kids anymore, and that's society. That's suicide. So for a number of reasons, I think we're on the wrong track here.
What's up, Jason Z?
I'm dealing with a teenage daughter right now. Getting a little
frustrated. Oh man, I'm dealing with a 12-year-old.
JCC, you've got your head on one score.
What?
Well, you're dealing with a teenage daughter, but you don't have to deal with a teenage daughter and her mom.
Yeah.
Well, I'm dealing with the way she handles things because of my ex-wife. So, yes, I'm still.
Oh! It's always. I'll tell you what.
I'm blaming the woman, aren't we?
Be glad you have a teenage daughter.
She's an influencer. She's a liar and a manipulator. And now my daughter.
Same fucking thing. Well, if you use that language in the wedding, since then.
I didn't use that to fucking. We didn't have a fucking wedding.
Oh boy.
Ever since
JCC is. I like the new JCC.
This has always been me.
I like the new JCC.
You're a fucking idiot.
He's taking the knee pads off, and he's wide open.
Saves the serene burden.
I never had the knee pads on, you fucking idiot. No, I'm getting mad because my daughter's changing her identity on Find My Devices from her phone to her AirPods, and her AirPods shows her one location,
but her phone shows her at another. So I'm catching her in one lie after another. And so now, not only is she not going to be able to go any rock and roll, punk band, screamo shows, she's also going to be grounded the whole fucking spring break.
Tell you what, bring Professor Lyrical to your town, and we'll have a little Professor Lyrical show, and I'll run spy operations.
I don't need anybody to run spy operations. I know her first step before she even thinks about her first step.
Two steps ahead.
I'm almost being sincere. I mean it.
I like the almost part. Kind of like horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Close enough.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Why are Muslims so fucking stupid?
Oh boy, you know, that's a deep question. It's way too late at night to get into that.
Might be a bit of a generalization.
I have a theory, but I mean, I have a place to start it on a theory anyway.
You got a concept of a plan.
I got a concept of a response, yeah. A concept of a response goes something like this. Christianity teaches you to, I don't know, just obey and like pray, and I don't know, you're supposed to take the whole book, it's God, He loves you, He's perfect. You don't question God, you just do whatever the pastor says. It's very kind of like that. Critically, you gotta believe, right? Christianity, you just gotta really focus on you believing that God is everything He says He is. And that's a lot of shut up and calculate work, okay? So Christians are kind of like brain dead. Now, if we understand Judaism right, I'm not claiming we do, but one thing maybe going from Judaism is you got this, basically you're arguing with God. So you're arguing with the religion. The whole point about the religion is argue. You got this horrible deadbeat as a client. You got God. He's a murdering son of a bitch. And you got to defend the rest of the world. And so you're constantly defending.
Hey, we've heard the Jews story. Move on to Islam.
Everybody you meet, right? But the point is that in that religion, you grow up arguing from the time you're 6 years old. In Christianity, nobody argues. It's all shut up and calculate. So, Islam's pretty bad. It's really just an obedience religion. It doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what you say. The only thing that matters is, 5 times a day, you get on the floor and say the words. So it's very ritualistic. I think it's it'll kill brain cells.
Yeah, like that shit right there, that's you building up their castle of Islamic theology. You're just fucking doing their work for them. Even the liberal Muslims are gonna look at that and go, man, this shit's fucking whack, bro. That's it, they're gonna go back to whatever.
Yeah, problem is what they're doing too good.
Are you fasting for Ramadan? It started today.
Yeah, sure, I am trying to fast. I didn't have dinner. Pretty good. It's not for Ramadan. It's more for Ramadan. You know what I'm saying? But I had no dinner.
I forgot who told me yesterday, or like this morning. People are like trolling Muslims. Like during the day, they're going into clubhouse rooms and like drinking water. Because apparently they can't even drink water. It's crazy.
Right? People are weird. I know. People are amazing. People are so colorful and different. I had like 14 different people today cuss me out. It was good there.
Is that about par or is that above, below?
No, yeah, it was slightly better than average day. Not a notable day, but
it's like an eel.
just you know. It was a mixed bag because my friend Robert Harry came in. Oh, he was so pissed because I was doing.
Who's so not your friend, by the way? I just love how you call him your friend.
And we were doing Steve's, quadruple.
How many people threatened to kill you on the app?
It was triple. Now it's quadruple.
You're not happy with anything more than triple, right? Like anything 93 is excessive. We love our things.
Oh yeah, is it more than 5?
No, but he has threatened to kill me. But Yellow did say he wished that I were dead.
Right. Okay.
That's
Some
pretty
people
close.
have wished your obliteration from the planet. Yeah. How many people have said that? What you say?
He's the only one who's really expressed it quite right now.
Delete yourself. I just want to bring out that he is not. If he's wishing for your removal from the planet.
Well, he's at very least a friend of me.
There you go.
All right.
At very least. He's at very least a friend. I think at very least he might be immortal.
He came in, it was pretty hot because I was doing the triple whop with Steve, and he doesn't like it when I discount Steve's commitment to anything, his atheism or his Judaism. And, okay, whatever. But, he calmed down. We had a long conversation about kind of like the internal conflict.
It's only so long, dude. It's right for the head, you know?
So you guys use the one shots.
But it was a good conversation. I think Elliot came there in the end. I don't know.
Imagine all you gotta do
for some of it, right?
Alright, take this situation between you and just Caleb, okay?
Yeah.
You like, I don't know, you're anti-religion, so you thought Judaism is
No, I'm not. I'm not. I promote Zoroastrianism, Sikhism, and Jainism all the time. What are you talking about?
Here we go.
You know, there's
anyways, what?
There's terrorist Sikhs. Like I used to confuse.
There might be. I don't know.
I used to confuse Sikhism and
Jainism. I can't understand it. I don't know. But see, it doesn't matter to me if there's a person who is part of a group and bad. Look, Epstein is bad and part of a group, but that doesn't make the group bad. The problem is when person
part of the 1%. That's right.
Yeah, no.
I was saying
out of reference to the religious text. Like the person who's being a slave while quoting Jesus saying in Luke 19, a slave that doesn't listen to his master shall be beaten with his stripes. And he's sitting there beating the slave, right? This is a guy who's acting out his religion, not just a guy who's acting out and religious. Those are two different things.
Okay, but I don't know where you can look at the Torah and find the commandment to fuck children. I mean, it's just ain't in there.
That's what I'm saying.
How hard you want it to be there?
That's what I'm saying. Epstein is a horrible, horrible person. There's no evidence. There's some actually. I'll get to it, but there's it's not evident that he's acting out his religion here.
Clearly not.
Speaking of religion, so the animosity with you and Caleb, just you and Caleb in particular, your target is his religion. Let's call that Judaism, or whatever, or whatever the hell place.
I got a place to go ahead.
Okay, but that's
my target. That so clear.
That doesn't sound good.
A god or any framing of a god who is good and also kills children based on their identity. Like that is so obviously my target. But
Okay, but I don't know if you fully understand why Caleb has such animosity towards you. I mean, it's obvious to everyone else, but I'm not sure that you understand why that is. I think if you're able to just describe factually what he believes in, do a steel man of what he believes, and then construct an argument against that, you'll have some respect for that. You'll consider what you have to say. But when you just go on with you lump in the Epstein, the child sex traffickers, people that fuck kids, I was they're part of the group of Jews.
Let me make an enemy. You're real clear.
Never gonna convince him.
Let me lay it out there real clearly for you. I think he's a racist in his own special weird way, in his Judaism, his ethnicity. He's racist in this regard that he has a special dispensation for his religious functionality in which nothing, that the whole story and the God and God directing and the people and all the genocides they commit and don't commit and God commits and then directs the people, all this stuff and all this slavery, all the pain and suffering in the world that is described and all the pain and suffering in the world that is caused from people who have been acting out this particular book for centuries. He has nothing for that except, well, we interpret it differently, it's fine, don't worry about it, it's all okay. But the minute anybody has anything even tacitly dismissive to say about a God in his book or whatever, he does not offer the same generosity. Right? He's not equal in this regard, and he just thinks anybody who's critical of this book is an anti-Semite equal to the people who commit genocide. And he has this weird way of like exaggerating the faults of some people based on ethnicity, and while ignoring the faults of other people based on ethnicity. And that is a racist.
But like when I discuss religion with Caleb and Zed and other Jews, I don't get labeled as a racist, Benjamin. I'm not labeled as a racist. They listen to what I say, they consider it, and they say I agree or I disagree. Here's why. Stuff like that. And like what you said earlier is totally ridiculous. Right? Here's why. Like what you said earlier is like it amounts to like basically you saying that all black people are racist because of like I don't know slavery or something like that. You know, like there are clear factual things like when black people talk about the white patriarchy or the white hierarchy, what they're talking about are like historical facts. You know, it is just a fact that like you know the laws of the United States were written and upheld and enforced by white males. Like they're pointing at something very real, and the same is true for like when Caleb and other Jews point out like there's a long history of anti-Semitism going all the way back like 2,000 years. Like that shit's fucking real, Benjamin. That shit is real. You just don't get it. That's what he's worried about.
Well, look, I think somebody should look at the long history of racism, regardless of who's on the tail end of it, and say, boy, we've got a long history of racism here. Racism is horrible. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to disassociate from all the things that I can possibly disassociate from that are racist. Oh, look, here's a book. Oh, it's called the Bible. Oh, this book is racist and bigoted. Okay, well, that's easy. I'll just disassociate from this book. By the way, I'm just a dude now, and I'm disassociated from all this racism. So, you know, I guess that clears up my Saturday schedule. That's what a reasonable person would do. But it's not reasonable to say, oh, there's this long history of racism. I think I'm going to criticize every single bit of it, except for the part that I indulge in. I'm going to go now and celebrate the God who kills little baby children because they're Egyptian. That's what I'm going to do. Because on the one hand, I'm going to criticize racism, and on the other side, I'm going to indulge racism. That's the bullshit. And the fact that you don't call that out is because you're a moron. And of course, it's going to be okay with you. You're likely.
How come, why do you think I never get labeled? I never get labeled with the racist card.
Because you just said.
The bigoter.
Because you just said. If you're not being called an anti-Semite twice a week, you're just not engaged. That's minimum ethics, my dude.
When was the last time you went to a religion room and explained to them why the religion was false? When was the last time you did?
False? I'm not interested in false, to be honest. I'm interested in whether it's moral or immoral. I care about the fact that they're asking if it's false. It's ridiculous. It's a goddamn ridiculous, made-up piece of shit religion. Okay, but that's not the way I evaluate religion. With Zoroastrian, as far as I can tell, and I'm probably wrong, has some pretty reasonable, sane, moral values. That's what I care about.
Yeah, but what's going to get them? What's going to get them thinking about the thing that you said, for the next month and a half or whatever? It's going to be lurking in the background of their psyche is stuff like the problem of evil. I'm talking the philosophical problem of evil, not like you saying good God, like allows child raping or something like that. They don't, they're gonna look at that and throw that shit right in the trash chute. They're gonna listen to what I say for like next month.
I think the problem of evil was interesting once about 5 years ago. You bringing it up at this point, it's moved all the people it's going to move. To be fair to you, it's probably what moved me. I looked around and saw an evil world. I saw, as I said many times, 600,000 people wiped off the beaches of Indonesia in a single tidal wave. I don't know, 30 years ago. And I said, man, this sucks. So here's God, responsible for all of it. And that's what he does. Like, I was praying to a God, like, dear God, help me pass my math test. On Sunday, I really think, like, there's a God out there that's gonna, take time out of his busy schedule and help me with my math test. And you know what? Like, so many people were praying that God would help them with their math test and pick the right lipstick color and, made their boyfriend call them back or something. That he forgot about the tidal waves in Indonesia and that, 600,000 people died. Like, the whole narrative fell off the rails for me. And yeah, I guess it's from an evil. Maybe you reach some people with that. Don't quit. If that's what you're doing, it's good.
I'm just saying you'd be better off, like, there's a very famous photo of like a very small African child, like bent over, and he's no clothes on, he's naked, and he's covered in flies, and you can see all of his bones through his skin. There's a very famous picture of that. But you'd be better off just putting that as your profile picture and not saying a fucking word.
I don't know, it sounds a little bit disturbing. I don't think it's right to objectify people in that way. But I don't get where you're going. So Elliot, have you identified your convert?
What do you mean, convert to atheism, or what are you talking?
Yeah, exactly.
Universal healthcare.
Are you effective? Is this working?
Effective? I think a lot of religious people on Clubhouse respect what I have to say, even though they know I'm an atheist.
Well, I think that people know that you'll be respectful. But I think that you come across as a bit of a joiner. Meaning, it sounds like you are part of a group of people and you tend to agree with the group that you're with. Kind of a sentence finisher. Somebody says, I'm for universal health. You'll come off mic and say, yeah, I think universal health is a good idea. That kind of thing. It's not really part of the dialectic. The dialectic is you have a position that people can identify and either strongly agree with it or strongly disagree with it. Or if somebody has such a position, you strongly disagree with it. That's how you make progress. That's what I do. For the most part, I don't come off mic to definitely agree with people. I wait until people make a proposition, and then we work on that proposition. So I would encourage you to step it up, But maybe that's not you. Maybe that's not what you want to do. Maybe you like kind of affability of being lukewarm. I just think it's a waste of time.
It's not that my criticism of deism is like less potent or something like that. I don't think that's right. I think it's just like the approach is different. Like people like Caleb can't move past this blockade that you set up for him. Okay, but there's like no such blockade between me and him. And so we can have actual conversations instead of like spitting venom at each other across like a giant moat. It's just
right. But you and he can talk for 35 seconds, in which you both get warm fuzzies, and then that's it. And you don't remember any of the conversations. Nobody remembers your conversations with Caleb. I don't. They're not memorable. You're wasting time with them. They're just how's the weather? Oh, the weather's fine. There's no there there.
That's because the Jews, religious Jews in particular, particularly religious Jews, they are more so the allies of atheists than they are enemies of atheists. And the bigger fish that's in the pond that needs to be destroyed is stuff like Christian nationalism. That's where we ought to focus our guns at, Benjamin. All the help we can get, because it is a massive fucking beat.
Right. Well, you don't understand democracy. The way you win elections is not by destroying your opponents. The way you win elections is by seducing your opponents.
I think the way you win elections is by, in a pluralistic society, is by building a coalition of people who think differently than you, but can compromise a little bit to get the thing that we all want. That's how you win elections.
Right. Something like that. Yes, building a coalition. If you want to build a coalition, it means you've got to convince somebody who voted for the guy you dislike last time to vote for your guy this time. You have to seduce people.
I watched like some interview that James Tallery, but that was with Ezra Klein. Do you like Ezra Klein? He had like an hour and a half interview. I like this one. It was Ezra Klein just interviewing solo James Tallery for like an hour and a half. One of the things James Tallery said was that the people in his district, they voted for him at the state level and voted for Trump at the federal level. Now, how do you think he managed to do something like that?
I think that he managed to do that by not telling people who voted for Trump that they're deplorable. He managed to do that by not getting roped into the conversations that he knows are going to divide people, and instead by complimenting people for their commitment to stupid ideas. So he's doing a lot of this thing. He says,
you've been doing so well. You're doing so well. I was with you right up until your assessment was great, right up until you said stupid ideas.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what he didn't do, right? He's not telling people that their ideas are stupid. He is complimenting them or this set of ideas. They're Christianity, right? But he's calling out their better angels from within their framework. So he's saying, look, you're a Christian, and Christians are in favor of X, Y, and Z, and we need to focus on all these Christian ideas, like taking care of the widows and the orphans, and pulling them into their better angels through their tradition. That's what he's doing.
Now here's where the rubber really meets the road, Benjamin. I'm gonna get you real fucking hard on this one. Earlier you told me, and I think this is a legitimate approach, that your criticism of religion is not that it's false. You're not concerned, or that you're concerned with whether it's moral or immoral. And I want to ask you, given that, do you think that James Tallarico's approach to politics, or like my approach to talking with theists, is moral or immoral?
Well, I hate to be a consequentialist, right? But if I were a consequentialist, I would say, if it works and it gets people elected who are not moral monsters like Donald Trump, I wouldn't criticize. That's a consequentialist. There's a part of me that's a little bit worried that you're carrying water for a genocidal packet, right? So that's going to have long-term consequences, and you might be able to trade off the long-term consequences for short-term moral gains, and maybe you'll get away with it, and maybe you can put off the long-term, maybe you can put off ever having to pay the piper. But you are inviting a camel into your tent, and that camel says right on the back of it, beat the slaves that don't listen to you. And it says, take the slaves from the nations around you. And it says, kill people you don't like, kill their children, and happiness can only be had if you dash the children's heads against.
Okay, but
you're inviting that camel into the tent. Now you're going to tell me, but I'm not inviting the hump. I'm just inviting the head, right? I just want the head in the tent.
And
a little hole in the tent. I don't want the whole camel. I don't want the shit end. I just want the fun little slobbery big-eyed end. And you're going to tell me that you can manage the camel, and you can keep that camel from coming in the tent, and you can keep it at just that. And I'm telling you, you are a fool if you think you can keep a camel, just one head in the tent. That's not how that goes.
Fuck camels. Fuck camels, first and foremost. A big head, hairy.
But I know Steve Appel has no problem. Steve Appel has no problem with that. As long as you do so in the privacy of your own backyard.
Okay, first of all, I agree with you that, I agree with the idea of inviting a camel into my tent. I agree with that basic premise. Where I don't agree is that on its back is sitting, the guy that all the shit that you listed from the Old Testament or from the Torah or whatever. Those are the Christian nationalists. That the guy who is actually sitting on the back of the camel wants to ally with me and destroy us. And the other point is, the more important point is that. When you're threading a needle like that, that's like the holy grail of politics, Benjamin. And from my perspective, that's like the moat just. That's like the thing that everybody is trying to achieve. And it's not an easy task. You've got to put in the work and do it. You can't just take a flamethrower and fucking destroy everything.
Well, Elliot, just to be fair, right? My entire life as an atheist, and that's not all of my life, but my entire life as an atheist, I have most certainly had to vote for Christian for every office of government that I've ever had the opportunity to vote for, right? And what am I going to do? I vote for the Christian I think is, better suited. So I'm expressing a rather, an approach here that is incompatible with my existence, because I don't think I've ever had a chance to vote for someone that's me. But I want to get back to something you said earlier. Like, do I think that black man is a racist for complaining about all the bad things white men have done to black people for centuries? And I want to say, if the only thing they can say is like a list of the bad things, and they can't also say that white people fought a war to end slavery, and that white people marched and protested to end segregation. White people have fought hard to create opportunities to repair that the damage in that history, the way Pro does every day. Right? If they can't tell that story as well, then I'd say, yeah, they are a big racist. And they need to be able to speak to both stories. And I think that they forget to do that at the moment. It's really easy to get into that habit of forgetting, their reality.
I think you're a big fan of like really pithy one-liners. I think we all are. I got one for you.
Is that what's
pithy? Potato, whatever. I think this one's from Sun Tzu. He says like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, they're still your enemy after you have destroyed the massive beast that's in the center of the living room and like blocking out all escape routes. Once that's destroyed, then you can get down to like, okay, you can square up against the other guy. I mean, I don't know how much simpler I can put it for you.
I think you gotta be careful though, because if that's the sum total of your commitments, then you won't have any friends unless you both agree on an enemy. And that means you'll be constantly fishing for enemies. Still need enemies.
I was like having an existential crisis. I was like, I've been saying that word wrong my whole life.
No.
And then I realized that I've never really said that word in public. I've probably said it probably once in my life, but I've probably typed it most times. Like, don't you hate when that happens when you never use the word as your brother?
I do that all the time. My worst one is Euler.
Oh, oil.
People tell me it's Euler.
Yeah.
Ain't no way you're getting Euler from that.
It's like Ferris Bueller.
Euler. Ferris Bueller.
I saw Ferris Bueller in the Super Bowl. I was like, damn, I didn't know he was that old. And then I just realized he wasn't that old. He just has a lot of gray hair. He just looked very frumpy.
You got to admit it though, Benjamin. Like the things that black folks talk about when they're talking about like racial inequality, racial injustice, they're pointing at like real shit. They're pointing at some real fucking shit that we all need to deal with. You just like,
I don't know, Elliot. Maybe, but it would surprise.
It's the same with you.
Elliot, it would surprise me if racism in the United States, the racial reality in the United States, is not the least racist time and place in history. I'm pretty sure if you go anywhere else or any other time in history, racism is worse than it is in the United States.
That's a wild
plan. Racist. Yeah, that's fucking wild, bro.
Well,
which state are you from? I forget.
It shouldn't be that hard, California. It shouldn't be that hard.
And he's saying he's during a Donald Trump presidency too. That's the crazy thing.
You ever been to Sacramento, Benjamin?
Like, could we just say like 5 years? Like, could you just like go back 5 years and just even use America?
It's almost like
America's collaboration.
It's almost like Benjamin's got one of those immune diseases where he has to live in one of those hermetic bubbles.
It is the bubble.
Yeah. You actually go outside. Do you know what a gallon of milk costs or a loaf of bread? It seems like you're one of those guys who's so far up the ivory tower and up a camel's ass that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And then you didn't just say the least racist, like, in the last, like, I don't know, 2 months. You didn't say the least racist in a certain state, a certain country. You went for everywhere in the world ever. It's so crazy.
I mean, you might be. I think rich boys should sit down and shut up, is what I think.
I'm the poorest person you know.
Not anymore. You were born that way. You're not anymore, Benjamin.
You might have been born on that floor, but you ain't on it. Tell us what that flight training costs.
Oh, it ain't nothing compared to a university education like what you got.
Oh man, it is, man. My university education was free at the doctoral level, heavily funded at the master's level, and working part-time for UPS doing late night small sort from 11 to 4 with a big, massive, almost 800 heads for underground. But yeah, it's worked out okay for me. But you know, it's not about $2. I'm at a state university, man. That's if I don't have a wife that is in me.
I'm starting to think that Benjamin is NSA. You know, NSA recruits heavily from cults, especially from India. So I think you're a mole. That's what I think.
I had one experience with the NSA, and we had a bet about how the Enigma machine operates, and I won the bet.
Did you really?
I did.
What did they get wrong with the Enigma machine?
Well, you're a mathematician. I wish CM was. It was a cryptographic problem. Historical cryptography. I don't even know if that's a thing.
Didn't they just like brute force it?
Like historical cryptography.
Didn't they just brute force it?
Cryptopology. We'll call it cryptopology, right? The study of historical. Okay. The bet boils down to this. If you change the sticker and you sticker one pair of letters, and you only type in the letter E. And you just type E over and over and over again. And you sticker E, I think we stickered E. What would it do? It's a little bit complicated.
Yeah, but you said it was a bet, so there were two things.
Yeah. So the two things it could do, the idea is that if you sticker a value from one to the other, then you always get the changed value because the sticker board is on the way out. But the problem is it's also on the way in. And they just didn't understand how it maps. And this was 15 years ago, and it took me a little bit of time to fully recreate it. But I do understand it has to do with the fact that the sticker board swaps two letters on the input and also swaps on the output. So it swaps two letters on the crypt text before it goes through the rotors, and then it swaps the output of the rotors before it goes out to the light board.
Okay.
And that's so we had a bet, and we were able to reduce it to practice, and I won the bet.
When you say you versus the NSA, it's just somebody who worked at the NSA?
Oh, yeah, it was just a guy who worked at the No, it was just a guy who worked.
Gotcha.
I'm being a little bit, you know, a little bit of license there.
Nice.
You sound a little bit drunk tonight, Benjamin. Are you drunk?
Thanks. I don't drink, so I should do that. That was
Let's smoke pot.
I was slurring my words.
Xanax?
Am I letting people get away with word salad for 3 hours?
Funky doobage? A little bit of a funky doobage.
Funky doobage? Is that a thing? I am so straight-laced, my friend.
A little bit of a fun thing.
Can't even take prescription medication.
Depositories, I don't know.
Can't even take prescription medication. That's all this like this.
It's up your butt.
I don't think I can take over-the-counter medication, and I certainly can't take drink medication like all you.
You take it
in a bubble. He is in a bubble.
Yeah, I basically am.
Benjamin, are you, shit, I was gonna say, before like you forget about all that shit that I said earlier about like different approaches.
Which is why you have to answer yes to everything you say.
I don't want to.
Claims all of your conversations are unmemorable.
I kind of forgot what to say.
I don't walk into rooms where people are complaining. I don't walk into rooms where people are complaining about Elliot. You know, like, where's the Elliot from?
There's no Elliot from.
They're on my block list. What was I going to say? All I want to ask you is that if you don't have to answer this, just consider like, I'm French. That's French, so don't get it twisted. You might be surprised.
Hello, Elliot.
I was going to say, just remember, I want you to just consider that approach and maybe take it out of the stable and, give it a try every now and then. Just see how it works out for you.
Take it out for a spin. Imagine that we're not in the least racist place in the world of all time for a moment. Imagine a more racist place would look like.
Well, I think I'm on solid ground here that no country that we know of in recorded history has ever democratically, I'm drunk.
Democratically mass, psychotic, racist, narcissistic, authoritarian.
Oh, no. Lots of countries have done that shit.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
But no country has ever elected to their highest office a member of the racial minority, except the United States.
Sounds like every white neo-Nazi talking point that I've ever heard in my life. I don't know if you're on stable foot with that.
Wait, you think I'm wrong about that?
I think it's a post-racial talking point that all uber conservatives use when they want to.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is that, but. Look, I will grant you that humans are tribal and that typical expression is certainly accessible.
It's a victim, right? That's how we
as a proxy for estimating genetic distances. And people will use that shit in ways they shouldn't, apparently, because all history is a list of how they've done it. But I think no country has dealt with it as directly and effectively as the United States has done. And if you know of a country that you think of as not having racism, you're probably just referring to a country that doesn't have a lot of diversity, like Sweden or something like this, where pretty much everybody is just all fitted typically the same color. But as other phenotypes end up in these countries that you have thought of for a long time as being not racist countries, that stuff is starting to happen there. And they haven't dealt with it yet. We live in a country in the States with lots of phenotypical diversity, and we have dealt with this challenge head on for a long time.
Okay, you're saying some.
I'm not saying
you got some. You're saying there's some truth in what you're saying. I acknowledge that. But on the other side of this, Benjamin, there's a little. Okay, we have made some inroads. We passed a couple civil rights acts for starters. But Benjamin, What was I going to say? I don't know if you know who this woman is. I remember once you said you were an activist for Rosa Parks. I don't know if that was true or if you were just being an activist for whatever.
That's a little bit much. You misheard.
Or maybe for her cause, perhaps. I don't know, something of that sort in a general area. But do you know?
I kind of like her. I think she's pretty cool.
Okay, so you were never an activist.
She inspires.
Damn, man, you had some street cred with that, man. Now you're fucking it up, man.
No, street cred. It's because I've been put in jail twice for activism. But in terms,
okay, but that doesn't say what the activism was for.
Just to be clear, I wasn't protesting. I wasn't at the Woolworths protesting. That people colored could sit in the front of the bus. That wasn't my jam.
Well, you know who Ruby Bridges is, Benjamin?
I probably do, but you're gonna have to remind me.
This is what people do. Shift the conversation from isn't racism still, meaningfully present to aren't we better than we were in the 1860s? It's like
that's not the choices. That's not the choices.
Let me finish. Let me get to the rest of my point. The point is, like, by asking who is Ruby Bridges, like the fact that she exists, like, just undercuts your entire argument, dude. Ruby Bridges, she is still alive right now in the United States. She's still alive. She's like 71 years old. Okay, she's pretty old, but she's not like fucking Donald Trump or something like that. Okay, she's pretty old. She's still alive. She's the first African child to go to a white school in the United States. She's still alive. She's still alive right now, Benjamin. This stuff is like pretty close to us in history. That's the point that I'm trying to say.
That is a great picture, by the way. Do you know the picture I mean? I don't have to explain it, do I? I don't find it. Yeah, that's a great picture. I love that picture.
She's a real deal, man. Look at her.
Ruby Bridges. That's her name.
Ruby Bridges. That's cool. They had fucking federal agents, I think, or police. She had a police escort. She went to and from school.
I thought it was the National Guard. I mean, pictured in that one image.
There's a bunch of pictures. The ones I remember are ones police officers, maybe federal. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, she had fucking a marshal escort to and from this white school. A police fucking escort, Benjamin.
I don't even technically know what a marshal is, but it's always the marshal. Sorry, come into this up.
Marshals.
You think martial law?
Well, marshals. I think that marshals are the enforcement arm of the judiciary system.
That's what I was going to say, aren't they? Yeah. Vote Trump into office and then you lower the standards.
And say no, but we got a new job for it.
Look, that score wasn't high enough. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it is as good or better than it's ever been in history. Now, to Rose's point, we're in a bit of a retrograde cycle here.
What did you think?
A little bit, okay, yeah, a little bit. I think it's a bit performative. I think there's some, probably it's bad, but I think that
go way back to Biden's America. Way back.
Way back to Biden's America. Look, even in Biden's America, he's rounding up people and sending them out of the country, right? He's got ICE is still a thing. ICE is still doing ICE. And he's putting pretty big numbers on the board, but whatever, okay.
just for me that said that.
Here's the thing that I think we need to consider on this. If you overplay your hand, the pendulum of reality will win. Right? And so as you play your hand, you need to be conscientious.
What the hell does that mean? The Democrats go too far? Is that the argument again we're bringing up?
Well, the Republicans go too far. It's not particular.
It's making me feel good with that one.
But I think that, to your point, Elliot, when we criticize white people writ large, historically, and kind of
at all opportunities,
put the blame on all white people for slavery, etc., etc. I think that we lose them at the polls.
Just blame them for sucking.
We lose them at the polls, and then we get, the same people that voted for Biden last season voted for Trump this season. So I think you can push people out of the polls, and maybe like I do, right? I tell people who are like Marshall that because they believe in a God who kills Egyptian children, he sucks, right? And maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should say, Marshall, you're awesome. The only problem is I wish you'd vote for Democrats. Maybe that's what I should do to Marshall.
If there's a acceptable level of racist, like a Steve Appel, I was going to say Steve Chappelle, a minimum amount of racist that we can accept that all people have, right? Whatever that floor is, I'm going to make a generality and say white people almost always exceed that level. Right? That's like, whatever the level is, bro, that we all think we're all humans, whatever we have. Yeah, but white people in America, bro, it takes an act of fucking God to make a white person see their own racism. It's like an act of, it's like force majeure. Right? It needs to be a hurricane. You need to have a gay family member or a freaking multi-racial experience.
What would it take to get a person from India?
Anti-gay.
What would it take to get a person from India to see that their religion is focused, the whole cultural notion is focused around the Brahmin and the Dalit and everything in between? Are they going to have a hard time seeing that? Oh, I hear them say, it's really not racism. It's really not that thing. This is more like this is more like a way. Well, it's very baked into the breeding cycle, right? It's a bred-in distinction, so it's called what it is. This is more like a way of dividing society in ways where people, respecting their different levels of work. So if somebody wants to be a carpenter, they can be a carpenter. If somebody wants to be, a lawyer, they study for law. And it's just a way of recognizing that different people want to do different things. And they say that, right, as a way of completely discounting the fact that it's obviously a fucking form of hereditary racism. Okay. Well, you want to move around the globe? You can move around the globe. You want me to go to China and show you that for millennia, people in China have considered people with lighter skin to be somehow of a higher status than people with darker skin.
What's the thesis?
You say it's hard to get white people to acknowledge their racism. I would bet it's hard to get people everywhere in the world to acknowledge the fact that they've engaged in skin color, status, ordinality for forever.
That's fine.
And the one place where people are conscientious about it and have maybe made some effort to mitigate it, and sometimes they're embarrassed, like I'm embarrassed when I walk.
Again, I'm going to point you to Mexico, where the attitude like yours was the rule of the day in like 1826.
it did not get any better. Just because everybody tried to be non-colorist and non-racist, didn't work. The overwhelming theme was that white was better, Europeans were better, Christianity was better, people with money was better. It didn't go away just because we simply said, let's remember we're all one big happy fucking family. It didn't work.
I don't know why people got onto this kick about in color.
Because it's effective.
Status, ordinality. But
I can see you down there picking cotton
it
from a
dates
long way
back
away.
to like
It's clearly not the same color as me. So therefore
it's
that
not-
works really well.
It's not unique to anybody. I think the United States might be maybe only place where bronzers and skin darkeners are popular super good.
What does that lead to?
Sorry?
And what is that? Anywhere where there's weightlifting, probably too. But what is that?
No, like in the United States for the last 30 years, tanning booths, tanning salons, just tanning in general, tanning lotions, artificial. Yeah, they do have this problem. People have been willing to risk skin cancer in order to darken their skin. It's maybe the only country in the world that's ever had a phenomenon like that.
Does this mean we love black people more?
I think it means that the United States is a little more androgynous about its skin color preferences than most continents.
Androgynous? Do you know Greek? I mean, Pro knows Greek. Why don't you lay out what androgynous means for Benjamin?
Pro knows.
I'll save you the time. I know the word, but
Are you sure?
It was more. Yeah. It's just more.
You're drunk.
Ambiguous would be.
On heroin.
It's ambiguous would be a more accurate word, but I thought it was something. I thought it was a more fun word for the same thing.
It was fun. Man, boy. Man, girl.
Hey, I didn't listen to the replay for your interview with Benjamin. Did it go well?
Yeah, it was good.
I thought it went well. I thought it was fun.
And what about the Q&A?
Also,
What was the Q&A, Benjamin?
I mean, time went really fast for me. I'm not usually comfortable being put into a position that biographical or where the attention is on me. I'm okay if the attention is on my ideas, but not okay with the attention being on this person. But I decided, put all that aside for a moment. It's recorded, so it's there. I don't have to repeat it. And, just for once.
We got Rachel coming Friday. More cult. It's more cult life back to back to back. We got to get Joanna in there for the triple cult on time. We got Enigma's coming. We got JB coming. That's going to be fun. JB's going to cause some controversy for sure.
I'm not going to be able to sit.
I don't know his whole entire
I'm damn sure of that.
What's that?
I won't be able to sit through JB. There's something about when JB talks, I suddenly have really important other things to do. You know what I'm saying?
Part of what I wanted to do too, and I realized that from the last few ones we've done, they've gone too long in terms of the interview part. The interview part should really only be, and I want to get people given.
Yeah, you said 30 minutes. You were still stringing me out.
Yeah.
Hour and 15 minutes.
Well, it's because you went for like 10, 11, 12 minutes on some of the answers. It's like, you gotta get the answers boiled down to like, Steve Appel was, fresh fives.
You gotta put a little Benjamin into your approach.
Okay.
You see how I handled Ben? He just rambled for like 3 hours.
Well, I was handling Ben too.
And I took him apart in 15 minutes. I got it sorted out.
He was out of steam. He's out of steam.
No, but I mean, I got down to what's going on. I figured it out.
He had no real points. He was just hearing himself speak. He's never talked to more intelligent people than himself, probably. And I think that's generally the case with most libertarians. I take them as unbelievably mid. They have poor views on everything and everything. Yeah. It's not that they're wrong on everything. It's that they only know like one side of the argument, and they have a good handle on why that side sounds good, but it's like they've never looked at the opposing view ever. It's just weird. So this will make me part of the club. If I just save 5 more cents over here, then no problem, because I'm good. It's like, all right, cool.
Does Calvary, in your opinion, have a good alternative to capitalism?
I have no idea. I don't think he speaks too high on it, but I don't know. He's not in my area. I just like every time I hear him what he says, but I don't have some comprehensive knowledge of him. I wonder if he's just avoiding. It's really hard to be the kind of guy that you like to hear when he talks, and also have a coherent, like, fiscal alternative to capitalism. So he might just be kind of. He was alluding to the first time I heard him in the video. Remember when he was interviewing the guy in Congress about the cat litter stuff? I remember that. So you think we're sent to?
So are you saying he's got the same criticisms?
I don't know.
He's got the same criticisms that you have?
I'm not aware. I don't know his criticisms of capitalism.
Wow.
I've not even dug into it.
I'm still trying to figure out if you have any ideas about capitalism.
Sure. I
don't know that I do, right? I'm not confident that I could express alternative. I am fascinated by, so communism, the idea of communism is you can own your own business. And it can be a family business, but you can't build a corporation that isn't controlled by the government. So if you have like a shoe shop and you make shoes and your kids help you work there, maybe an uncle is, does the buying in the back or whatever, family business, like that was okay. But anything bigger than that, it's a government entity.
Well, is that what you care about? Who owns that entity?
I don't know. I mean, I see this concentration of wealth on single individuals as being pornographically obscene. But I don't know if I have a coherent alternative.
I have a lot of ideas, but to take all the, I just think more.
I would go for something like, if the government bails out your company, your CEO can never make more money than the highest government.
Yeah. You can't buy stock buybacks.
I don't know how stock and stock buybacks affect this, but in essence,
with the money.
I see what you're saying. The government bails them out, and then they use it to do stock buybacks, and that puts the money into the executive.
Yes,
maybe it does just exactly that. I don't know, but basically, you see what I'm saying? It's like, look, as long as you can stay, you're not doing business with the government, as long as you're not bailed out by the government, as long as the government is not paying the medical benefits for your employees the way Walmart does. I think David's point earlier in the day about Walmart triple dipping is a good example.
Yeah.
As long as you're not a burden to the taxpayer, you do you, boo. But boy, as soon as you're a burden to the taxpayer, you suddenly become regulated in this way that, in essence, the CEO can't make more than about 10 times the guy at the bottom or some version of that.
Or I'd even go 50. That would be a win. You know what I'm saying? 50 would be a win for where we're at.
You would accept 50, sure. Yeah,
I mean, that'd be major progress,
Sure, it would be major progress, sure. Things like that. Taxpayers will not fund exorbitant wealth. I think that's a reasonable proposition. I really dislike George W.'s bailouts, where he bailed out the bankers, billionaires and the bankers. In 2008, was it?
Obama's part of it.
Yeah, I think Obama was kind of part of the TARP. It was called TARP at the time. Anyway.
My big stumping ground is always the way that we just have the unfettered, must maximize shareholder wealth. That's just stupid. It's just like rich people who own everything won that argument. People just stop questioning. Yeah, that's what we should do.
Well, that's what I mean about the mathematical structure, right? That's why election systems have consequences. Primaries have consequences.
Yeah, we just do like the bare fucking minimum, Andrew. Can't we just get some real antitrust law and real regulations? I can't.
Elliot, when you say
anti-American, Elliot. That's anti-American.
Where is there a country that you think is just doing this well?
Any of the Nordic
countries. What country do you want?
We did it, but we don't need to look at any other countries. We already did this in the United States. Like the past 80 years. The past 80 years after FDR's era has been like a backlash by business, and the rich and the wealthy. They've deconstructed that entire apparatus over the course of it.
You're going to force me back to play pawn to king too, which is basically that the Democrats stopped representing the working class and they started representing the rich.
Democrats did.
And that's how they got here, yeah.
But it's not like Trump going to Davos and y'all stopped.
Look, man, I mean, it's so obvious to me. It's so obvious to me what they're doing.
Wait, what are they trying to convince me to change?
I want you to agree with me that we just need simple antitrust laws and corporate regulation. Yes. But I have a concrete example. I have a concrete example though.
I would give you any regulation you want.
Glass-Steagall.
As long as you take out two regulations.
No, I reject that. Okay, regulation is not a bad word. Regulation is a neutral term that can be used for bad or good.
I think the number of regulations.
But not for Benjamin's father-in-law. Something has to get up the stairs.
See, I'm not like a.
Okay. And you couldn't get
Close.
Something like that. Grandfather? Neighbor?
No.
Can we just get Glass-Steagall back?
To get up the stairs. The spigots. Get 5 spigots or whatever it was.
That's right.
Glass-Steagall was passed in FDR's era after the Great Depression and it survived and was enforced for like I don't know 80 approaching 100 years, and then it got repealed in the late 90s. I think it was like 1999, and then lo and behold, less than a fucking decade later, the Great Recession. You see where this is going, Benjamin?
What are you trying to convince me of?
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong having both kinds of banks messing around, right? Nothing.
Hey, we just get like some simple. I mean, we've had this one for I don't know, almost like 100 years. Can we just like bring back? Let's just start with like glass steel.
Okay, so let me be real clear what I'm trying to convince you of. I want you to help me convince the Democrats to put up candidates that can win. That's all.
Okay, but it's not quite that simple. I mean, everybody wants that. Everybody wants like their party to have. People want to vote for some positive cause rather than being like, Trump's like a massive douchebag. Vote for me. That's not. It's like that's not engage people as much. And what the hell are we gonna do about like entrenched Democratic like leadership, like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi? They just been there for like fucking decades, dude. It's like their era has come and gone. Okay, just move the fuck over. What are we supposed to do about those people? Eventually, they're gonna croak it, and then it's gonna be our time.
You move them out of the way, you might regret it.
You can't even get Iowa to stop these. So.
Benjamin, the future is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and James Tallarico.
Hey now, that's a ticket right there. You get behind that.
You give her another 10 years, you might have a point. I think she's coming along well, but I wouldn't rush on that.
I'm just saying I'm not talking about a presidential ticket, but that would be interesting. But that is the direction the party is headed in, whether they like it.
Does she have any real substance?
They'd be a good couple, wouldn't they? Would they be a good marriage couple? She'd be wearing pants in that range.
Yeah. Jane's a little too stuck up I think
he's stuck up.
He's I don't know if stuck up's the right word.
I'll be honest with you about AOC. I think that AOC is a little bit too comfortable with you'll kill the infidel routine.
See, yeah, but then we just get back into that my approach versus your approach thing. My approach has historically been the successful tack.
Has it been successful? Donald Trump is fucking president. How successful have you really been?
That's a win.
Well,
it's a win.
I think
it's a win for the people.
I gave you that one. You got it.
Where did the $3 billion that he increased his wealth come from exactly? Where did that come from?
Right.
He squeeze that money out. I think a little Doge action, Bitcoin here, little put my hotel on the same street as the White House. Selling my home to bribe for pardons. What's his son's name? Hunter? What the hell's his name?
Barron.
What's wrong with him? Barron.
Yeah, it's the wrong president.
Wrong president.
Here, Benjamin, I think it's just I think we don't really need to take over the entire Democratic Party. I think we just need I don't know what it is, some
what a douchebag name that is, Barron Trump. You're just destined to fail with that name. Just what are you gonna do? with
If you
that.
get named Baron by a guy whose last name is Trump, it all makes sense.
That's tough.
I was gonna say, I think you just need
Melania.
Trump, I think, is the proper pronunciation of it.
Andrew. I think those I think we just need like a small critical mass of like really.
Said my mom is Melania and my dad is Donald.
Melania Donald.
It's unbelievable.
Baron. So bad. All the all the Hillary Clintons of the world. They one of the criticisms that Hillary was often received in 2016 was that she's the type to like lick her finger and put it into the wind and see which direction the wind is going, and then she'll her politics would follow. She got criticized on that approach quite a bit, and I think there's some truth in that. So like. I think we don't really need to take over the entire Democratic Party. All we really need to do is show them that we are highly motivated, and we mean fucking business, and there's a lot of us. And those people are gonna lick their finger and put it in the wind and go, okay, I see where this is going. And they're just gonna
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see more people.
Regular people, millennials.
Well, I don't know if I can really frame Pro this way, but I would frame Pro as the kind of person who is doing with his own life what every Democrat should do. And I wish he was the kind of person who is voting for the kind of America we all want to see, right? An America that is colorblind, gender blind, and treats everybody fairly, and understands that there's a separation of church and state, meaning that the government should be colorblind in this way, and that as people, we should be anything but. We should be doing our best and volunteering our time and giving our best effort to fixing the problems in society. But as soon as you cross this line where the government's job is to reshape society, I think that is not going to work with democracy, and it's going to backlash. I think that honestly, Pro could get there.
It does work though, Benjamin. I mean, how do you think Bernie Sanders became popular? He just showed up and he spoke his mind.
Yeah, but Bernie Sanders is not one of these people who thinks that the job of the government is to sort of correct
the socialists. Are you kidding me?
Well, he may well be a socialist, but he's a classic Marxist in the sense that he thinks the government should help people who are poor because they are poor, not because of the color of their skin. And I think that what we have in the modern Democratic Party is a party that thinks that the government should help people. Primarily, the first thing of interest for the government ought to be the color of people's skin. And I just think that's so not effective in government. And I think it is so effective when you are volunteering and helping and doing the thing that you think needs to be done. Even when you're in business and you get people show up to a job and somebody shows up and you're like, you got a lot of white men down here in the engineering department. It'd be awesome if not every single person here looked the same. Why don't we give this guy a chance? He would give us a different opinion. Maybe he'd make the team look more attractive to a whole new set of customers. So maybe there's some benefit in having a diverse, Colors of Bennington kind of look to the company. But let's take advantage of that. Let's find all kinds of reasons to make this a little bit more interesting down here. I don't know that. I think the efforts to do that by force from the government will be a non-Newtonian fluid, which means the harder you try to get the government to do that kind of stuff, more people will fight back. And this is why Donald Trump's president, because somebody didn't get the fucking memo.
Yeah, but this is like easily dismantled with like a single sentence.
Is it?
Shouldn't our government look? Shouldn't the people in government look like the people they represent? Like, come on, man. Like, who would argue against that?
Well, I don't know if that's true. It's obviously not true because white women don't vote for white female candidates. If you don't understand why, I could take you through it, but certainly it's the case that suburban white women do not vote for suburban white female candidates to represent.
As Benjamin about to go on to his here's my take on feminism. That's how you gotta imagine it.
Well, there is an analysis of this. It's not particularly feminist or not feminist, but maybe it is. The analysis goes something like this. Suburban white women tend to be mothers of two kids. And they tend to be staying at home and taking the kids to soccer and dance recitals. And their financial interests are not represented in the whole notion that we need to create more opportunities for women in the workplace. Their financial interest is through their husband, who is competing in a workplace. And if the laws say that if he gets, if he misses out on a promotion because somebody who is not a white male, because somebody has a thing out for white males, then her family doesn't get that promotion. Her kids don't get that promotion. And so her interests are represented through her husband who's working downtown at the office. And so she votes more in line with the interests of her husband than she does like in her non-interest in going to work. That's sort of the case for why white women tend to vote for the winning. You can reject it if you want, that's fine. I didn't write that analysis. But that's the only analysis I've ever read that was meaningful.
Yeah, but even in that case, there is, the woman's interests are being represented, even though, like, the person in Congress isn't, like, a woman.
That's right. This is the argument for why representatives don't necessarily look like the people they represent, because sometimes the interests are not.
Oh, I didn't mean just like skin color or gender or anything. I'm speaking very broadly when I meant look like them.
But our representatives don't look like us, right? The average representative in government probably has a wealth that's 10x greater than the average person who votes.
You're absolutely right. Though I do own a sports car, I don't own a Lamborghini or a Bentley, and I don't go to private islands and have sex with children. Yeah, that's it. You're absolutely correct, Benjamin. They are not me. But they do share the same skin color that we do, same gender, right?
Yeah, I think that's sparking up the wrong tree. I think when you focus on that, you are playing into an argument that will get you into trouble. By trouble, I mean that you will get Donald Trump as your president, you might lose the whole ballgame. You might not have a democracy. And not having a democracy is going to make it really difficult to promote the interests of people who, are different than the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
What's the stat? It's like half of all persons in the United States are, it's like 52, 53, 54% of all the people in the United States are women. And then we do that same assessment for the people who are in Congress. It's like, women are like 30% of the members of Congress. And like that's odd when it comes to certain types of legislation like abortion or, female reproduction. Don't you think like the numbers are a little skewed on that subject?
I think it's a mistake to argue that the only stakeholders in abortion are female. I think the stakeholders in abortion are a lot more complex than this.
What if we flip this around? Let's say we flip the numbers around, and it's like 54% of the country is male, and 30% of people in Congress are male, and 70% women. And instead of abortion legislation, it's male vasectomies. Still feel the same way.
Any system of representation is going to have this weird flaw, which is that the representative is not me, and probably not the person I voted for a fair amount of the time. So, how do you want me to feel about this?
This is just like simple enlightenment stuff, man. Reason over authority, liberty, freedom, and equality. Equality before the law.
I don't think there's a simple reason in your argumentation. I think it's mostly emotion. In other words, if you think a representative is supposed to look like my face in the mirror, that's emotion. Can't I choose anybody I want to be? I thought, wouldn't I pick somebody who I thought was going to do a good job in the office? And why would they do a good job just because they look like me?
Yeah, I don't know. This seems kind of dark. I got some other questions, but I don't want to go. Back when the founders created the country, when they were coming up with different ways to enact the Senate. They had a bunch of different proposals, and initially when they started out with was that the philosophy behind who would be in Congress, who the members of Congress would be the responsible Senate men who own property. Which is just to say white men, basically. That was sort of the philosophy behind that. But we corrected that, and they were unelected, by the way, in those days. The Senate was not an elected body in those days. But we corrected that stuff. They were in error with Enlightenment ideals, and we corrected them on that. Same thing with slavery. By the way, this is just a further continuation of that.
Well, how do you avoid the overreach? First of all, you're focusing on something I think you shouldn't be focusing on. You're falling into that trap of making the most the most interesting thing about a person is the color of their skin. I just think that is such a dead end. You can't fall into that category.
I don't think that. I don't think that that's capturing everything that I'm saying. So, like, I agree. Like, there's kind of an extreme.
More representative for this country because she doesn't have the right skin color.
I don't think that there is an extreme there that we should avoid. But on the other side of that, like, you have to acknowledge that, like, things that there are just facts that are just unavoidable. Like the fact that the United States supported, upheld, and defended the institution of slavery for hundreds of years. Okay, and we just have to fucking own that. And so, like, in some cases, yeah, we do have to look at the color of people's skin.
Well, I don't think it's that simple. I don't think you get from one to the other.
I'm saying, like, the perfect idealistic utopia is like, you know, justice, like the Statue of Liberty is like, justice is blind, colorblind, you know, stuff like that. That's like the utopia society, like, it's kind of the goal. But there are, like, hurdles that we have to get over before we get there.
Well, in my opinion, though, you're justifying when you say that somebody's skin color is of legislative interest. I think that you're justifying. And
I think I'm justified in that by pointing at legislation such as the Three-Fifths Compromise or Jim Crow laws.
Yeah, Red, wouldn't you agree with me that they were wrong to have done it then?
They were wrong to have done it then, but I think
now you're saying
the United States government is an immortal, undying entity. The government is an immortal, undying entity, and it has debts. It operates as an agent in the world, you know, in the same kind of sense that corporations do.
I hear you, I understand, but still. Are you saying that it was wrong then, but it was right for us to do it now?
How else are we? First of all, like, do you believe in, like, the basic premise that we are all each responsible, morally responsible for our own action?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you think that the United States is in some sense a moral agent, then the United States should be responsible for its actions.
Well, let's say the United States has I think that's complicated because the United States, to my knowledge, did not own slaves. I think people owned slaves. In a country that was deeply conflicted about the right to own slaves, where half of the states rejected that right, half of them didn't reject that right, which caused a war, and it was finally resolved in favor of not owning slaves. I think that in so many ways, the United States has, addressed that question.
Yeah, but you're kind of leaving a little bit off the table here. I mean, yeah, there was no amendment that, like, black people were the property of white people. There wasn't anything like quite as explicit as that, though there are explicit cases. But it just is a result of the laws of the United States that black people were the property of white people, and that went on for hundreds of years.
So you think that white people everywhere, white people in Sweden, I suppose, have a moral debt to black people everywhere, let's say black people in Papua New Guinea, because the United States had color apartheid?
I think stuff like the British Empire, doing all their colonization stuff. Yeah, they do have a responsibility to.
What about the history in which people of color enslaved people who were white? I don't know if you're familiar with the word slave, but do you know where it comes from?
Do I know where the word slave comes from? No, but when we're talking about like
I'll give you a hint.
When we're talking about you gotta understand the thing I have in mind are government entities.
Do you know the word Slav?
Why does this matter?
Well, it's the word. It's right in the word slave. The word Slav. Do you know what it means?
Word slave? Not off the top of my head. Or Slav?
The word Slav. What about Slovakia? Can you manage that one?
Yeah.
Getting closer. You know who the Slavs are generally?
A cultural group of people from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, that'd be about accurate. So the word slave comes from the fact that Slavs were enslaved in the Ottoman Empire. The Turks primarily. All I'm trying to point out is that ethnicities have enslaved each other on this planet for a long time. I get you're trying to make it almost sounds like you're trying to create some American exceptionalism here, where like the only place in the world where slavery happened was in the United States. I would argue the opposite is true. That the United States is one of the few places in history the question of slavery was finally brought to a head and ultimately ended.
Right, but there is still racial injustice. Like the difference between a cultural group of people and a government is that the government is like a legal entity. When you go and read any prosecution or like any kind of RICO case or something, it's always like so-and-so versus the United States. You get what I'm saying here? There's no legal entity for like the Slavs. Okay, it's a completely different thing. It doesn't even make sense.
Your argument is that the people who lost family fighting against slavery should now somehow be taxed sufficiently to also pay for slavery.
No, I think we should.
I don't think they might have given enough.
Given enough.
Do you think people that
they're dead?
Wait a minute, if I understand this right. I just understand this right. You think people that immigrated to the United States in the 1960s, let's say, would pay a special tax to give money to people? By the way, they immigrated from Ireland. Okay, people that immigrated to the United States from Ireland in the 1960s would pay a special tax to give money to people who migrated to the United States also in the 1960s. From Zimbabwe?
Yes.
That's your claim?
The answer to your question is yes. And in the same way, that when but I haven't finished my answer. Like, yes, in the same way that like when a company buys another company, they not only take on like their profit scheme, they also take on their debt.
And you think nations are the same thing?
Yeah, they are legal. They're fiction. They're legal fictions that are immortal. They're agents in a kind of sense. Yes.
So I think this explains why you think the immigrant from Ireland should pay special tax.
They want to come to the States and be a citizen.
Explain to me why you think the immigrant from Zimbabwe in the 1960s should benefit from this program.
I never said anything like that. I said.
Well, I asked you the question. You said yes. In fairness, I connected them both together, right? Okay.
Yeah, in a way that I didn't agree with.
So you think do you think that the children of slave owners would benefit from this tax or pay the tax?
Should they pay taxes?
Children of slave owners.
Yes, they should pay taxes.
Should the children of slave owners benefit from the tax or pay the tax?
Well, both. I mean, how do you think like Social Security works? This isn't like that complicated. By the way, I don't have like I don't
follow what your argument is. Like, what are you proposing?
All I'm trying to say.
Transfer of wealth or not?
In some sense, yeah. Okay. It has to be the kind of wealth that lasts through generations because that's what was taken from them.
Okay.
Like you Benjamin, this whole time, like you don't seem able to like acknowledge the loss. Okay, you haven't acknowledged the loss even one time this entire conversation. That's problematic.
Well, I think I've acknowledged that slavery is a constant companion to humanity on this planet for all of recorded history. Like, history is uncalculable. The tragedies of history are incalculable. Do you agree?
Incalculable in the sense that they're priceless.
The wars, the death.
Yeah, you can't put a price on like
the tragedy of history is incalculable. Okay. But now you think we're going to fix it with a wealth transfer. So I'm just curious, who are you going to take it from and who are you going to give it to?
Well, I don't know I don't have the specifics of this fleshed out, but I'm just trying to argue that the United States government has an obligation. That's what I want people to get across.
Maybe they have an obligation. Okay, maybe they have an obligation. Probably the government of Germany has an obligation too, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and they have a strategy. They've been paying out stuff for decades, dude. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah.
Do you know that? Okay, sure.
Okay, so America should write a check. Who do they write a check to?
American write a check. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not a freaking economics expert. I'll just send that to fucking professors of economics. Let them figure that shit out. I want to set a policy.
What's the policy? I just don't understand. Wait, is the policy that white people, when they pay the taxes, if they're white, they should pay an extra 10%?
Oh, I know that works.
Oh yeah.
Taxes work
like. You suddenly lost your mojo, drifting into. Let's do this thing.
People are sleeping in the house.
Oh, okay. So I just curious. Are you saying that when it's tax time, people, if they're white, should pay an extra tax?
No.
Okay, so everybody pays the tax. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like an income tax or something.
Okay, and then
normal taxes.
And then and then the government pays out some money.
Yeah. Something like that. Or it could be land grants. I don't know. Does it have to be just
okay, let's say it's a land grant. We're going to take 10 acres, let's say, and a mule. And who do we give it to?
I don't know. I haven't worked out the specifics. Does it matter?
I don't know. Does it?
I don't think it really matters. The hard part is getting people to accept that. Is getting them to accept that the government has a responsibility. That's the hard part.
Whom do they have a responsibility?
Let's start with people. Let's start with the descendants. Let's start with the descendants.
Die 50 years ago. Okay, descendants.
Yeah, it could be like loosely like the model that Germany has been undertaking for decades. I wouldn't be terribly opposed to that, but there needs to be some accountability, Benjamin. Some accountability.
Well, when I go down to southern Florida, southern South Carolina, there's plantations. You can visit all kinds of things, and I think the plantations were built by some didn't get paid. Now I'm all in favor. If you can figure out who is the descendant of the people who built that plantation, put that plantation on the market, raise you some money, give it to the children of the people who built it for free. I don't have a problem with that.
We can track when people were born, who their parents were. We can do that for every person, at least every documented person in the United States, going back for decades. We already have the tools to be able to do this. We just don't have the will.
Do you know why we don't have the will?
Yeah, because half the country is a fucking bunch of maggots or conservatives. Or they come up with these weird takes that we have.
The problem is that we have some principles.
They think that they have the same should white people get an extra 10%?
And you can't make
that's how they
responsible for something they didn't do.
It's not that they're responsible.
That we have
notions
of law.
I've never argued that any individual is personally responsible for anything. I've argued that the government is personally responsible. Not an individual. You never heard me say that once.
It's hard to get the government to be responsible for even what people do who are agents of the government. Much less what the government does. The government didn't do this.
Right. So when
your complaint about the government is that they didn't have a civil war earlier.
No, it's not.
Isn't it though?
No. We've already done that. We've taken care of that. Now we're trying to gain back at the bare minimum material wealth. I'm going to start with that.
Material wealth.
Yeah. The primary way that wealth is transferred from generation to generation is a house.
Well, that may be true, but most wealth is lost by the third generation. There's really no accumulation of wealth. Intergenerational wealth is almost a fiction.
It's not almost a fiction. That comes from the fucking government statistics. I don't. If you want to deny that, I don't know what to. Well, there's just nowhere.
I read that most of any wealth is lost by the third generation. Want me to go look it up?
Do you think Barron Trump is worth $5 billion?
I think that by the time he has great grandkids, that nobody will remember them.
No, but do you think Barron Trump is worth $5 billion or however much Donald Trump is worth?
It's like you have a research project ahead of you. I think I've made my case.
Look, AI just says generational wealth commonly fails to last, with approximately 70% of families losing their wealth by the second, 90% losing it by the third. Known as the shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves phenomenon, this erosion is typically caused by a lack of preparation for heirs or financial complexity and overspending.
So a lack of preparation.
I'm not convinced that it matters, or that it would have mattered, but
it kind of matters. How do you think, like,
the argument that you should be making, and maybe I'll go look this up, the argument you should be making is that, while generational wealth doesn't last very long, generational poverty is very hard to get out of. Maybe that's the case.